Arc 7, Chapter 98, The Pleiades Battalion. Arc 7, Chapter 97, #0, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, pic. Twitter. com/05 Fidgmdies, Witchy, at Witchcultist. January 6, 2023, machine translated by Archbishop 297, Archbishop Reimer, proofread by Archbishop #750 Eternitishak MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by 00 Shig Senkel Archbishop GPM's Art Sources. Witchcultist. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The Kingdom of Lugunica, the Valatian Empire, the Holy Kingdom of Gustico, the Kararagi city-states. Each of these nations, commonly referred to as the Four Great Countries, had developed its own culture, which was tailored to its land. Most notable amongst them were the pro-dragon mentality of the Kingdom of Lugunica and the spirit-focused creed of the Holy Kingdom of Gustico. The Four Great Countries had taken different paths, as if by design. This was true not only in terms of national customs and culture, but also in terms of the quality of their warriors. In the Valatian Empire, magic had hardly developed at all. Whether people were within its borders or not mattered not, as the gates that people possessed, and other prerequisites of that ilk, differed in nothing from those possessed by those of another countries. But compared to Lugunica and Kararagi, the empire lagged far behind the others in this area. The empire, however, did not take that fact to heart. Of course, falling behind other countries in any field was not welcome, but the fact that the field of magic was not developed meant that other fields had been developed instead. Compared to the technological prowess of the Kararagi city-states, the spiritual arts and curse arts of the Holy Kingdom of Gustico, and the magical disciplines of the Kingdom of Lugunica, the Valatian Empire excelled in the martial arts. Sometimes it's faster to just swoop in and hit them than to use magic, right? And while this not spiritual arts user-like statement was one that ought not be espoused by one such person, the gist of the general attitude towards magic in the Valatian Empire was more or less that. Though it was a highly misunderstood fact, the kind that had gone unwritten in any books at that, the use of mana in the human body was not only limited to casting magic. No small number of martial arts techniques had their foundation in the use of mana, in the same way it was used in spirit arts, curse arts, and in the activation of some meteors. It was perfectly natural for an elite warrior, especially, to use mana to strengthen his own body. Supposing an occasion where one possessing unnatural physical abilities were to be compared to an ordinary person, the trick would lay in the handling of the mana that circulated within the body, a technique called the flow method, which was done consciously. However, cha-cha-cha-cha. With a thump, only 1 foot touched the ground, and in an instant the distance closed by 12 meters. Tracking the figure from the perspective of a bystander would seem as if time had been stolen, given its extraordinary body movements. But that was no optical illusion, nor was there present an anomaly in said bystander's eyes. The anomaly was none other than the blue-haired boy running through the battlefield. Following the explanation given immediately before, the boy's sprinting, which effortlessly transcended human limitations, was without a doubt brought about by the flow method. However, there was no caveat to the boy's young age and sharp good looks. No record of the days spent learning such techniques was present, apparently. In the world, beings of the sort were seldom seen. Beings who were born unknowingly exercising the flow method, which was even said to be the pinnacle of martial arts. Beings that left those shackled by the natural order in the dust. Running down the hillside in a single breath, the boy plunged into the battlefield in search of the honor of being the vanguard. Although, blue-haired boy, if the battle's already begun, the honor of being the vanguard isn't there, but let's not fret about the details. Intruding upon the battlefield, hailing from the western lands, he gazed at the great army surrounding the star-shaped ramparts in the distance. The long, slit eyes of the boy were blazing, moist with excitement unthinkable in a battlefield where grief and joy alternated. A being that went into battle without proper footwear, without armor or a helmet, without a cause of any kind, a barbaric act that could be seen as hostile by those inside and by those outside the walls both, by those who wished to protect the current empire and by those who wanted to destroy it. However, blue-haired boy, the high level of ambition is a point worthy of note. With or without it, the appeal of your speech that flows from your mouth changes. It's just, who the... Small groups dressed in red gear and crude armor, each composed of dozens of people clearly hostile to one another, were engaged in skirmishes. The young boy, unconnected to either, intruded. A soldier wielding a sword cried out. 'Twas an admirably clear tone of voice, holding a mixture of anger, frustration, excitement, but fighting spirit prevailed. It was a clever move, one which incited caution towards someone who had intruded on the battlefield. Blue-haired boy, but it's fatally slow. Ka! Shouting had been the right choice, but stopping and asking their identity had been a misstep. The right choice would be to assume any being who appeared on the battlefield without revealing his or her allegiance to be an enemy. The soldier should not have stopped at only alerting his surroundings. He ought to have attacked with his sword upon hearing that voice. Still, the enemy was faster, and if needed, 10 or 20 other faults could be pointed out. Blue-haired boy. Oh, and if what you just said was a line that came out because you didn't ask my affiliation, but because you had no idea who I was, then sorry for being too lightning fast, I'd say. Behind the boy babbling nonstop, a soldier opening his eyes wide collapsed onto the ground. As they passed each other, the former had driven his hand akin to a sharp blade into the other's neck. The boy had expected himself to be capable of chopping the soldier's head off, but the blow had not been powerful enough. Shaking and swinging his arms around, he twisted his head as he felt that something was off after all. Blue-haired boy, it's so frustrating when you feel able to do something, but actually aren't. Not that I have any plans to mix up my ideals and wishes with what's realistically feasible. Well, if I accidentally let him die, I'm going to sink in the boss's estimation, so let's call that a good result. Immediately after shaking off his uncertainty so brusquely, the laughing boy's figure turned into a blur. A moment later, he avoided a sword strike descending on his position, and the back of the boy's Zori hit the soldier's face from the side, launching him in the opposite direction one. Furthermore, the boy leapt off the soldier as he kicked him, and landing amidst the group who was tailing the soldier, he delivered a single blow to a vital point of each one of them before disengaging rather, taking the opportunity as he withdrew. He slipped right into a group nearby, cutting off the consciousness of another 5 or so. All had happened in the blink of an eye. Both the follow-up and the main objective were a criminal act to bereave the surrounding soldiers of their time. In other words, the mastery of this boy over his own body was beyond human comprehension and could not be pursued with raw strength. One could call it the ultimate lineage of martial arts developed in the Valatian Empire. Of course, it was not so easy for anyone to analyze such a situation on the battlefield, or to swallow the fact that a child 12 or 13 years of age could be capable of such a thing. Above anything else, blue-haired boy, tactless. Blue-haired boy, it's tactless to try to undermine the skill and good looks of a star actor during his performance. On stage, nothing more is needed than to be admired, to enthrall and captivate. Of course, if I were to ascend to the stage in the same way, I'd have to assert a more flamboyant appearance by means of an opponent worthy of it. The group gasped at the boy frowning down upon his surroundings as he stood in the middle of the imperial soldiers, slowly becoming discouraged. The soldiers on both sides were supposed to be clashing weapons and fighting for their lives, yet were overwhelmed by the boy's presence, bereaved not only of their time, but their very lives. Blue-haired boy, the blessing of an actor, was to bereave others of their lives. The boy got a certain satisfaction from that realization. As the boy was savoring this sense of accomplishment, among the numerous defeated soldiers bereft of their time that were opposing the imperial soldiers, was one poorly armed warrior who opened his mouth with a "You, soldier, where's this guy from? Is he one of ours?" Blue-haired boy, HMM, whose side am I on? That's quite a good question from you. What do you think I am? Friend or foe? Soldier, the warrior clammed up once he had his question returned with another question delivered in such a "I can't be bothered" fashion. The boy's smile deepened at this, shaking his head, letting out, "No, no, blue-haired boy, I wasn't teasing you. I was just thinking about it seriously, too. I'm constantly thinking about that stuff. I didn't really listen to the boss, so I don't really know who's on my side." Soldier, ha. Blue-haired boy. So for now, I'm just going to act as the herald of justice for both sides. The warrior widened his eyes with amazement, then his startled face became a horizontal blur, and in the moment subsequent to that, he was flipped over onto the ground. The smirking boy's figure vanished into thin air, and this time he sneakily intruded into a group of warriors who had been fighting the Imperial soldiers he had just defeated, and vigorously he beat them all down. As the blue hair danced, as the sound of sharp strikes seemingly echoed through the air, the consciousnnesses of the warriors were erased without as much as a bitter cry. This violence was just like a storm. No, it was like a blue thunderbolt, blue-haired boy. Oh, marvelous. That's precisely the alias I was thinking of calling myself, too. The warrior, who spilled a breath snatched in shock, was rendered unconscious after the end of that sentence. It was the Valetian way to respond to both friendly and hostile attitudes with equal violence, yet this savagery would probably even make the emperor of this country raise his eyebrows. But no one was capable of stopping the boy. Yet it remained absolutely the correct thing to do according to the way of the empire. Ooh. Belated did the warriors respond to the threat posed by that small whirlwind of a boy. No longer were there any distinctions between imperial soldiers and rebels, but everyone was united in the thought of stopping that boy. It was, in a sense, the scene of a great achievement, that of stopping a civil war single-handedly, if only in this small space. However, the steeled resolve of these heroes was not met with a peaceful answer. Lean back to avoid the blade. Dance backwards to avoid fist strikes. Slip between the legs to avoid axe blows. Dodge arrows, dodge spears, dodge fangs, dodge shields, avoid, 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 duck, 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 evade, 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 dodge, 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 dodge. Without any weapon, blue-haired boy. Yeah, that's quite a predicament. I'd like to embellish my highlight poses by showing off my skills with a weapon rather than with my bare hands, but I don't want to use something half-baked either. After all, the best only know the best. Ah, look at me sounding like the boss. Basu. Blue-haired boy, right. The Pleiades battalion's leader. The boy's smile grew deeper as he boasted, effortlessly dodging the killing intent and hostility being hurled at him. The unfamiliar words uttered by the boy's mouth filled the warriors with a sense of inexplicable fear. Any of them were supposed to have been willing to risk their own lives in the battle to decide the course of this empire. Nevertheless, they did not know the affiliation of the boy toying with them, the limit to his strength, the true meaning of his words and deeds, or anything else. Even though they did not know what was going on, everything seemed to be going as per the boy's wishes. The next moment, a tremendous war cry was heard, hailing from the direction of some hills in the far distance. Who could blame the warriors for shuddering with a HK? Similar turmoil and confusion spread to the other warriors as well. Hence, the smile on the boy's mouth became larger, not because he was mocking the frightened state of the warriors, but due to something more straightforward. Blue-haired boy. Well, thus concludes the first climax, boss. Make sure to finish it off flamboyantly. At this point, it is necessary to mention a very unfortunate fact about magic. It would be an issue different from the one described previously, that of the Valetian Empire having only developed physical martial arts and the flow method, rather than having developed magical techniques. Amidst the 6 magic attributes in which the magic system of the world was divided, yin magic and yang magic had only a few wielders, but the neglect they suffered was justified by reasons other than their study being difficult. Manipulating temperature, the fire attribute produced flames and even ice. Interfering with an organism's life force, the water attribute facilitated the healing of wounds and illnesses, saving lives. Arranging the environment by interfering with the atmosphere, the wind attribute was able to even secure habitable areas in inhospitable regions. Manipulating the earth's power, the earth attribute could fertilize as well as starve out the land. Compared to each of those attributes, the usage of which could be clearly envisioned, the yin and yang attributes were basically thought of as effects that either enhanced or hampered the performance of one's body. While technically a misconception, the fact that such an image had taken hold was a major factor as to why the development of magic of the yin and yang attributes was so lacking. And albeit surprising, the one that still possessed a reputation for being especially out of place and useless was the yang attribute, which held the power to enhance people's capabilities. Knowing the primary effects of yang magic, many may be tempted to question the assessment it received. However, the more one attempted to take advantage of the features of yang magic, the bigger and more unavoidable its problems became. For example, when it came down to performance on the battlefield, those who enhanced their physical abilities via yang magic would suffer complete defeat by the enemy, in most cases. The reason was simple. They could not handle their own enhanced bodies at all. They were unable to demonstrate their strength whatsoever. It was as if they were in control of someone else's body. Enhancing one's abilities could perhaps be summed up as strengthening the five senses, such as eyesight and hearing, enhancing physical abilities, such as arm and leg strength, and strengthening defenses, such as increasing bone and muscle density. However, warriors would always train their own bodies, would always take to the battlefield with a complete grasp on their own skills. As for those targeted by yang magic, they would discard their normal selves and head to the battlefield in a new body donning enhanced specs. As a result, many of them would perish without achieving anything. The problem went even further, as the efficacy of yang magic was greatly affected by the skill of the caster themselves, as well as their physical and mental condition that day. Even if a warrior who had been subjected to yang magic were able to adapt to his enhanced body, there was no guarantee that the same enhancement being performed by the same caster on the very next day would be as effective. Yang magic was not expected to improve one's ability to fight consistently. On the contrary, it was recognized as a flaw that prevented one from demonstrating one's usual abilities in adequate fashion. This was the reason why yang magic had been neglected. In the past, the Valetian Empire had also focused its attention on the power of magic, and it had had an emperor who had intended to amass the most powerful army. The 31st emperor of the Valetian Empire, Mercia Valetia, had planned to utilize yang magic to turn a powerful army into an even more powerful one. Taking into account the aforementioned shortcomings, he had enlisted yang magic users into his powerful army, training them so that their enhanced state would become their natural state, and then went into actual battle. For the results that had unfolded had been disastrous. The powerful army became dependent on the enhancements, being defeated before any yang magic could be applied. The skills of the casters, so essential they were, varied, and being unable to function in a cohesive fashion, the army had been sent packing by forces superior in numbers. Even the emperor's life had been in jeopardy. The war finally concluded when Viva the Dissector, a close ally of the then Emperor of Valetia, ended the enemy leader. But because of this colossal defeat, Mercia Valetia was engraved into history with an ignominious alias, the Emperor of the Great Defeat. Because of this precedent, the value of yang magic, and thus the value of magic as a whole, was reduced in Valetia, leading to the spread of the idea that mastery of martial arts was the mark of a strong soldier. This had not changed to this day, and Vincent Valetia, with all his wisdom, had dismissed the use of yang magic in group battles as something that dispensed consideration. In fact, given a user of yang magic was only capable of enhancing one target at a time, the deployment of an army that required a plurality of soldiers working in unison was a pipe dream. Therefore, yin magic had remained as a means of harassment, in the sense that it inflicted unusual physical effects on the enemy. But magic had declined in the Valetian Empire even in other countries. Yang magic was considered a cursed practice that was seldom used barring for self-enhancement. However, as with everything, there were exceptions. "Let's do it, you guys." With a large inhale, the boy's voice, still shrill, was raised in the hills off to the distant west of the battlefield. With the boy at their heart, the warriors who spread out atop the hill, a band of no fewer than several thousand people, raised their flag, one after the other, for the sake of expressing the unity and will of the group, a symbol of a will to fight that must never subside. One of the large flags was also held aloft beside the boy by a man whose body was covered in tattoos. accompanied by a grey lizardman, and a man with a dull appearance that yet contained a dignified look in his eyes. Depicted on the hoisted flag, recognizable even from a distance, was an emblem with the shape of a star. It was not the crest of one's family nor the national emblem, but merely the proof of where their hearts lay, a declaration of war of that kind, and not else. The group assembled was a diverse one without exaggeration. It was composed of many races. Even within Wallachia, where a gargantuan number of species lived and coexisted, there were few relationships consisting of cooperation across racial boundaries. One of the few exceptions which had been able to function as a city was the demon city of Chaos Flame, and even during the siege of the imperial capital, there had been no semblance of cooperation among the rebels. And yet, this group was different. One could look at it as if they were merely working together for the sake of the same goal. However, that alone would not be able to gather them under a flag to demonstrate their collective will. It was not that they possessed the same goals, rather, they possessed a shared will. Hence why this group, nay, why the Pleiades battalion was capable of serving as a trump card. Spearheading those banners and the comrades he had gathered, a boy of black hair, Natsuki Subaru, exclaimed, "Subaru, we are the strongest. Pleiades, strongest, strongest, strongest." A war cry was raised in unison, thundering throughout the sky, as tremendous fighting spirit spread through the battlefield like tongues of flame. Beatrice, embraced within Subaru's arms as he yelled, covered her ears, staring bewildered. Likewise, Louis also jumped onto Subaru, though only those two young girls were surprised. "Subaru, we are invincible. Pleiades, invincible, invincible, invincible." Hein, Whites, Idra, Gustav, Orson's group, Old Man Null, Rex, Milzak, Cashew, Moiso, Dire, Kriegkin, Kadro, Fenmel, Josruf, Tanza, each one of them roared loudly. The ground quaked as they stamped their feet upon the soil, the quaking beckoning further quaking as they roused their fighting spirit. The recesses of his chest were burning. That burning, burning, oh so burning, promising, irresistible something coursed through the entirety of his body. Letting that burning, promising, irresistible something ride off his tongue, Subaru, oh inevitable fare ad. Pleiades, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. The group bellowed in unison, and all of their eyes turned to the fore, to the battlefield at the foot of the hill. And then, Subaru, here we go. The sensation of the sky, of the ground, of the world shaking was felt by everyone on the battlefield at that moment. Among those who could not treat it as somebody else's problem were those on the western ramparts who would come to meet the flag-bearing groups running down the hillside from head-on, in other words, the imperial soldiers that had been ordered to defend the fourth bastion, which was closest to said posse. But not giving in to their fighting spirit, Imperial General Second-Class Gudda Dialmo, the Tiger Hunter, held his ground. For a moment, they had been overwhelmed by the sudden appearance and high morale of the opposition, but the imperial soldiers subordinate to the Tiger Hunter were not so wet behind the ears as to be overwhelmed by loose cannons of the sort, however. Above all, the wear and tear on Gudda and his men was almost minimal as far as this battlefield was concerned. A tremendous siege had been laid against the imperial capital, but the harsh attacks made against the other bastions had brought on almost no effects on this fourth bastion. Without a doubt, that was Albert Dunkelken's achievement, who reigned as the guardian of the fourth bastion. It could be called a demonstration of the vicious old man's capabilities. In the first place, it's a good idea to cut off the opponent's legs before they even make it here. Basic rule of warfare's to sever everything you can't fight without, be it water or weapons. The vicious old man described the reason why the enemy's offensive was overwhelmingly weak compared to other bastions with cruelty such that it sent chills down the spines of the troops, imagining the horror of not being on the same side as him. However, even Albert had been forced to rush to another bastion to fulfill his role of protecting the imperial capital, as it was about to be broken through. Therefore, the fourth bastion was currently lacking the power of the divine generals, the greatest strength of the empire. Albert's legacy, his trained superhuman shinobi, were needed to deal with the flying dragon squadron that had appeared from the sky in the same direction the approaching army hailed from, the west. Since they did not possess any ranged weapons, The shinobi's techniques were their only means of defending themselves against the flying dragon squadron. And in regards to the group fiercely rushing in, Gada, I'll deal with you with all my soul. With these words, Gada Dialmo stared at the enemy in front of him, carrying the signature armament of the Tiger Hunter, 2 metal clubs, each weighing nearly 100 kilograms. Gada's alias was attributed to the fact that, back when he was still a general third class, he had decimated a group of tiger people who were tyrannizing the country, taking the head of the enemy leader who had killed the general second class previously in command. As a result of that heroic fight to the death, the muscular body of the over 2-meter-tall Gada was scarred from head to belly with white marks left by tiger claws, so he came to be known as the Tiger Hunter, after word of that fierce battle had spread. Gada's will to fight had remained unshaken even as his army was on the verge of collapse after its general had been killed. Henceforth, why should he be afraid of being outnumbered with the heavy burden that laid at his back? Gada will take you on. With a yell like a cannon firing, Gada's huge body kicked off the ground and closed in on the enemy horde. Following Gada's lead, his subordinates, each carrying their weapons of choice, rushed toward the star-bearing flag looming from the west. Gada, that one. As his own feet brought him closer to the moment of the group's clash, Gada strained his eyes, focusing on the vanguard of the enemy in front of the group that was causing the ground to rumble. Was present a red Galewind horse charging in. What had caught his attention was the man pulling the reins of the Galewind horse neigh. That was false. The man was merely a Rience man. Rather, what had warranted his attention was the small figure the man riding on the Galewind horse carried. A black-haired boy holding a girl in his arms was looking straight at them with his dark eyes. In that moment, the only thought passing through Gada's mind was that the boy was neither running ahead nor deviating from his position, but was charging forward as if it were natural for him to be in that position. A boy of black hair and black eyes, just like the black-haired crown prince in the rumor that had been spread since before the start of the war. Gada, HK. Gada killed off the thought by clenching his molars, focusing on what he must do. Taking advantage of a ridiculous rumor, the rebels had prepared a large number of black-haired crown princes and challenged the imperial capital to a decisive battle, foolishly so. Therefore, the generals who had been tasked with defending the capital, or rather, all the troops, privates and generals alike, had made up their minds. The authenticity of the black-haired child is of no concern. There is but one emperor we ought to look up to. Gada, you damned traitors, stabbing our Emperor Vincent Valatia in the back. Dual-wielding his 2 heavy metal clubs, Gada roared like a tiger, symbol of what he hunted as per his name, and drew nearer to the boy charging at the front of the pack. At the front was a boy riding a red Galewind horse whom the rebels were following. Being a general himself, Gada wished to crush the enemy's fighting spirit with a single blow by mowing them all down, so he did. The impact of the strike was so tremendous that it would cause fragile eardrums to explode. Gada's thick arms also felt a satisfying feedback, but his eyes widened. The black-haired boy was supposed to have been crushed together with the Galewind horse, but what the metal clubs had perceived was neither the boy nor the Galewind horse he was riding. I have to protect Schwartz, as it is now my duty as the official. With a body larger than his Gada's own, with 4 thick, strong arms, he held a large shield in his hand, which he used to directly block the blow, or rather, both blows from Gada's metal clubs. Gada's throat choked up at the sight, one that was astonishing even taking into account the physical capabilities of the multi-armed tribe. Slipping into that momentary delay, and it's my job to beat up Schwartz's enemies. Gada, HK. The voice, hushed yet courageous, and filled with a strong sense of pride and honor, had its owner pummel Gada in the torso, launching the latter's massive body into the sky. The man who Gada had seen strike him as he let out a darn tattoos all over his body and wielded a large 2-handed hammer. He was well trained, but with his physique and amateurish movements, how could he have known? The correct thing to question was not merely what had happened to his own body. Rebels, oorah. Gada, who had taken the lead, was blown away, and the clashes between the rebels and imperial soldiers continued afterwards. Even if Gada's head were to be chopped off, he had trained his men well enough so that they would not lose their will to fight. It was precisely because of this pride that they could hardly believe their own eyes. All at once, before they could even mount a decent resistance, the Imperial soldiers were utterly crushed and pulverized by the offense of the oncoming rebel horde. The sight was so shocking that Gudda's entire body was filled with an indignation greater than the one he had felt back when he had witnessed the head of his general crushed to bits right before his eyes. Gudda, this is absurd. And so, the battle-hardened general let out a hoarse breath at an utterly incomprehensible sight. As with everything, there were exceptions. The sole exception was the Pleiades battalion, a threatening group of amateurs that had crushed the mighty general that was Gudda Dialmo and the strong warriors he had trained. They possessed not techniques they had practiced, they possessed not fine armaments, they possessed not even a firm cause. All they possessed was a really, really strong will to unite, and a vow to themselves that they would not back down no matter what. And that was precisely the kind of thing that made the Pleiades battalion an extraordinary group of people. Recall the lengthy lecture on the shortcomings of yang magic. Its use, which depended on the skill of the caster and the number of people, would often disrupt people's coordination, being labeled as foolish as it had earned the former emperor the stigmatic moniker of the Emperor of the Great Defeat. Even Vincent Valescia, who was proclaimed as a wise emperor, had quickly abandoned the idea of utilizing it at the consideration stage. But what if, hypothetically, something like it was possible? Hundreds, or even thousands of troops, in their entirety, being given a uniform enhancement of the same effectiveness. And yet, none of them suffering from the gap between their original fighting ability and the skill level of their strengthened selves. And the key to that being the lack of a need to have the number of yang magic users being the same as the number of troops. If such dreamlike or miraculous conditions were met, would it not be feasible? It was a pipe dream that Vincent Valescia would laugh at and discard were he to hear of it. A group of incidental coincidences that would even be said to be possible only in this time of war, in this situation, in this circumstance. Only those who accepted Natsuki Subaru, or rather, Natsuki Schwartz, as the center of themselves, those who sincerely thought of him as their comrade, those who sincerely believed in him as their companion, would be able to achieve a miracle. The strengthening effect of the yang magic would be applied to each of the individuals Subaru shared the effect of Corleonis with. That was, all of the allies who worked alongside him. The power of the little king, originally intended to share wounds and burdens, would now be abused. The power which the king alone could not handle fully would now be handled together with the comrades that supported him. Hence, the Pleiades battalion, Subaru. I love you, all of you. The thousands of non-combatants who traveled with Natsuki Subaru were transformed into an army of warriors, beginning to lay waste to every battlefield in this battle for the imperial capital. 1. A zori is a traditional kind of Japanese footwear resembling a sandal. More information here, https://n, Wikipedia, org wikizori. Arc 7, Chapter 99, Those Who Rule the Sky. Machine translated by Archbishop 297, Archbishop Bruce F. Reimer Datchezam Kiln proofread by Archbishop #750 Eternitishak MPS Devil Blade Japanese to English checking by Senkel Ice Vinikayan Art Sources, Etzaranu. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The word war cry was appropriate. Quite simply, it was just a yell, an exclamation raised to inspire oneself, one's allies, and a troop's morale in the face of a match, contest, or any kind of bout. It provided courage and strength to move forward. Forming a circle before a fight, and raising a battle cry before charging onto the battlefield, magic words for coming together as one in this world, this could truly be called magic. Unbelievable, I suppose. Beatrice was speechless at the destructive power of the Pleiades battalion, led by Natsuki Subaru, a group of amateurs who furiously charged into the enemy forces, crushing the well-prepared and well-armed imperial soldiers. As the red Galewind horse moved vigorously, causing the ground to rumble, a man with a shoddy beard named Idra held the reins, as Beatrice and Subaru rode at his front in an awkward position. The group advancing under this banner were all under the influence of powerful yang magic. The method through which this had been achieved could only have been Beatrice, magical shroud excitation. The scant words Beatrice muttered were a term referring to a fleeting technique that had existed hundreds of years prior, yet had never been considered valuable, far from being put to practical use. Even the witch Echidna, who systematized all of magic, had given it a provisional name, leaving it as an ancient fantasy, a technique that could not be reproduced by an individual. Magical shroud excitation was a way of forcibly manifesting the flow method, utilizing the mana circulating within the body to strengthen it, and inducing an effect similar to that of yang magic, despite the different approach. Superhuman force was a term sometimes used to describe the breaking of one's own physical limits when facing a dangerous situation, producing strength incomparable with one's original condition. That was acknowledged as a thing that actually existed in this world. In a situation of mental or physical urgency, gates present in one's body, which would normally go unused, could be opened, resulting in the person entering the same state as those able to execute the flow method. It was possible that those with superior abilities had been able to teach themselves how to use the flow method through an experience of the sort. But for now, further explanation will be omitted as it is beside the main point. Most important was the fact that magical shroud excitation was a method of forcibly bypassing human limitations, and that it was being used on the entire Pleiades battalion, which numbered in the several thousands. Originally, Echidna had witnessed what could be called magical shroud excitation on the battlefield, being used by a small tribe of warriors raising a battle cry which had triggered a similar effect. They continued to raise their voices before, during, and after the battle, as that was their custom on the battlefield. Their morale-inspiring roars were accompanied by a yang magic-esque effect which raised the strength of the tribe as a whole, and as a result, they had stood out in battle despite their reduced numbers. However, even they were unable to resist their numerical disadvantage, thus vanishing during the war. Afterwards, similar groups cropped up and were destroyed, and no proper remnants of that custom remained. A group gathered at random would not produce the effect, overabundant numbers would not produce the effect, and a single competent person would not be able to reproduce the effect. Therefore, magical shroud excitation had died out without ever seeing the light of day. In modern times, only individuals of exceptional ability mastered the flow method, and shouting on the battlefield was something that only boosted courage. However, strongest, strongest, strongest. What had been shining through all the members of the Pleiades battalion who were advancing along with Subaru as they shouted this was the radiance of the magical shroud excitation that was thought to have been lost. It was truly an ideal environment. They were united with strong trust built around Subaru, becoming a force that equaled an army, devoid of people powerful enough that they would disrupt their flow with incautious yang magic. The effects of the magical shroud excitation that had been triggered were, in yang magic terms, enhancement of the five senses, a significant increase in physical capacity, a surge in physical toughness, as well as a bewildering increase in cognitive ability, in addition to reaction time, in what could only be seen as an irregular state of multiple enhancements. Faced with the Pleiades battalion, with each and every one of its members having become a warrior worth 1,000 warriors in the literal sense confronting them without any prior information, the Imperial soldiers were overwhelmed by their momentum, and the battle lines were patently melted. Like ice struck by a hot iron, the formation the enemy had assembled melted, starting with the front, as the group of amateurs made headway through the middle of the enemy line with frightening momentum. Even more astonishing than that was, Subaru, overwhelm them, but don't kill them, make them think they stand no chance in a fight. Oh, gotcha, boss. In the same way we were saved by you. In a battlefield full of people risking their lives in battle, the leader of the advancing battalion declared that no casualties would occur. It was an idea that would be laughed off as ridiculous and childish nonsense by anyone familiar with the battlefield. But this group of wet-behind-the-ears amateurs now broke through with destructive force. Blow after blow struck the body of one Imperial soldier after the other and blew them away. But what was left behind was not a pile of corpses, but a mountain of physically and mentally incapacitated people bearing wounds. Keeping the enemy soldiers alive so they would be able to rescue their fallen comrades had been no tactical decision. Rather, Natsuki Subaru simply did not have the courage to have people die. Instead of this courage, Subaru harbored a wish that was being granted by this overwhelming force. Beatrice, Subaru, how far have you thought this through, in fact? Subaru, oh, sorry, everyone is being so loud. But if we are all shouting emphatically, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. It gets us all hyped up. Beatrice. That's ludicrous, I suppose. Coincidentally, Beatrice had ended up voicing the shared conclusion of everyone witnessing this bizarre battlefield aloud. But there was no reason to blame them. It was a completely natural thing to say. Beatrice immediately understood Subaru's answer. Subaru, and all the people around him, knew nothing about magical shroud excitation, so there was no way that they could understand it. While simply believing that fighting while shouting wholeheartedly made them stronger, they had actually perfectly recreated and weaponized an impossible theory even a witch had given up on. And even Beatrice was completely oblivious to the fact that Natsuki Subaru was the only one in the whole world who could turn this theory into practice with his authority of the Little King. Beatrice, that's precisely why Subaru. HM. Beatrice, that's precisely why you're Betty's partner, in fact. In the arms of Natsuki Subaru, who could do what nobody else could, Beatrice affirmed her situation as her depleted mana was resupplied during their long-awaited reunion. Within the Pleiades battalion, a group full of amateurs, no one needed to understand the current situation, nor did anyone actually understand it, so Beatrice contemplated on behalf of her partner Subaru. How could she involve herself in this historical moment that might never be reproduced again? Beatrice, if you intend to take the wind out of the opponent's sails, I could prevent them from reorganizing, I suppose. With a slight movement, Beatrice directed her small palm towards the large number of Imperial soldiers that had been blown away. Taking into account Subaru's wishes, the bloody battles between the warring parties, as well as the way of the Empire which took hold of the battlefield, what Beatrice performed was Beatrice, El Shamak. As a member of the Pleiades battalion, Beatrice wielded her own exceedingly enhanced power. A black haze descended upon the heads of the Imperial soldiers, defending the fourth bastion one after another, robbing them of their thoughts, stifling their will to fight, depriving them of the opportunity to counterattack. Within minutes of the Pleiades battalion joining the battle, the fourth bastion, which had thus far suffered minimal damage during the siege of the Imperial capital, was completely and utterly collapsed. The onslaught of the Pleiades battalion's ravenous rush reached Abel's ears in the main camp, instantly. At that point, however, the name of the Pleiades battalion did not reach him. Hence it was only reported that a group had appeared from the west and clashed with the Imperial soldiers with overpowering might, collapsing the defensive line there. In any case, good grief, they showed up just as we were about to play our trump card and completely stole the spotlight. How exhilarating. A gallant voice echoed through the main camp as a beautiful figure arrived with coolness, taking that fact in with grace. The one making their entrance was an imposing-looking woman, her wavy hair swinging from side to side. On her face, a white scar produced by a sword. She was dressed in a garb a ruffian would favor, one unbefitting of her noble status. The name of the woman of character stepping into the main camp was Serena Drakrai. She was one of the most distinguished high countesses in the Valatian Empire, but rather than being currently on the side of the Empire, she was instead a rebel against the ruling power and one of Abel's original trump cards. Upon Serena's visit, Abel folded his arms as he gazed out at the battlefield beyond. Abel, I was under the impression that your reinforcements would comprise of the Flying Dragon Squadron. Serena, rest assured. I have no intention of changing the fact that the utmost elite of my forces are the Flying Dragon Squadron. The ones currently captivating the battlefield are an unexpected matter. Abel, is it not by your own doing? Serena, I would put them under my wing if they approached me, but unfortunately, it seems like they're only looking up to one person. They wouldn't even bat an eye at me. As she answered, Serena's long-legged figure walked up to Abel's side. Peering into Abel's face with her almond-shaped eyes, she narrowed her eyes at the face covered by the Oni mask. Abel, surely you cannot work with someone who hides his face from you. Serena, why would I say something so dull? There's no difference between those who hide their true intentions behind makeup and those who hide their true faces behind masks. If your reason is hiding a scar, I'd say you're not as bad as I am. Abel, I shall not state my reason, but it is not because of a scar. I wear this out of necessity. Serena, I figured you would. I could gather from your words that you don't do anything unnecessary, and now that we've actually exchanged words like this, that impression has deepened even more. As Serena ascertained this from Abel, she smiled fiercely with her hands on her hips. Of course, as he was the actual emperor, Abel and Serena were acquainted with each other. The cognitive disruption effect of the Oni mask could slightly alter such malaises, but it did not change Abel's evaluation of Serena. She was a fierce, progressive, and courageous general who was willing to snap at the emperor when necessary, exactly what her moniker, the Scorching Lady, suggested. However, if it were not for such a temperament, he would have never counted her as one of the cards in his hand to assist him in this rebellion. Serena, is your assessment that no one else fancies things as I do? Abel, it was necessary to think about how to prepare the grounds to win you over. But my main reason for choosing you was so that the odds of winning the battle would increase. Serena, to think that my flying dragon squadron would be valued to that extent when the imperial capital's given me the cold shoulder. Shrugging her shoulders, Serena gave that sarcastic remark. But despite the content of her words and the expression on her face, her reaction showed that her blood was boiling due to that very fact. The existence of the Flying Dragon Squadron in the hands of High Countess Drakre was the core reason why the Drakre domain was revered and respected throughout the Valatian Empire, where the strong were held in high esteem. In other words, for Serena Drakre, it was a source of pride that ought not be wounded. Even if someone from the Drakre territory were to commit an evil act, in other words, even if they were to act against the Emperor himself, no doubt ought to be brought forth against their capabilities. That was why, Abel, you have accepted the invitation on this occasion. The flying dragons that rule over the skies of the battlefield, those who obey the dragonkin Madeline Eshart, force them out of the way and claim supremacy over the air. Serena, as a matter of fact, your enticing proposal is not the only reason I accepted your invitation, but fulfilling it is also an important role for me at the moment. May you have your wish, my flying dragon squadron. Abel, Serena, no longer will those sudden reinforcements annoy me and steal the spotlight. Having assumed the role expected of her, Serena once again directed Abel's attention to the western battlefield. Her words guided his gaze again, and his black eyes narrowed behind the Oni mask. As Serena had stated, indeed, that group had come as an absolute surprise to everyone. If he were to be honest, any deviation from the path he had laid out was not welcome, no matter how favorable it could possibly be to the progress of battle. Serena, so that's the battalion that turned the west of the imperial capital on its head. You have probably heard of them, haven't you? Abel, I have. However, I was unable to decipher what their purpose was, and from the reports of their position, I judged they would not have made it in time for the decisive battle either. Therefore, I did not include their fighting strength in my estimations. Serena, in that case, they've clearly defied your expectations. From what I've heard, they've been ceaselessly running through day and night to arrive on this battlefield in time. Abel, even though such conduct makes sense in theory, it is completely nonsensical in reality. One can only imagine the amount of running a day to make it in time. And even if they made it in time after all of that, they would have way too many deserters to even put up a fight. This might be self-evident, but the more one increased the size of a group, the greater the amount of effort that was required to even get to it to move. On top of the logistics, supplies, and fighting required to maintain a large army, over time they would become more frantic and accumulate more and more fatigue. More easily would they lose the will to fight, and their hearts would drift away from the banner they raised. Even bringing someone under these conditions to a battlefield was no small feat, let alone waging war on the battlefield with them. But Serena, so Oni masked Grand General, Does this look like a battle waged by people with low morale to you? Were Serena to have asked him this, Abel would have had to deny what he was seeing with his own eyes. Barely visible in the distance, the fighting of the battalion charging right into enemy lines within a whirled-up dust cloud defied all expectations. Even though their war cry could not be fully heard, its aftereffects had reached the main camp, noticeably so. Only a disillusioned fool in complete denial of reality would point at that scene and feign that the troops were low in morale. Serena, their leader, seemed to be one of the black-haired crown princes who was on everyone's lips. I thought this whole story about His Excellency Vincent's illegitimate offspring being present here and there across the entire empire was laughable, but that surprisingly stands out like he could be the real deal. Abel, so that is how it is. Serena, HM. Squinting at the dust cloud lingering in the distance, Abel's thoughts clicked into place. Being related a story he himself seemed aware of, Abel remarked on it, prompting Serena to tilt her head. But Abel did not respond to her question, instead simply closing one eye at the conviction growing within him. A group with exceptionally high morale and unity that traversed an inconceivable distance and remained on its feet just to fiercely step into this battlefield finally, he could perceive its true nature. Namely, Abel, are you able to make proper use of your own power at last? I wonder. If that was indeed the case, then the unforeseen presence of the invading group from the west would make complete sense, and it would be even more unexpected for the false emperor sitting on the throne of the imperial capital. This black-haired crown prince possessed an ability that truly lived up to the rumors, or at least, that person was supposed to be capable of performing to that level. Abel, it is unnecessary for our side to make any moves on the western battlefield. However, the third bastion is still the most crucial spot to break open, and I harbor no intention to relent. High Countess Drakrai. Upon her name being called, Serena nodded her head and spoke. I know. Looking at what laid beyond Abel's line of sight, she directed her gaze at the fluttering flying dragons dominating the sky. Serena, let's show His Excellency the Emperor, who appointed that crude and impudent dragonkin, the difference between wild flying dragons and the disciplined flying dragon squadron. Indeed, while being completely ignorant of the fact that the true emperor stood right next to her, she undertook this mission with a frenzied smile on her face. Overlooking the entire battlefield from the rear, the main camp allowed them to keep a watchful eye on any anomalies all around. Having arrived there as a reinforcement, Serena Drakrai held a grudge against the flying dragons that obeyed one of the 9 divine generals, the dragonkin Madeline Eshart. These ferocious flying dragons would never get along with humans without a special secret technique. Yet they rampaged here, in the battle for the imperial capital, wielding their natural ferocity and peril on full display, posing a great threat to people. Albeit Madeline had only explained it in rough terms, she had seemingly made arrangements so that the flying dragons, who could not distinguish between enemies and allies, would not cause damage to allied imperial soldiers. For that reason, casualties were not as indiscriminate as had happened on the attack on the fortress city of Garrel. Nevertheless, they would swoop down on the rebels, reminding them of the threat posed by the claws and fangs dancing in the sky. Plus, the damage from the occasional stone bombardment making ground could hardly be ignored. However, flying dragons could only make such attacks against warriors who attached more importance to the group rather than the individual, and could not interfere in a battle between beings with overwhelming strength. The 9 divine generals who defended each bastion, and the elite of the rebels who clashed head-on with them, there was no way for the dragons to barge into their battle, a battle on an entirely higher level. Therefore, Mesorea, I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Emilia, icicle line, waving both hands, Emilia jumped, redrawing a line of white ice on the world she traced. Immediately after, a tail cleaved the snowy ground where Emilia had been just moments before with tremendous speed, instantly rupturing the ground and evaporating the snow. The one to perform such a deed was a mighty being with a huge body of white scales, clad in clouds flowing in the sky called by the dragonkin Madeline. A threat to the world had descended upon its surface. Emilia, Mesorea. thinking in the corner of her mind that there was a city bearing the exact same name in the Valatian Empire. Was she not mistaken? Emilia clenched her molars at the powerful attack she had avoided by the skin of her teeth and encouraged her own heart. Along the line of frost, redrawn by icicle line, a wall of ice rose up from the ground with a sound. It was not as high as the walls surrounding the imperial capital, but it was high enough to keep the airborne Mesorea from escaping the battlefield. Emilia, I can't let you go where everyone else is. Amidst the battlefield, as it grew colder and colder now, rather, it was becoming colder of her own volition, Emilia exhaled white breath while expressing her determination. Indeed, Emilia had been in quite a lot of trouble when Madeline had summoned Mesorea. Taking on Madeline alone had already been a Herculean task, but it was obvious that adding Mesorea to the equation would make things even more troublesome. But Emilia's intuition told her that it would be quite difficult to get anyone to help her. Emilia. It'd be nice to fight alongside someone like Priscilla, though. It was not Emilia's forte to fight in sync with those around her. That was because she had trouble thinking while fighting. That was why she respected people who could think while fighting, and believed she could join forces with such a person. But even that would be difficult in this fight with Madeline and Mesorea. Emilia, because it's getting colder and colder. The ice barrier created by icicle line did not only prevent Mesorea from getting out, but also limited the space in which Emilia could lower the temperature. It had been a suggestion from Petra, but most ground dragons were vulnerable to cold. If flying dragons and water dragons shared the same roots as ground dragons, they probably had similar vulnerabilities to cold. In fact, unlike earth dragons, both flying dragons, who flew high up in the skies within cooler temperatures, and water dragons, who swam through cold water, had varying tolerance levels against cold. But this misconception was irrelevant in face of overwhelming cold. Because at the current moment, Emilia was bringing forth extreme cold that far exceeded that limit. Emilia, just like Puck's magic release period. Before Roswell's mansion burned down, there had been an episode where Puck had almost turned it completely to ice on accident because he had not let out mana in due time. The battlefield's cold temperature, at this moment, rivaled that instance. Any normal person would have found their hands numb, having been made unable to hold a weapon, having been made it so that moving their body was incredibly difficulty. Even a strong person would be affected by no small amount. Precisely because Emilia had chosen this fighting style, she could only fight on her own. At the very least this time. Mesorea, I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. The sky was covered with low, thick clouds, and Emilia's amethyst eyes twinkled as she heard a voice from overhead that sounded so heavy that she wondered if the sky itself had spoken. There was a declaration of its supernatural presence, and in the very subsequent moment, a blow beyond human understanding was unleashed. The mere flick of its tail could rip the earth apart, the swing of its claws could rend space in two, its great breath was powerful enough to blow away nearly half a city. It truly was extraordinary. It was unmistakably a dragon, a legend which Emilia had now encountered twice in just a short period of time. Emilia, there was a jerk from its unfurled wings, and the wall of ice Emilia had erected was effortlessly torn apart. Although not quite as solid as iron, she had done her best to harden it. And yet, it had been easily broken, and before Emilia could feel any disappointment or surprise, she was hurriedly dodging bullets of ice hurtling towards her. Having been minced and sent flying by the dragon's wings, countless chunks of ice, large and small, rained down as scattered lumps. If one were to clash against these pieces of ice, some as large as one's head, taking no care, they would end up being rendered immobile completely against their dragon opponent. That would be a lethal injury to a diminutive being fighting a mighty dragon. Emilia, here, yah, huff, yikes. And thus, Emilia avoided the chunks of ice as if she were dancing, sweeping away and enduring with a sword and shield of ice she had created for the ones she could not completely dodge. The fact that she never broke eye contact with her opponent during all of that was due to her recent first-hand experience of fighting the divine dragon Volcanica at Pleiades' watchtower. The dragon's power was so far beyond the imaginations of Emilia and her comrades that even the slightest movement, even one that did not look like an attack, could be incredibly dangerous. Emilia, when fighting Volcanica, I nearly got blown away by a puff of its nose. Remembering that time, she again felt glad that she was the one present at this place. If one did not know how to fight dragons, they could inadvertently trip up on the first something or another, resulting in their doom. But that was not the only thing Emilia recalled during her fight with Mesorea. Following Madeline's call, the cloud dragon Mesorea had pushed the sky aside, descending onto the battlefield, of course. It was very difficult to contend with the ridiculous way of fighting that was unique to dragons. Emilia, Mesorea, please just listen to me. I don't want to fight with Madeline, Mesorea. I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Emilia, just as I thought. Emilia appealed loudly, but brushing those words aside, Mesorea shook its long whiskers without listening and looked down at the tiny Emilia on the ground with its eyes. Bearing its direct gaze, Emilia firmly gritted her teeth, becoming keenly aware of something as every nerve in her slender body was filled with energy. Namely, Mesorea. I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Emilia, you're just like Volcanica. You've grown too old and forgot everything. For the second time in her life, she had encountered a dragon, a supernatural being Mesorea. The cloud dragon, the one who ruled the sky, had grown senile, just like the divine dragon she had encountered at the tower. Arc 7, Chapter 100, A Myriad of Changes at the Bastions. Machine translated by Bruce F. Datchezam Archbishop Reimer Kiln proofread by Alpha Dider Archbishop Blade Japanese to English checking by Senkel Archbishop GPM's Art Sources Merihan 52,623,048 Oshi Suko 1. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The cloud dragon Mesorea's senility. The startling revelation of the truth drove Emilia into a tremendously difficult corner. Emilia, I didn't have to beat Volcanica at the time. All I had to do was do my best and complete the trial, but her encounter with the divine dragon Volcanica on the highest floor of Pleiades' watchtower had concluded once she touched a stone monument at a peak even further above the tower's peak. As for Emilia, she was still unsure as to whether she had properly resolved Volcanica's trial. However, the ancient dragon had presented one of its claws as proof of the denouement to Emilia. So, for now, she considered this a symbol of approval. However, her fight with Volcanica had fundamentally been a defensive one, as she'd had no intention of beating him, so it had been no battle at all. And this situation was the same, even if the opponent had changed from the divine dragon to the cloud dragon. If anything, Emilia, I've got no other choice but to beat it, but Mesorea has lost As she was saying this, Emilia sprung from her spot and closed in on the dragon that was airborne. Shaking its long whiskers, without anything being displayed, reflected in its eyes, the dragon mercilessly slashed its claws at the puny existence flying towards it. It was a simple attack, but just one strike would be more than enough to kill someone were it to connect. The dragon's claws were much sharper than any run-of-the-mill sword, able to cleave Emilia's body in twain with ease. Emilia, soldiers. However, Emilia was able to avoid this attack by jumping even further into the sky. The mid-air foothold that Emilia had made use of had been provided by an ice soldier who'd leaped alongside her, then putting up both of its arms for Emilia to bounce off. Naturally, the ice soldier had been incapable of escaping in time, thus falling prey to the dragon's claws, which smashed it to pieces. Emilia, keeping this sacrifice in her heart, Emilia's long legs kicked Mesorea in the face. The leg Emilia had utilized to deliver this kick had been equipped with footwear made of ice, darning an enlarged spike with extreme sharpness, making it an awfully lethal weapon. Since Emilia had used her foot, she did not pull any punches with this merciless kick, so an absurdly brutal blow slammed into the side of Mesorea's defenseless head. However, Emilia, it's not working at all. Mesorea's huge body did not budge an inch from getting kicked in the face. However, it appeared to be irritated. Feeling hostility on her skin, Emilia greatly swung her upper body to do a mid-air flip, using another ice soldier to dodge the incoming thrust from the dragon. Lagging behind the one that had been shattered, another ice soldier had leapt even further up and stretched out both of its legs from above. Aligning both their soles, Emilia launched herself off of them towards the ground below. While the sound of shattering ice resounded in her eardrums, Emilia landed atop the white ground on her hands, then looked up towards the majestic cloud-wreathed dragon calmly floating in the air. Mesorea, I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Emilia, geez, even after all of that, even after being kicked in the face and smashing apart two ice soldiers with its claws, Mesorea's words and demeanor did not change at all compared to when it had first descended upon the battlefield. Emilia. It certainly did consider Emilia an enemy. It was precisely for this reason that it was brandishing its claws towards Emilia as she made her approach. All the while it flapped its wings and turned its unfocused white eyes towards her. But she just could not initiate a conversation. Just like with Volcanica, it was incredibly difficult to find common ground. The only potential clue was, possibly, Emilia. Madeline, just listen to me. Madeline, shut the frig up. Don't friggin' address this dragon so casually. Emilia's last ray of hope faded into the distance as her outstretched hand was violently shaken off. Even though Madeline had lost the flying winged blade she was able to wield with remarkable skill, Emilia's silver hair was still disheveled as she leapt away in evasion. A small shadow followed right behind her, that of Madeline Eschart, who let out a white exhale as her golden eyes were set ablaze, the ground cracking with every step she took as she brandished her arms that wrought destruction. Narrowly avoiding it, Emilia bit down on her molars. The tactic of rapidly lowering the temperature had served its purpose of keeping the rampaging Madeline and Mesorea away from the others on the battlefield, but it was difficult to push it any further. Madeline, human, human, human. A wicked glint in her eyes, Madeline's petite body was cloaked in white steam. It felt like she was matching the cloud-wreathed Mesorea, but there was a difference. Madeline's body temperature was so absurdly high that every single snowflake evaporated upon coming into contact with her. No, that happened before they could even reach her. The same thing was also happening around Mesorea. The puck copycat tactic was not really effective on these two. That being the case, Emilia, icicle line, with the ice wall separating the battlefield still in place, Emilia changed the flow of cold air. Aborting an ineffective strategy to preserve her strength was not what she was doing. As she had covered too large of an area, it had not had the desired effect on Mesorea and Madeline, and so, Emilia, how about all this cold? Drawing invisible white lines around Madeline approaching her directly, Emilia concentrated the cold air permeating the battlefield around the second bastion into a single spot. Wrapping around Madeline's small body was not just any ordinary cold. It was a truly extreme cold, one that changed steam into snow, causing the dragonkin's body temperature to plummet below freezing temperature instantly. Madeline, gah! Even Madeline had her whole body frozen still by this unforeseeably extreme cold. Madeline's eyes widened as her vision whited out. However, Emilia threw away her last bit of pity and focused on pouring all her power into temporarily freezing her solid. Emilia, please. Directing all of her power towards freezing Madeline, Emilia seemed to harbor prayers in regards to Mesorea's actions. The participation of the cloud-wreathed cloud dragon in the melee would force Emilia to halt her attack prematurely. However, in the corner of her field of view, she saw Mesorea floating in the sky with an empty expression and no indication of wanting to interfere with Madeline's predicament. Emilia, weird, but in this situation, Mesorea staying still helped her out a lot. When Mesorea had made its appearance from the sky, being summoned by Madeline's voice, Emilia's realization had been that she had been cornered into an even more hopeless situation. However, by the looks of it, Madeline and Mesorea were not cooperating at all, continuously switching between one of them attacking on their own and the other standing idly by. From Emilia's perspective, It was pretty much a one-on-one in which the opponents would tag in and tag out. Of course, Emilia's stamina was still slowly being whittled away, and she could not think of Madeline nor of Mesorea as opponents that she could easily take down in a one-on-one fight. Nevertheless, Madeline, why, oh, Emilia, sorry, Madeline, I think it would have been better if I could have had a proper chat with you. But since you refuse to listen, I'm going to need you to be obedient now. Madeline, gah! Madeline's whole body violently creaked, and she flashed her sharp fangs as her eyes blazed. However, once the inner part of her body had been chilled to the very core of its core, even the extremely stout and vigorous dragonkin was unable to avoid having her freedom snatched away. Madeline. Her blood and flesh, her bones and skin, all of it was frozen white, and Madeline was imprisoned in ice by Emilia. It had concluded just before Madeline's hand, which she had suddenly stretched out, could reach Emilia's chest. With her hand still pointed at Madeline, Emilia looked at the immobile girl and let out a long exhale. Emilia, that was a close one. Patting her chest in relief, Emilia lowered her eyebrows at the young girl that had been colored white. She did not feel delighted nor regretful for having won or lost. Above all else, this did not mark the end quite yet. Emilia, Mesere. You may not understand what I'm saying, but you need to stop fighting. If you really can't communicate no matter what, then go home for today. Emilia had considered the possibility that Mesarea would become incredibly angry the moment she defeated Madeline, so she was slightly relieved to see that Mesarea had not made any movement. However, unable to let that relief slip through to her expression, Emilia glared at Mesarea with a sharp look on her face. It was trying to act like she still had plenty of strength left in her. However, the truth was that Emilia did not have much strength remaining, in actual fact. Although she had succeeded in freezing Madeline in ice, she would need to keep Madeline chilled in order to maintain her in that frozen state. That, too, required the continued use of energy. Hence, even though she had stopped Madeline, it would be very difficult to fight Mesarea. If possible, the best thing Mesarea could do would be to turn back from here. That was why, Emilia, in the case that you still want to keep going, then I also have a plan. With a sharp glare in her eyes, Emilia declared such to Mesarea. A lie it was. Even though she had stated it with immense confidence, her glare set on Mesarea, it was an outright lie that Emilia had any kind of plan. She thought that if she insisted, perhaps Mesarea would think Emilia was dangerous and run away. It was a bluff, something that seldom came from Emilia, and one that followed Subaru's and Arto's examples. Mesarea, I am Mesarea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. A bluff to which a deep, low voice from Mesorea's mouth replied so. Emilia became disheartened by Mesorea's undecipherable behavior, as it was unclear whether or not it could see what was before its eyes, but she was determined not to be defeated and did not decrease the severity of her gaze. And then Mesorea, I am Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine, Emilia. Ha, Mesorea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child. Mesorea's words, which it had repeated over and over and over again no matter what she herself spoke, were cut off halfway through, immediately began to falter, and did not continue after. It was not just that. Mesorea, who had been staying peacefully within the snowy sky, frowned somewhat painfully, its large head starting to sway from side to side. Emilia, what's wrong all of a sudden? Does your head hurt? Seeing the changes born in Mesorea, Emilia's amethyst eyes widened in surprise. It would only be natural that Mesorea would lash out in anger after Madeline had been encased in ice. It would be very troubling were it to do just that, but that would be easier to accept than this kind of weird reaction. Overhead, with those worries in Emilia's mind, Mesorea's movements came to an abrupt halt. Mesorea, the dragon, which had been shaking its head in pain, suddenly looked down with a serene expression. Met with the gaze of those white eyes, on a face that had grown out a long beard, Emilia let out a short ah. Now, for the first time, she felt as if she had been seen by Mesorea's eyes. In other words, it was a sign of will and intelligence dwelling within Mesorea's eyes. Emilia, finally we can talk, Mesorea. I do believe I told you, human. Emilia, ha! With a low voice, resounding as if the sky had roared, the dragon turned its head to face Emilia. It was pierced by its gaze, however. Emilia's body stiffened because of a different shock. She had been gazed upon by something mightier than herself. That was not what had surprised her. The reason was because the violent emotion in its voice was just like the one that had just been directed at her just a few moments before. No, because it was exactly the same. Indeed, as if to confirm the stiffened Emilia's surprise, the dragon continued. Mesorea, this dragon doesn't friggin' have anything to say to you. Emilia, madel upon seeing something unbelievable, Emilia involuntarily ceased her movement. Turning towards Emilia, the dragon opened its mouth. Then it simply exhaled. That breath became a white light, and the true essence of the cloud dragon filled the world. The dreadfulness of when a definite will dwelled within the dragon's power rained mercilessly down upon Emilia. The influence of the battalion intervening from the west had spread across every corner of the battlefield. Of course, the ones most affected by this battalion were those of the garrison at the fourth bastion, which was brought to the brink of collapse after suffering unparalleled damage in one fell swoop. However, even if it had not been affected directly, it could be said that the third bastion was influenced the most by the changes the Pleiades battalion had had on the state of the battle. Originally, the soldiers sent to the third bastion with the purpose of nullifying one of the trump cards of the imperial capital Lupugana, the magic crystal cannon, had supposedly been forsaken. Zika, having been told of the plan by Abel, had been prepared to sacrifice himself. Thanks to his maneuvering, some of his forces, the people of Shadrach, had escaped the magic crystal cannon's line of fire, a minor deviation when compared to the damage that was supposed to have been dealt to the third bastion. In any case, at this point in time, the expectation was that the forces at the third bastion would have been lost. Once they had not been lost, remaining in the field, Abel's initial calculations, which had been based on the premise that the rebels would suffer a painful defeat, had been thwarted. However, there should be nothing wrong with those forces surviving. Immediately correcting the miscalculation, Abel adjusted the original strategy to the current situation. As a result, Zika, that is High Countess Serena Dracroy's flying dragon squadron. Amidst the battle with the stone golems, the sword-wielding Zika whispered this while on his beloved horse lady. His round eyes turned towards the azure sky, half deprived of its color to tonalities of white and red flying above the various battlefields. Winged brethren clashed, turning their fangs onto each other. On one side was a flock of natural-born flying dragons rampaging, as per the orders of the flying dragon general, Madeline Eschart, their untamed ferocity unleashed. Pitted against them was a squadron of flying dragons carrying their partners, the flying dragon riders, on their winged backs, their blades of ferocity in their trusty sheaths. The wild, unmanned flying dragons clearly outnumbered the flying dragon riders, but anyone would agree that the latter were far more skillful in aerial combat. While the wild flying dragons were overflowing with ferocity, swinging their claws and fangs with violence, the skills of the flying dragon riders were far more splendid and refined in comparison. Avoiding the fangs with dexterous moves that completely disregarded their airborne state, the flying dragon riders employed their weapons to pierce the wings of the wild flying dragons, felling them one after another. Zika, what a staggering difference. Only Zika, who was acquainted with the flying dragon riders general as a general second class of the empire, could tell which of them was hopelessly outclassed, the wild flock of flying dragons being led by Madeline. Nonetheless, the violence of numbers was difficult to handle, and the fact that the fortified city had been completely overwhelmed by their sheer numbers was a deep thorn in his heart. This perception was about to be overturned once again. For better or worse, he was about to witness the true strength of flying dragon taming, a tradition of the empire, with his own eyes. Zika, I must push onward to inform His Excellency about the success of his plan. As Abel played his card, the flying dragon squadron of High Countess Dracray, the air supremacy of the flying dragon flock was diminished, allowing Zika to ascertain his surroundings. Although he had charged at the front for the sake of the troop morale, Zika was by no means competent as a fighter during live combat. He would instead order timely formation instructions and advance further into the heart of the enemy lines. He would advance further towards General First Class Meguro Hagen, who had assimilated with the castle wall, a threat which had all but abated thus far. Zika, I pray Miss Beatrice is safe." And so, as Zika raised his sword, a corner of his mind was occupied with the girl with pale-colored hair, wearing a gorgeous dress, the all but certain savior of his life, Beatrice. The moment the magic crystal cannon had been unleashed, as Zika was prepared to face death, he saw the figure of a girl throwing herself in front of the incoming light to repel it somehow. Beatrice was small to begin with, but high up in the sky, she appeared to be the size of a pebble. Still, Zika was convinced that that had indubitably been Beatrice. To never mistake a woman he had once beheld with his eyes, that was Zika's special skill. Therefore, Zika was able to say with definite certainty that the one who had been able to deal with the magic crystal cannon's shot had been Beatrice. The problem was that he too was certain that no one could accomplish such a feat without a cost. "Zika, please be unharmed." He would wholeheartedly raise his voice for Beatrice to be awarded with the greatest medal of honor for rewriting this predicament, but above anything else, he wished for her to be safe and secure. But Zika, who had avoided certain death in the middle of the battle, had a role to play as a general. So all Zika could do was pray that the entirety of his remaining fortune may fall to that girl. Meanwhile, much like Zika, who was praying for the safety of the one who had just contributed so much on the front line, Tarita had witnessed the moment the magic crystal cannon had unnaturally vanished, and just who had accomplished it. "Tarita, I was told to back off, but luckily I had a clear view of the battlefield. The rebels had been hit hard, but had managed to get back on their feet." Zika, who had been about to launch an assault with them, had ordered the people of Shadrach to provide cover from the rear. The decision to not include the Shadrach in the general strike, to which Maiselder had obviously raised a complaint, had been accepted by Tarita, since Zika of all people would have thought this order through. As for that, however, there was no way. There's no way that only we are unable to help in any way, we Shadrach are being looked down upon. Tarita, sister. Looking back on what had happened, Maiselder had every right to voice her anger. The Crystal Palace in the imperial capital was originally the castle where Abel lived. It was hard to believe that Abel did not know about the magic crystal cannon, and Zika's unnatural instructions were also difficult to take in. Perhaps it had been Zika's own judgment to have the Shadrachians stand down. Zika had been ready to become a sacrificial pawn, and the Shadrachians had been prevented from following suit. Maiselder had stated they were being looked down upon, but that probably was not entirely true. It had been Zika's decision, born of compassion. However, Tarita, I too feel the same way as you, sister. I'm not happy with Zika's concern. Tarita came to the same conclusion as the belligerent Maiselder. Known as the womanizer, Zika knew how to treat women with more than just a certain amount of respect, and neither Tarita nor anyone else had any right to say anything about how he should behave. However, neither Tarita nor anyone else from the people of Shadrach had any obligation to let anyone dictate their ways. So Tarita gripped her bow with force, then declaring, "Tarita, let's take that complaint directly to Zika." Maiselder, a good response. At this rate, Zika and Jamal will take all the good stuff from us. You hear that, brethren? Maiselder, dexterously thrusting her prosthetic leg into the earth and raising a large machete, called out to her compatriots. All of the arrayed Shadrach responded to Maiselder's words and Tarita's readiness with their eyes, faces, and voices, as if they were of the same mind. Then, with great enthusiasm, they headed towards the front line of the third bastion protected by Meguro Hagging. Just as the Shadrach's group was about to march on. Seems like there's quite the motivated group here. Hearing a cold, dry voice, Tarita and Maiselder turned around. Tarita instantly grabbed an arrow from her quiver, knocking her bow, and lowered herself to a ready stance. The appearance of the other party had been so abrupt that it made the people of Shadrach raise their vigilance. However, the caution of Tarita and the others quickly melted at the sight of the other person's appearance. Slowly stepping on the grass, approaching from the rear of the people of Shadrach's party, was a girl with pink-colored hair swaying in the wind, and above all else, a girl with a familiar face. No, that was not accurate either, the reason being that the girl before them was a person different from the one bearing the face that Tarita and the others knew. For some reason, you people are staring at me with complete wonder. Is it because I appeared out of thin air? In that case, the answer to that mystery is, I jumped off of a flying dragon. Tarita, and no, that's not what we're surprised about. If so, then out with it. Meiselder, your face looks exactly like that of a girl we know. The pink-haired girl tilted her head at the Shudrak's gaze. Once Meiselder answered the girl's question, she took a light glance at the girl's light crimson eyes. Then, with a short breath, the girl let out an "Is that so?" Did you get along well with that girl bearing the same face as I? Meiselder. At least, we were rather fond of her. With a stern nod, Meiselder answered the question of the girl with light crimson eyes. It was perhaps a statement made on behalf of all of them, but Tarita had no objection to it, and all of Shadrakians had an inkling of the identity of the girl in front of them. Natsuki Subaru had once mentioned it. He had stated that the girl had a twin sister. The twin sister, darning a face identical to that of the girl Tarita and her group were acquainted, muttered, "And is that so?" once more, and then, "In that case, Ram is sure she and you guys will get along just fine." While stating that, the girl Ram stepped forward as if the way had been cleared for her, standing before Tarita and Meiselder like it was a matter of course. As she gazed into those light crimson eyes, Tarita nodded. Tarita, yes, I hope so. What's the situation? Ram. Ram has gotten the gist of it. I assume that there aren't any cowardly women here right now. Am I correct? Looking around at the faces of the Shudrak, Ram quietly spoke. She was able to see through the reason why the people of Shudrak were positioning themselves so far away from the battle for the third bastion occurring right in front of them. After seeing through it and acknowledging the thoughtfulness of the matter, she spoke. Ram, men say things like, "I'm worried about you, Tilda, and you'd better stay back, Tilda." But Ram would rather prove them wrong and tell them to mind their own business. Tarita, I agree. Stating that, standing beside Ram, who was holding a wand, Tarita repeatedly nodded silently. Compassion, care, and concern on the battlefield were not welcomed by the Shudrak. Rather, these ways they had once discarded had to be taught to them. With Ram feeling a certain realization, she faced forward with Tarita following suit. Then Meiselder lined up across from Ram, bearing a wild smile on her face. And Tarita, I've never met you before, but I'm convinced you, just like Ram, are a warrior. With a thud, there came a shock that resonated to his very core, as if his internal organs had taken a hit from a heavy weight. Those out-of-the-ordinary sensations continued once, twice, thrice, 4 times, while the strain seemingly increased. As the feeling of shackles around his hands and feet impeded his movements, one after another, he gave in to his violent urges to shake them off and step over them. However, your approach is too straightforward. Kafma might let you get away with this, but I ain't gonna head into a fight with an opponent all haphazardly from the outset. Ka. With 5 fingers of his outstretched, the old man's face sank into the ground and disappeared, leaving behind his ridicule. Immediately after looking him in the eye, he recalled the signs happening behind himself and launched a backhand, splendidly so. From the tremendous response he felt, his opponent's spine had been shattered, but the rebound he had sensed told him that he had hit something that was not the old man. Looking at it, it appeared to be one of the corpses on the battlefield, which the old man had flung out from the sunken ground. By the time he realized that he had been successfully duped, it was already too late. Looky here, you're getting caught again. The body flung over the backhand, and his shoulder was struck from behind. In other words, the vicious old man Albert had not moved from the ground he had dived into, but simply leapt to another location. The small old man, having only casually touched his shoulder, escaped backwards while showing off his fine set of teeth. He had merely touched him. He had neither struck nor slashed him. Was he just playing around, or was he insulting him? No, Albert never did things without meaning. There was always a meaning, a meaning, a meaning. Who? The moment his thoughts turned red-hot, an even greater heat arose on his right shoulder, where he had been touched. Taking a glance, Albert's handprint stood out, having been stamped in red upon his shoulder. From the handprint blood seeped, and smoke was emitted, as it attempted to burn skin, flesh, and bone. Immediately after determining it to be poison, there was no hesitation. Garfield opened his mouth wide to bite off the shoulder on which the red handprint had been imprinted, tearing off the poison eating away at him. The taste of his own poisoned flesh and blood was terrible, as the bones his fangs grazed brought him unbearable pain. However, the pain was only momentary. The deep gouge that was the shoulder wound emitted steam originating from blood as the wound was restored by a tremendous surge of flesh. Albert, that might be the best move, but you sure are a recklesson. Garfield, breathing heavily, was then struck square on the nose by a kick from Albert. His head snapped back from the astonishingly powerful kick of the puny-looking old man, his nose was broken, and Garfield was blown off his feet. With that, he tumbled and flipped across the rough ground, then coming to lie with his whole body stretched out, spread-eagled. Were it not for Garfield's sturdy neck, the kick would have detached his head and sent it flying. However, his head and torso had remained connected. Slowly lifting his hand, he placed it on his broken nose, and with one breath he put it back in place. A harsh sound echoed, and the flow of his nosebleed ameliorated. Albert, geez, Bane hard tar kills a weapon in its own right. Not in the sentimental sense, but in the physical sense. You're too much trouble, you know. Looking at the painful sight, Albert sighed in exasperation. Just how many times had this vicious old man, who was waving his left hand in the air, attacked Garfield with such relentlessness? At the very least, the vicious old man could not count them with the fingers on his only remaining arm. Garfield, shut the fuck up, old man. This ain't over. With blood-colored mist emanating from his shoulder with intensity, Garfield slowly rose to his feet. Bearing countless scars on his bare upper body, with the aftermath of his fierce battle with Kafma Urulux still fresh in his mind, he clashed with one of the strongest in the Empire, yet his fighting spirit still remained unwavering. Even by the standards of the Empire, many soldiers would recognize his bravery as impressive and admirable. But unfortunately, he was facing a monstrous old man, a person who cared not for the values of a warrior in the slightest. Shrugging, Albert looked at him with an expression devoid of any admiration whatsoever. Albert, I can't hassle myself too much with you alone, can I? For some reason, the walls I've been slipping through have got more of a weird smell to them. There are some troublesome people out there, so things might get problematic if I don't head back, you know. Garfield, some troublesome people. Albert, you can probably hear 'em if you prick up your ears. Don't tell me you can't hear better than an old geezer like me. As Albert cupped his hand to his ear, Garfield realized it himself as he narrowed his vision. Vexing as it was, once he did take a careful listen, he understood what Albert was talking about. Indeed, he was able to feel the sound of many extraordinarily powerful footsteps were shaking the earth, sensing the very atmosphere of this battlefield in his eardrums and on the soles of his feet as well. Albert, nah, you can't be for real. How brave do you gotta be to leave yourself defenseless in front of me? A moment later, explosives thrown by Albert during this gap in attention exploded to the left and to the right of Garfield's head. A thunderous boom and red light spread alongside searing heat, exhibiting power that would easily reduce a human being to dust, and Garfield's figure disappeared in the resulting blast of flame. Albert, well, that's a tad, and right after Albert focused his eyes into the flames raging on. Garfield, Gar. The moment Garfield had been swallowed by the explosion, he had rushed towards Albert shouting, using the flames as a distraction. He had supposed that Albert would make a move were he to show an opening. He did not know what exactly he had been plotting, but he gambled successfully. Garfield's arms closed in on Albert, who had been blinded by his own attack, and Albert, so green you are, young fella. His outstretched arms were crushed, and opening his eyes in surprise, Garfield took an upwards punt to the jaw. As his face rose in height, Albert leaped, stamping a foot of his on Garfield's face. On one leg, Albert stood on Garfield's face on one leg as the latter looked upwards, and in that position the evil old man looked off into the distance, as if to tease the boy. Albert, the troops Kafma pulled back'll be enough to defend this place. No one's gonna get out of here without you. With this deliberate statement, Albert declared his intent to no longer continue this battle. With bloodshot eyes, Garfield raised his arms despite his elbows being broken, attempting to crush Albert's minuscule frame atop his face. But Albert jumped just in time to avoid both arms. During his flip, the right sleeve of the monstrous elder fluttered in the wind. Albert, I do suppose you'll die if your head's blown off, won't you? Following this cold death sentence, Garfield felt the sensation of a drawn blade running down his spine, so he put all his strength into his neck muscles and attempted to leap away from his spot. The chest. The next moment, guided by the voice he heard, he unconsciously brought his fists together in front of his chest. Ah! A hoarse voice faintly groaned, followed by a series of violent noises ringing out, noises of steel being shattered. What his fists had shattered, having been knocked against each other in front of his chest, was a blade that had been thrust in front of Garfield, was Albart, having lunged as to pierce his opponent's heart with a concealed blade that took the place of the right arm he had lost. With the tip of the blade shallowly buried in his chest, Garfield's body stepped towards the back. Had he been even slightly slower to react, Garfield's heart would have been carved open, undoubtedly taking his life. No matter how powerful his regenerative ability was, even he could not replace a missing heart. Had he disobeyed that advice and stayed vigilant about his neck, he would have perished. Even though he knew that, Garfield, fuck off. Oh, that rudeness is so disheartening, Tilda, to hear. I thought I'd at least get to hear some words of thanks. As Garfield clicked his tongue, his back was being supported by someone standing behind him. Even more, once his body weight had pressed on the one to his back, he could just feel a hint of a wry smile coming from the one supporting him. Feeling even more annoyed from this, Garfield's nose wrinkled up. In general, Garfield was not good at hating people, but amongst the types of people he hated was the one in front of him, Albart. However, the person he unmistakably despised the most was standing right behind him. Being caught in between two hated people, this was the worst possible situation for Garfield. Garfield, after my amazing self crushes that old man, you're next. Your habit of taking things out on me finally reaches its peak, huh? In a way, isn't me being the one who has come here a stroke of luck? You wouldn't want Ram to see you in this state, would you? Garfield, Garfield's throat growled frailly as a nerve was struck. The one behind Garfield chuckled at the latter's reaction. Albart, whose concealed blade had been shattered, watched this back and forth from a short distance away, speaking Albart. I did say those who pass that line on the ground over there are pretty much gonna die, aight. Pardon me, old man, I didn't quite hear anything about that. After all, I just came down from the sky. Albart, from the sky, you say? Glancing skyward, Albart closed one eye. Even his seemingly lethargic appearance was just part of the trickery employed by this old man to lead his opponents around by the nose. Garfield exhaled as he restrained himself from inadvertently leaping forward. He pulled the tip of the blade out of his chest, filling in the wound as he did so. And Garfield, if you're here, Ram is on a different battlefield. I told her to back off, but she didn't listen. Garfield, to no one's surprise, and you went out of your way to come here. Of course, I also intend to be somewhat useful. I wonder if I should dub you fortunate, though. As he said this, the two set their gaze upon the troublesome, vicious old man, and the man no longer stood behind Garfield, but next to him. Not wearing his usual makeup, instead exposing his unfamiliar real face, the man Roswell L. Mathers closed his one blue eye as to hide his identity. Roswell. After all, I've fought to the death with Shinobi in the past. With a deeply vicious smile, one that rivaled his enemies, he stated thus. The moment the light was released, its power imbued with will, Emilia had a vision of her own death. Her competitive spirit was strong. She never lost hope under any circumstances. For Emilia, who had strengthened her guts with that attitude, it had been a devastating thing. Emilia. In her head, a small Emilia was screaming that she needed to move immediately. However, her body would not respond with which way she should move, right or left. Even though she would usually move without thinking, she was unable to do so. The reason for that was that her heart, rather than her head, had immediately sensed that there was no place to escape, be it right or left, be it forward or backward. Emilia. Icicle line. So, instead of running away, Emilia had chosen to guard against it, no, to deflect it. She created a thick wall of ice in front of herself, which would make the light slide over its slanted surface. Whether she would indeed be able to pull it off or not, she would do it with the conviction that she had to do it. When the dragon's breath had been loosened from Garrel's skies, Emilia had immediately chosen the same manner of defense. However, Priscilla had been present at the time, and she had managed to cut through and disperse the light that Emilia had weakened, even if a little, with the red treasured sword in her possession. This time, Priscilla was not there. Emilia was alone. She did not know if she would be able to do the same thing. However, she had to accomplish the same thing. Emilia, Me and the people behind me at a glance. Emilia knew that there was no chance that the power of the light that had been released would blow away her and her alone. Earlier, a light of a similar kind had been fired in the distance, but it only resembled this one. This light would assuredly sweep the battlefield whole and destroy everything. So, Emilia, do your best, me. She braced her legs, created a wall of ice in front of her body, and tightly squeezed the sword of frost in her hand. She had created the ice sword because Priscilla had used her treasured sword to cut through the breath. This ice sword did not hold power similar to the power the treasured sword held, but she had created it to give her good luck. That, and Emilia's bracing, where she put forth her all, was Mesorea. Friggin, disappear, human. The breath was released, and white light poured down, closing in on Emilia. The fact that the voice had come forth from Mesorea's throat, the origin of the anger dwelling in its eyes, in that moment she forgot all of it. She forgot and braced herself. And then, the moment when that breath obliterated the wall of ice, swallowing even Emilia. After trying to align her ice sword with the light, Emilia's eyes widened in surprise. The light that had been emitted would have reached Emilia, but instead, it had just slightly veered off to the side. Even so, an enormous shockwave was produced, almost tearing off Emilia's silver hair and clothes. While bracing herself and enduring it, Emilia looked at Mesorea to see what had happened. Mesorea had released a breath, but its head was turned upwards and to the side. It was not that it had changed its mind right before it happened. The orientation of its neck had been forcibly changed, due to an impact from a deadly weapon that had struck it in the face from the side, the flying winged blade. Emilia, that's got to be what I threw over there. It was Madeline's weapon of choice, the flying winged blade, which Emilia had accidentally hurled far away when trying to cast it right back at the former. It had slammed into Mesorea's face. No way, Emilia said, her eyes widening. Emilia, could it be that it now came back after I threw it? Ha 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 ha, that's a really dreamy and wonderful thing to imagine. But unfortunately, no. It was stuck over yonder, so I just kicked it off. Emilia, Kaya. Having imagined a miraculous coincidence, Emilia was greatly surprised by the voice of a smooth-talking companion. Once Emilia turned around flustered, she came to see the owner of the voice crouching down right beside her, staring fixedly at the ice sword in her hand. This is wonderful, quite the beautiful craftsmanship. I've been thinking that a legendary sword is what's appropriate for me to carry around, but were I to carry things just for looks, I want to put this on my list of candidates. Emilia, ooh, thanks. No, no, if anyone should be saying thank you, it should be me. Person to whom that voice belonged was a boy with blue hair tied back, smiling cheerfully at Emilia, who had not expected to be praised in such a situation. Hence, she thanked him out of reflex. He straightened his bent knees and stood up then, blue-haired boy, the blue sky split and shared by lights white and red. I was wondering which way to go, but once I came rushing in, I found a big dragon and a beautiful woman waiting for me, as expected of me. Don't you think my pull is too strong? Emilia, ooh, blue-haired boy, don't you think it's too strong? After being asked once more with those sparkling eyes, Emilia felt compelled to answer, replying, I think it's really strong. At Emilia's response, the boy's smile deepened into a satisfied smirk, and blue-haired boy, right. Saying that, he took a step forward from beside Emilia into the gaze of the cloud dragon. Emilia hesitated in saying, that's dangerous, in an attempt to stop him. There was a sense of pressure. But it was not caused by the gigantic dragon, but by the small back in front of her. Because of what that out-of-place, cheerful boy had caused, blue-haired boy, the grand stage has come around. Everyone come and witness. Don't blink, don't miss out on the big moment of the blue lightning, of Cecilis Segmund, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Not taking even a single step back in the face of the transcendent dragon, the boy Cecilis Segmund thus loudly and majestically proclaimed. Arc 7, Chapter 101, Love is a Flame. Machine translated by Bruce F. Datches M. Archbishop, Archbishop, 297, proofread by MPS Devil Archbishop, #750 Blade Japanese, to English checking by Senkel Archbishop Ice Art Sources, Punibaba Sibakan. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Ah, among the battlefields that painted the struggle for the imperial capital, two places had transformed into scenes that stood out in particular. One of those places was the second bastion, where the cloud dragon that had arrived from beyond the skies majestically spread its wings, the scene having been dyed white in order to prevent damage from spreading to the surroundings. The other place was the first bastion, where the scorching hot sky had been colored red at the center of it. All was the power of a young woman, having made the environment so harsh that the survival of any living organism present was in peril. Flickering much like a shimmer of hot air, Arakia cast her bodies onto the vermilion heavens. Making an ample display of her capability as a spirit eater, Arakia had transformed the world. It was already a hellscape that ate away at the lives of those who lacked power that transcended the realm of rationality. Arakia, I will definitely take back the princess. That was the primary reason, the single reason that Arakia had taken to the battlefield like this. It had not been out of loyalty or patriotism as a general first class of the empire. It had not been for pride or dignity in being one of the strongest existences that were the 9 divine generals. It had not been out of anger for her kind. It had not been for any malicious thoughts, such as own ambitions whatsoever. The other divine generals each possessed their own motivations and reasons for fighting. She possessed not any such noble basis on which to support such strength. Nevertheless, serving as the strongest force on the side of the imperial capital, Arakia II reigned supreme over the battlefield. However, considering her origin, considering the fact that she was a spirit eater, that was a matter of course. Having strength being demanded from them, and employing it not for themselves, but for the sake of others, was the way of being of the spirit eaters, and Arakia was no exception to that. In the first place, spirit eaters were extraordinary creatures that could only have such a nature. Spirits were beings present everywhere throughout the lands far and wide, in addition to the skies. By eating those spirits, taking in their power, the spirit eaters would become one with them. It was an outlandish action equivalent to taking nature itself into one's own body. So inevitably, there would be a wide variety of effects, both large and small. If one took in a fire spirit, their body temperature would rise. If one took in a wind spirit, there was the danger that the inside of their bodies would be torn apart. If one took in a water spirit, it could put the circulation of one's blood at risk. If one took in an earth spirit, it was possible that they would become one with the earth, and the possibility of even losing their human form existed. In fact, because of those side effects, many aspiring spirit eaters had ceased to be human. Created in ancient times to oppose a lone witch who charmed all, whom even the wordless Great Spirit obeyed, they were beings devised for the purpose of fighting, much like the Oni clan that could sense miasma. After the death of that witch, the spirit eaters of the present day had lost their original purpose, but zeroing in on that power and utility, a faction within the Valatian Empire sought to restore them. Arakia, too, was nothing more than a single person recognized for her rare abilities within that endeavor. Her rare talents were the two foundations required for a spirit eater, that was to say. She possessed a body that could withstand taking in a spirit, and a soul that could remain human even after subsuming a spirit. In the first place, the method by which the spirit eaters extracted power from spirits was an unconventional technique, and the method of bypassing various conditions to extract nothing, but their power was accompanied by a great many risks. That was the big difference between them and the spiritual arts users who borrowed the power of spirits, and also the acolyte knights from the holy kingdom of Gustico who gained their power through a system of vassalage. For the latter, too, effort was required to establish a relationship with the target spirit. But if a contract had been established, there was no danger in using their power as long as the relationship with the spirit did not break down. On the other hand, even just to maintain their power, spirit eaters needed to constantly replenish themselves with new spirits, and they would be constantly terrified by the possibility of losing their physical and mental selves with each replenishment. If their mind and body succumbed to the spirit, even once, their body would permanently lose its original form, and their mind would assimilate with the spirit, dragged into a dimension that was not that of humans. One, on the other hand, an overly strong ego would greatly hinder one's affinity with spirits, making it impossible to achieve the full potential of a spirit eater in the first place. Therefore, in order to be in harmony with the power of the spirit they had taken in, a spirit eater would be required to have an almost diluted sense of self and ego. However, as mentioned above, an ego that was too weak would invite an easy assimilation with the captured spirit, and there was a high chance that they would lose their humanity. To prevent that from happening, spirit eaters were bestowed with a pillar that was to say, a core, one which took the place of their weak ego and sense of self, and kept them from losing sight of themselves. The function of imprinting, akin to when a newly hatched bird would think of the first one it gazed upon as its parent bird, was deeply rooted into the instincts of the spirit eaters, forming their foundation, just like a pillar. The tremendous power of a spirit eater would be wielded for the sake of that pillar, and the naive mind of a spirit eater would then be occupied by that pillar. Doubtlessly, a spirit eater's precise reason for existence was their pillar. Devoid of any ambition for betrayal, a spirit eater would continue to selflessly pledge service to their pillar. After many sacrifices, so numerous as to make one feel depressed if they were counted, the spirit eaters of ancient times had been resurrected in the present day. Even the people of the empire could not possibly justify this success, considering the number of lives that had been paid. Therefore, the girl who had become the sole instance of completion, as an existence with invaluable abilities, was presented to the emperor of the time, Draisen Valatia, and Draisen had bestowed her as a foster sister to one of the daughters that had inherited his own blood. It was unknown what impression the Emperor Draisen Valatia had harbored for the girl that had been presented to him, or for what reason he had bestowed her to his own daughter. If there was one thing that could be said, it was that the girl functioned exactly as the faction that had planned to revive the power of the spirit eaters had desired. So Draisen had decided on the pillar for the girl who was presented to him. And above all else, as a spirit eater, Arakia had been perfected as an existence that was more obstreperously powerful than any of her predecessors who had once been called upon to fight against the witch. After the world had begun to overheat in a complete mockery of common sense, the mere act of breathing would sear one's lungs. The blood vessels running through one's body would swell due to the heat. Even the teardrops with which parched eyes were moistened would evaporate. In that environment, where life was being consumed moment by moment, any half-hearted approach would not permit someone to do as much as to draw near enough to make them able to ascertain the color of Erakia's eyes. No matter their nature, they would be left behind, thirsting, withering away and dying, unable to keep up with the world transfigured. For that reason, with the exception of Arakia, the one at the center of this alteration of the world, only two people stood on that vast land overlooked by a red sky, Yorna and Priscilla. Even Yorna and Priscilla were unable to escape the feeling that their lives were being slowly eaten away. Yorna, HK. With a noise ringing out, a fourth hairpin broke apart, and Yorna's cheeks stiffened at the sense of loss. Due to the effect of the soul marriage technique, the many offerings made to Yorna would be granted the ability to stand in for her life. Thanks to this, Yorna had not suffered physical injuries, and her movements were unhindered, even when fighting the literal monster that was Arakia. However, Yorna, if only I could get rid of this pain in my chest. Standing in for Yorna's life was, in and of itself, proof of the love that had been put into these gifts. The hairpins were by no means outstandingly designed, nor were they expensive. They were merely various things that had been offered by the residents of the city under Yorna's protection, using their own horns, scales, and body parts. There was only love, respect, and trust. Therefore, no price could be put on them. Priscilla, the hairpin shattered. Just like the other hair ornament a moment ago, they are slowly being whittled away, dear mother. Then, as the shattered pieces of the plain ornament trickled through Yorna's fingers, Priscilla landed next to her with the train of her red dress fluttering. Wielding the dizzyingly radiant Yang sword, Priscilla's beautiful profile revealed her fearless expression. At her remark, Yorna slightly narrowed her eyes and spoke, Yorna, needless to say, to treat the gifts of my beloved children as a mere number of substitutes for my life, is utterly loathsome. Priscilla, what an adorable thing for someone extending their life by transferring it for nigh an eternity to say, dear mother. Are you hesitant to call me, who has never presented a single gift to you, your beloved child? Yorna. Priscilla, incapable of playing along, are we? Then I shall speak pragmatically, just as you wish. Shrugging her exposed, pale shoulders, Priscilla turned her gaze forwards. To this attitude and tone Yorna retorted, pragmatically, you say. In response to this, Priscilla slightly raised her chin. Priscilla, how much longer can we fight with that thing, I wonder? Priscilla turned her crimson eyes up towards the sky. Immediately following, a torrent of water spears rained down upon Priscilla and Yorna. Yorna, HK. Gritting her teeth, Yorna braced herself for the fierce downpour of rods of water by lying face down. While the beams of water had each been compressed to be as thick as a single finger, it would be better if the power employed to achieve were not belittled as the strength of a single finger. The densely compressed torrent, piercing through everything standing in its path, felling any potential threats without mercy, was capable of tearing someone limb from limb in a single fatal blow. To wield such a delicately difficult technique that required an enormous amount of water to crudely split the ground open so effortlessly. Except for the inherent danger, none of it seemed consistent. Yorna, HK, Priscilla. Laying face down and pouring all her efforts into evading the downpour of water beams, Yorna called out the name of Priscilla, who was utilizing the yang sword to deflect the torrent of water. As she brandished this radiant treasured sword, Priscilla successively cut down streams of water, rendering them completely ineffective, even though double the number of water spears had been aimed at her in comparison to Yorna. Between Yorna and Priscilla, it was easy to guess which one Arakia attached more importance to based off the sheer volume of water. Yorna. The dance-like swordsmanship of Priscilla whirling the crimson blade through the air was a mesmerizing sight of gracefulness. However, one could hardly say that she had fully repelled Erakia's assault. Just like how she had alluded to the remaining ornaments on Yorna's body a moment ago, Priscilla had also had much of the jewelry adorning her beauty shattered over the course of the battle. It was not only Yorna who had a limited time remaining. Priscilla, even if you blow off my limbs, was it? What a macabre hope to be entranced in. As Priscilla received a piercing attack to her ample bosom, a jewel of her necklace exploded. Priscilla's crimson eyes did not bat at the fate of the jewel standing in for her life, but instead they were fixated solely on Erakia's figure in the sky. However, seeing Priscilla's profile looking at Erakia, Yorna could not believe her eyes. For a moment, it was hard to believe what flickered across those crimson eyes. It was Yorna. Do you regret it, Priscilla, the way Erakia is? Priscilla. Nonsense. Everything in this world is made for my convenience. Snorting in response to Yorna's question, Priscilla leaned forward to run. The way she had left her mother behind to rush to her estranged foster sibling made it seem like she was hiding her feelings for both of them in order not to look into their eyes. Yorna, I'm full of regrets as well. Yorna did not know what kind of encounters and partings there had been between Priscilla and Erakia. Albeit she had been in a position to know, the opportunity to learn about it had been snatched away alongside her life. In her previous incarnation, Yorna had lost her life while delivering Priscilla, a difficult childbirth it had been. After that, the imperial selection ceremony had taken place, and the daughter of Valatia's imperial family, Prisca Benedict, had also been defeated in battle, losing her life. That was supposedly the entirety of the life belonging to the daughter Yorna's previous incarnation was aware of, Sandra Benedict. And yet, Yorna, for some reason, time had passed, and circumstances had unfolded in such an implausible way, and thus Yorna had been able to reunite with Priscilla. They had met each other once more not as Sandra and Prisca, but as Yorna and Priscilla, and through a miracle that should never have been possible originally, mother and child were going through this red hell together. Yes, they would go together. Arakia, princess. Muttering this word briefly, Arakia's entire body literally overflowed with power. Whether it was fire or water, wind or earth, light or shadow, the being of infinite transformations that used the entire composition of the world, poured all of her energy towards Priscilla coming in hot. Priscilla charged in with a shout as if to make her stance apparent, about to take on the streams of water and flashes of lightning rushing toward her with nothing but her body and sword. Yorna, love me. A moment later, Priscilla's yang sword was held aloft, and the attacks of water and lightning right before her both disappeared into thin air as they were about to clash. No, they had not vanished as if smoke. Undoubtedly, they had been cut away by a slash of the yang sword. However, the sword flash drawn by the treasured sword of crimson was even more refined and blindingly fast than before. Priscilla, this is, with a slight, surprised exhalation in her voice, Priscilla's well-shaped brow furrowed. Winds of reddish flame approached her from all directions, but Priscilla did not hesitate to slash away the scorching winds with a strike, easily cleaving them away. As if to reaffirm it, Priscilla then adjusted her grip on the treasured sword and came to gently touch her own face. Her fingertips gently caressed her eyes, but she likely did not sense anything unusual. Yorna already knew that it was something entirely different from a tangible effect accompanying the flame. It was the bond Yorna shared with her beloved child, taking form as the flame that burned in their eyes. Priscilla. Priscilla stood straight, with the treasured sword of crimson in hand and her left eye ablaze. This was the proof of Yorna's protection, which had been bestowed to the inhabitants of the demon city of Chaos Flame. By conferring the soul marriage technique upon them, a portion of Yorna's power could be shared with the target she sought to protect. Originally, it was a secret technique Yorna would bestow as to protect those children of hers that lacked the strength and skills needed to fight by themselves, as they shared a bond no warrior could be endowed with. But an exception to that rule arose here and now. A being equipped with the power and technique to fight, which held a treasured sword no one outside the imperial family of Valatia was allowed to wield, had fulfilled the requirements of a beloved child Yorna wished to protect, regardless of her power. Yorna, Priscilla, Priscilla, at last you are willing to recognize myself as your own child, dear mother. Yorna, how impudent. I won't be a foolish mother who just looks as you walk off into the distance. If you're going, then I'll be going to the same hellscape as well. She did not intend to let Priscilla go any further by herself. Priscilla sniffed at Yorna's answer and permitted her resolve as she stood beside her. As proof of that, Yorna felt something strange on her face, causing her to gently move her hand there. The cause of that discomfort was in her eye, most likely. There was a flame harbored there, the same as Priscilla. The two users of the soul marriage technique, which could not be performed without qualifications, fulfilled each other's conditions and complemented each other's souls. A phenomenon that truly could never happen had happened. And then, having witnessed that, Arakia. Why? A faint voice escaped, and a gaze fell to the ground, as if a curse. Staring at Yorna and Priscilla side by side was Arakia, placed in the sky. She ran her hand over her face and the eye patch covering her left eye. Then she tore it off as if wrenching it away, and Arakia, why do you have the princesses? Laying her anger bare, Arakia displayed the red eye bereft of all light under her eye patch. Reflected in that eye incapable of sight was Yorna, and so, with that pair of red eyes on her, Arakia called out to Yorna, whose eye harbored a flame, having received the blessing of the soul marriage technique from Priscilla. And doing so was Arakia, whose eyes harbored no flame, unable to receive any blessing from Priscilla. Arakia, the princess, is mine, HK. Priscilla, make no mistake, Arakia. Even supposing your wishes were to be tolerated, and even supposing I were to concede, you would still be mine, and I would never become yours. Arakia, HK, Priscilla, and myself would never concede to anyone. At Priscilla's decisive gaze, Arakia gasped slightly. However, after that stern declaration by Priscilla, a small sound of protest had interjected. That was Priscilla. Dear mother, for what reason did you strike myself on the head? Yorna, you should not speak in such a manner. I don't remember raising my children to be so high and mighty. Priscilla, dear mother, I do not recall being raised by you in the first place. Yorna, in that case it seems that chance has finally come around. Saying that, Yorna lowered the kaisru that had struck Priscilla's head with a clunk and slowly shook her head before looking up at Arakia. In her eyes, there was an invariant anger and a slight discomposure at what had just occurred. Staring fixedly there, Yorna put the kaisru in her mouth and inhaled the purple smoke as she stood among the hellscape. And then, giving a somewhat cheerful smile that did not fit the situation, Yorna, finally, you've set your eyes on me, General First-Class Arakia. The chance has come for me to atone for my lack of virtue in failing to discipline you, together with Priscilla, as I should have. Arakia, what do you? Yorna, to put it simply, Yorna exhaled purple smoke as she took in the bewilderment that was carried in those words. Wrapped in the smoke overflowing from her lips, her eye burning with her daughter's trust, Yorna Miss Higgia, the mother that was once Sandra Benedict, Yorna. I am not a parent who cuts corners in disciplining her children. Prepare yourselves, little girls. Thus, she harshly declared. Translation notes. 1. Dimension is not meant as in a literal different dimension like the one the great rabbit was dragged into. It's more metaphorical than anything. Arc 7, Chapter 102, Wall of Resolve. Machine translated by Reimer Archbishop Archbishop 297 Kiln proofread by MPS Devil Archbishop #750 Eternitishak Japanese to English checking by Senkel GPM's Art Sources XQRC Evalia. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Todd Fang did not consider himself to be particularly cautious or meticulous. The result of him single-mindedly probing things as if were a matter of course was to close every conceivable loophole, to cover all potential outcomes, and to assume the worst in order to reduce missteps to the extent of one's capabilities. Even if all of this were to be executed, the opponent could still have prepared a strategy, action, or trump card which rendered one completely helpless with no recourse. He was aware that this was the extent of his innate abilities, a reality he had to come to terms with. Fortunately, I've never encountered such beings, and even if I did, I've been able to avoid any decisive conflict, which has allowed me to survive to this day. However, Tard, at any rate, I've been quite unlucky as of late. Looking back over the past month or two, a rather short period of time, Tard lamented to himself. The woes had begun upon being incorporated into a group of troops deployed from the imperial capital to the east. Just as he had been reminiscing about his separation from his fiancée Katia, he had made the worst possible discovery. A man and a woman had been swept down the river near their encampment, setting aside the woman. The man had set off all the bad luck that had befallen Tard thereafter. As previously mentioned, Tard did not consider himself special, yet he could not make heads or tails of that man whatsoever. He was ordinary, yet extraordinary. Few words had been exchanged, and their interactions had been short-lived, but the person in question had been completely unaware of that. Before and since then, Tard had seen several of those so-called heroic beings. While everyone was aware of the fact that their own existence was outside the norm, and that they had no choice but to walk their own unique path, that man was the only exception to the rule. It was terrifying. So, the only thing he could think about afterwards was to kill that man at any cost whenever the opportunity arose. However, once it had become clear that said goal was unobtainable, Tard immediately abandoned his plan to exterminate him, instead choosing to stay away from that pest. It was best not to get involved. It had been likewise necessary to sacrifice Jamal, the umbrella that protected him from the rain, as his only desperate recourse to rescue the captive Arakia. He had thought that by winning the favor of the more powerful and influential Arakia, he would be able to escape from the unwanted position he had been placed in. But his plan had backfired completely. As to chase vengeance for Jamal, vengeance that he did not desire, Katia had ultimately been left behind in the imperial capital, while he had to somehow make use of the empty-headed and utterly selfless Arakia, finding himself in the middle of a major rebellion against the emperor raging throughout the entire empire. Absolutely nothing, truly nothing, was going smoothly. It seemed like the beginning of all this misery had been brought onto him by that pest. So he was hoping that, at the very least, his calculations here would work out. Tard, my bad, and here I was going to get them all at once. Sneaking deep into enemy territory, he had launched a preemptive surprise attack. Todd grumbled to himself as he looked at the remaining enemies after the first round of armed troops had been disposed of. There were 3 opponents, 2 girls, and 1 delicate-looking guy. Even though he had finished off the entire contingent of soldiers present from the get-go, Todd did not consider it to be the best outcome. Rather, he accepted that the military gain had been minimal. Originally, the reason why Todd had left his post and ventured into the enemy camp was to take out an opponent who was demonstrating extraordinary capabilities in information warfare, who would be a nuisance in this battle for the imperial capital. In a large-scale battle of this magnitude, the accurate dissemination of information was a critical factor which could be the difference between life and death. Frankly, Todd believed that this was the main reason why the rebels could keep up with the Imperial Army's solid defenses and one-man armies, being the 9 divine generals, despite their only boast being strength in numbers. Speaking in terms of a human body, the commander of a group would correlate to either the head or to the heart. The crushing of both of those would be fatal, and since this was common knowledge, they were naturally protected. However, no matter how hard the head or the heart were to work, if the vessels which allowed blood to circulate did not function, the body would not be able to last. In that sense, the blood vessels were the most crucial enemies to eliminate on a battlefield, since they fulfilled the most vital role in deciding the course of the battle. Todd, it's easy to just answer, there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? Todd appraised his opponents, exchanging words that should not be exchanged. The 3 opponents appeared to be as described above, but there was no definitive proof as to which of them was the blood vessel Todd was wary of. The 2 young girls hardly seemed appropriate for the battlefield. They appeared to be in their early teens, much like the flying dragon General Madeline Eshott. But while she was instantly recognizable as a being on a higher level, both these girls were likely human. However, the very fact that they had no right to be here raised suspicion that the girls were meant to be here as they were. Todd, if you were non-combatants who'd just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held. But I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. On the other hand, the delicate-looking man openly confronting Todd was not a warrior, but he came the closest to his impression of a blood vessel. In terms of powerlessness, he was not much different from the girls, but there was something off about the look in his eyes. A shrewd look, the kind that turned one's own life into a tool with impunity, hiding behind a thin facade. Could not let his eyes be drawn to the delicate-looking man, nor could he let his guard down against the 2 girls. One of the girls had a strangely determined look in her eyes, and the other unmistakably had the readiness and posture of a warrior. Even though this was not uncommon in Valencia, the latter had probably already taken a life or 2. If one had experience in killing, even if they were a young girl, they had overcome the wall of resolve. In other words, he could not afford to let his guard down. Todd, who knows? But my gut is telling me, you're the root of all evil in this war, and my gut also tells me this. 3 opponents, each of whom caused Todd to be wary in their own way. It was also unacceptable that he was also trying to look for openings or plotting to create one, while Todd was conversing with them, although he still had trouble picking out who to prioritize as a target. Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. They were all targets that must be killed. That was Todd's irrevocable conclusion. Otto Suan often cursed his own carelessness. Although he had wound up in the stickiest of situations in coming to the Valetian Empire as a result of both Natsuki Subaru and Rem disappearing, there were also many other factors to consider. Petra had just rebuked him for one such matter on which he needed to reflect deeply. Using the divine protection of the soul of language, he ruled over the battlefield of the siege of the imperial capital. This plan, which he had declared with confidence, which had been carried out with Petra's assistance, had changed the arrangement of the battlefield without prejudice or conceit. The power of the divine protection of the soul of language, combined with Petra's yang magic magnifying Otto's hearing, kept track of the ever-changing battlefield formations and positions, providing ongoing information. Of course, the information gathered would be a wasted effort if it could not be used accordingly. But personality aside, Abel had met Otto's expectations in terms of his abilities, utilizing it splendidly. Too few people knew how much Otto's work contributed to this battlefield, but Otto was not concerned with his evaluation. In any case, nothing that had occurred in the Valetian Empire could be divulged to the outside world. It would be worth publicizing were they in the kingdom of Lugunica, but an evaluation of his work in the empire would be nothing more than a useless risk. So, evaluation was of secondary importance. Otto, all we need is an outcome that brings back Natsuki-san and Rem-san, and without sacrifice. Sacrificing themselves for the sake of bringing back Subaru and Rem would be getting their priorities mixed. Those were the minimum objectives of this journey, and simultaneously the greatest achievements. Rather, it was not that there were more important goals, but that there were no other goals to begin with. Therefore, he had been prepared to employ all the cards held by his hand on the battlefield, and had thus been admonished by Petra for his recklessness. He had reflected a lot on that, and yet it had not been enough still. And the result of failing to compensate for his carelessness was the imperial soldier with an axe in his hand, standing before him. Tard, my bad, and here I was going to get them all at once. An imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head looked at them while gripping a long-handled axe. Otto, with Petra behind his back as to defend her, cursed his own carelessness greatly in the face of an opponent demonstrating a thoroughly ruthless and pragmatic judgment. How the gathered information was handled had been left to Abel, the one able to utilize it best. But the crux of information in warfare lay in how to obtain the information to handle in the first place. Most of the time, people would overlook that part and be tempted to target the main body that handled the information instead. However, the man in front of him was different. Tard. It's easy to just answer, there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? The man who thus appeared before Otto and his comrades had clear intentions to target Otto and his comrades who gathered the information, rather than the main camp where Abel utilized the gathered information. Regardless of their status, as people with little vigilance and few guards, the outcome would be the same if they were decapitated. The less information there was to handle, the less precise Abel's command would be. There was no reason for him not to do it. Otto himself would have done it if he were in the same position as his opponent. That was why, Tard. If you were non-combatants who'd just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held. But I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. He observed the man in detail while feeling that his statement was reasonable. There were two main questions, however. How had he shown up at this place without being detected by Otto's channel, and how had he located Otto and his team? It was safe to assume that the two questions could probably be answered with the same reason, that this man's peculiarities of some kind had allowed him to bypass the channel and locate the source of the transmission. Tard, who knows? But my gut is telling me. You're the root of all evil in this war, and my gut also tells me this. He had wished to find clues to this from the conversation, but the man was thorough, as per his initial analysis. The man understood that not saying much would allow him to defend himself. Unlike the kind typical of the Empire, who used overwhelming force to subdue their opponents, the man had a cunning attitude. These enemies were formidable. An opponent who assessed himself as weak was a threat. Because of that, Tard, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. The man leapt straight at him, swinging his long-handled axe. In response, Otto gritted his teeth whilst pouring all his energy into avoiding the first blow. He poured it in, then braced himself. He wondered how far he could get against the man with the minimal preparation he had. Petra Leti regretted her lack of discipline whenever she was put through adversity. Due to her young age, Petra was often spoiled by her peers in the camp, but she had decided that it would be a different matter to resign herself to her position as a child and accept her own immaturity. If this were because of a mistake she had made in her daily life at the mansion, in the course of her duties as a maid, she might not have had to take it so seriously. However, complacency of the sort, complacency that depended on the situation, would eventually lead to a serious mistake. There was no need to go as far as saying that she ought to be tense all the time. However, she must, at all times, achieve what was expected of her. That was Petra's approach to thinking about things, or at least that was the immature ideal she aspired to. That was why, Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. Resisting her own trembling from head to toe, she looked up at the imperial soldier swooping in with an axe in his hand. At the edge of her vision, which was soaked with welled-up tears, she could see the charred corpse of the messenger who had been burned by the raging flames. If Otto had not frantically pulled her out of the way, she too would have lost her life. That fact left a crack in Petra's spirit, and at the same time, Otto, Petra-chan. As he called out her name, Petra was moved by the great faith Otto had in her. Abandoning his attitude towards the role of a young lady that Petra had provisionally played, Otto's voice jolted the actual Petra and broke her free from the fear and regret petrifying her. "They're up on, Otto, number 7. At Otto's signal, Petra reflexively lifted her arm. A moment later, Petra's mind was filled with anxiety. She had been entrusted with this role after proclaiming that she could do it, but there was no denying that it had been a spur-of-the-moment course of action. She had practiced the whole time, so she was aware of her own strength to fight when it came time to perform. And then there was Petra, Subaru. Calling out the name of the one she loved to scatter the surplus of anxiety, she simply gritted her teeth. Petra, jeweled. With that chant, a ray of white light shot out of Petra's fingertips. It was one of the few offensive spells Yang magic boasted, a spear of light that pierced anything in its path, but only when wielded by a first-rate master, and Petra, inexperienced as she was, did not meet that standard. Petra's jeweled would inflict a burn at best, rather than killing a living target. Nevertheless, that was fine. Petra, the white light emitted from her fingertips was directed at the man who had leaped at her. That was false. It was directed at the ground diagonally behind him. It was their rehearsed move, number 7, disguised as to not look unnatural. Its purpose was not to burn the man. Their aim was to ignite what had been prepared. Tard, Otto's specialty, a ground trap using fire magic stones. 10 traps had been prepared in case Otto, who searched for enemies using open channels, and Petra, who assisted him, were targeted. Because of the number of magic stones he could carry, and the fact that he had to move around while searching for enemies, he could hardly be perfectly prepared. Even so, Otto had indeed stated, "You never know what might be useful," his almost insidiously meticulous preparation now coming to fruition as the ground behind the man exploded. Tard, HK. Instantly, the man's vigilance shifted slightly towards his back. As Petra had been instructed, the explosion did not blow up under the man's feet or even close to him, so the shock and heat of the explosion did not reach him. Merely, it drew his attention backwards ever so slightly. That was enough for the girl looking for an opening on which to pounce. Ora! Swinging the barbarian sword in her hands, medium dove into her opponent's chest. The blonde girl was not much taller than Petra, however. With bravery entirely different in nature to Petra's, she rushed in, slashing away at the axe-wielder's arm. Tard, TCH. The man, distracted and clicking his tongue, twisted his wrist and quickly returned Medium's blow with his axe. They both shrugged off each other's initial blows and returned to square one. Medium. Another. Anathera. Despite the initial expectations, Medium was not that weak-willed at all. Even with her barbarian sword having been parried by her opponent's strike, she made use of the momentum of the parry to revolve and unleash a sword strike empowered by that same momentum. If her opponent did dodge that strike, she would use the momentum to spin around again for yet another sword strike. Her sword dance was akin to an unstoppable flow of water from a rising river. Otto, number 4. Petra, yes. Tapping the captivated Petra on the shoulder, Otto's next instruction came flying in. Once the signal was given, she would shoot magic at the designated spot without thinking. At the time she agreed to accompany Otto on his travels around the battlefield, she had been told that this was the most important condition. Therefore, Petra was determined to follow those instructions, forgetting all fears and anything else. Petra, jeweled. Magic was fired once again, but this time the ground exploded at a much closer spot than before. Perhaps the man may have thought they would avoid embroiling Medium since they were in the middle of crossing swords, but that was a naive thought. Otto, if necessary, we will involve medium-san. Petra, I'll cast a healing spell on you later, okay? Medium, I don't really get it, but I can't stop now. The explosion detonated a few meters away and struck them in a way betraying such naivete. Ruthless as it may have been, Petra agreed with Otto's way of thinking. Them surviving having suffered some wounds was more important than the ideal scenario of all three getting through unscathed. Despite her skin being scorched by the heat of the explosion, Medium's momentum did not stop. With a sense of gratitude and guilt, Petra, alongside Otto, devoted all their energy as to repel this assassin, Tard. Oi, give me a break. The moment they looked closer, the man asserted thus within the sound of the explosion. It had sounded awfully clear, and present there was not even a sliver of anger or impatience from having suffered any setback. It was more like a strange, out-of-place sentiment. Rather, the man's voice was filled with exasperation. Tard, are we thinking the same thing? The moment Petra heard that, goosebumps ran all over her body. Even without understanding these words, the intent behind them felt clear as day. Otto, number 2. Just when Petra was about to realize the true nature of the shiver in a little more detail, at Otto's scream, she promptly abandoned all thought and immediately obeyed. The jewel she fired off transferred heat to the magic stone hidden in the ground, just as before. However, Petra's finger was now pointing beneath their own feet. Petra. A white light flashed under their feet, turning red and causing a shockwave. After doing it, Petra realized that it was the emergency escape plan, something that Otto had prefaced with, "I would rather not use it, because it will hurt." And in fact, Petra's small body was launched into the air as her soles bounced off the overflowing light. However, she did not ascend unprotected. Gripped by an arm that reached out with a ga, Petra's body was embraced by Otto's slender frame. Of course, Otto's body had also been sent flying by the same impact, but Otto had chosen to avoid making the mistake of flying away in a direction where they would be separated and unable to support each other, and to at least to minimize the damage Petra's body would suffer. Otto's decision had allowed Petra not to complain nor stiffen, but to use yang magic as quickly and strongly as possible, to make Otto's body ever so slightly resistant to the impact. And she had managed that. Their bodies bounced off the ground, and immediately after that, Petra. With a bang, a powerful detonation occurred at the same spot Petra had made one happen before that was, where Petra and Otto had been until just before. Catching a glimpse of the identity behind the explosion sound, Petra's eyes witnessed a flame which seemed to be the same thing that had immolated the two messengers. Said flame had aimed to scorch Petra and the others from behind. Petra, that axe. He had made Petra and Otto think that he was going to cut them down, but his real goal had been the fire magic stones planted behind them. The man's favorite approach was the refusal to engage in a head-on confrontation, and the fact that it overlapped with Otto's preparedness was probably the true explanation behind the man's grumblings. Petra. Ugh. Petra arrived at the same thought as Otto did, who was tumbling to the ground while holding Petra in his arms, almost simultaneously. Grunting in pain as he rolled on the hard ground, Otto gritted his teeth while being bombarded by shockwaves. However, Otto immediately got to his knees on the spot, turning to face the man while lifting Petra's body up. Propped up by Otto's body, Petra also glared at the man who was some distance away. However, contrary to the concerns held by Petra and Otto, the man did not immediately give chase. They understood right away why that was, as well as his intention behind it. Tard, I don't really want to do that, though. While spilling that out, the man turned his head to check, an axe pointed at them. Ascertaining the feeling of the ground beneath his feet where the explosion had occurred, the man sniffed the black smoke rising from the burnt grass and spoke, Tard, there and there, and then over there. Petra widened her eyes at what followed after the man had quietly muttered something. The man had turned his head, and the ground had exploded in his line of sight. It was number 6. Then number 9 and number 1, followed by number 5 and number 8, and so on. Petra, B, but how Otto? No way, a spirit. It was a surprise that he had seen through the traps, hiding places, but they could not comprehend how he had blown them up. Otto's words had made Petra gasp at the mysterious method of the man, who had displayed no signs of using magic the same way as Petra had in inducing the explosion. If he truly was a spiritual arts user, that would make him the same as Subaru and Emilia. As for Petra, she was severely reluctant to admit the man in front of her as being a person similar to two people whom she loved so dearly in many ways, Petra. But there's no spirit to be seen here. Tard. There's more than one way to get them to comply. If they don't want to be eaten, that is. Petra, eh? Otto, I am not just saying this out of spite, but it is probably for the best if we do not listen to him. Petra, unable to understand his reply, froze with wide eyes. And then, with a tap on her shoulders, Otto immediately brought her back to her senses. It was impossible to tell whether the man's reply had been intended to create an opening, or whether he was partly telling them the truth. However, one thing could be said for certain. Petra, I despise you. Medium, I feel the same. In response to Petra, a small shadow flew, clenching her fists tightly whilst shouting. It was Medium, who had been wary of the mysterious man's peculiar skill, hence she had chosen an opportune moment to strike. Slipping into the smoke created by the series of explosions the man had set off, she aimed at his back by lunging her barbarian sword all the way from the other side of the smoke. After enduring for a long time, patiently so, her bold blow went straight for the man's back. Tard, of the three of you, you're the easiest one to read. Medium. Ah, leaning his body to the side, the man escaped the downward trajectory of the barbarian sword, and following on, the man turned himself around and thrust his axe towards Medium behind him. Tard, you're the only one who does things according to the way of the Empire. It's absolutely sickening. Petra, Medium-chan. The sight of the man's relentless axe was absorbed by Petra's trailing shriek, looming towards Medium's wide-eyed face. Medium O'Connell did not put too much thought into things. Strictly speaking, Medium had a lot to think about on her own. She was always worried about her brother, Flop O'Connell, and at the same time, she trusted him. Upon hearing that he had been taken away from the fortress city, the surprise and worry were to an extent such that her chest had been about to burst. But her brother would have probably panicked had he found out that her body had been shrunk while on her lonesome, so she thought that they were about even in terms of worry and trust. Flop, dear sister, we arrive at way better solutions when we think with our hearts rather than racking our brains. That seems especially the case for you, so keep that in mind. Those words that her brother had said a long time ago had served as an important guiding light within Medium, irrespective of her chest being shrunk or not. Since thinking about things with one's heart tended to be linked to completely nonsensical, outrageous statements, it was also detested by some. Abel, in particular, seemed to find it quite disagreeable. But what her brother had stated was great. In fact, that approach had worked out great for Medium. Medium, as expected, big bro's awesome. Of course, if that made everything go well, she would not have become smaller, her brother would not have been taken to the capital, Rem would not have disappeared, Natsumi would not have been flung away, Chaos Flame would not have been destroyed, and Emily and the others would not have been all over the place, probably. There was no way everything would go well. However, as far as Medium's actions were concerned, it was the best way to achieve the optimal outcome. For that reason, the moment an axe had swung violently towards her defenseless face after her surprise attack from behind had failed, Medium did not panic, even as she thought, "Ah, I'm gonna die." It was similar to feeling no regret after taking the best possible action and fulfilling one's role to the end, but one would still end up losing because the outcome was inevitable. Of course, she hated the thought of dying here, since being unable to reunite with her brother would leave her heartbroken, and she was full of regret for not being able to help her new friends like Rem and Natsumi. However, after thinking through things with her heart, Medium had executed the best possible option she had come up with. The results came down, for want of a better word, to luck were it to not work out her life would be forfeit, as per the way of Valatia. However, Medium, just before it slashed into her face, sparks flew off the thick blade of the axe and it was repelled. While just barely feeling the scent of steel in her nose, Medium exhaled slightly. Medium, as expected, big bro's awesome. I haven't died even once doing things this way. Oh, I'm jealous of that. I've completely lost count. Medium, expressing how the method taught to her by her brother had saved her once again, attained an answer from the person who had bounced away the axe that should have taken her life. What had been swung was the Tao, as thick as the axe that had been repelled. The person gripping it was quite strange, with his appearance earning high marks from Medium's perspective. Tard, you're... Tard turned his gaze to the person that had stepped in, the man who had protected Medium when it had been all but certain that she would have been killed, and moved his lips in displeasure. The man who had interrupted him, a one-armed wanderer with a jet-black helmet hiding his face, let out a "sorry to interrupt your good mood," then continued, "One-armed man. I was wondering where things looked worst, but as people say, it's darkest right below the lamp post. But man, is it seriously troubling when the future's this dark?" Tard, the man who had quietly come to kill the non-combatants, assumed a cautious stance. However, it was not the stance of a lion cutting corners against a rabbit, but that of a hunter wary of the possibility of the rabbit having disguised itself as something else, and seeing that, the wanderer Al shrugged. And then, Al, that dark future's out of my hands. After all, I can't even see the stars. Thus, he declared his participation in the battle. Arc 7, Chapter 103, Countdown of the Stars. Machine translated by Archbishop, Archbishop, 297, Kiln Datchezam, proofread by Archbishop #750 Eternitishak, I3 Laid Dragon Japanese, to English checking by Senkel Art Sources, Apple Fresh, Rockaroka. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. As tremors shook the world, as the sky split into white and red, as the clashing of lives brought forth an event of calamitous proportions, Rem had made a decision. Rem, if I'm going to make a move, it's now or never. In the imperial capital, where a battle of unimaginable scale was seemingly taking place, Rem remained imprisoned in Bastet's mansion, her freedom having been greatly restricted. Even as she felt a burning smell getting stronger and stronger day by day, Rem had been unable to do anything of use. Feeling deeply ashamed of that, the choice of staying silently in place for a second more was no longer acceptable to her. In the end, Rem had not once come face to face with Bastet, the owner of the mansion, and the perpetrator behind her confinement, ever since their first chance meeting. For that reason, there had been no way for her to examine what that old man, who had been concerned about the future of the empire because of his own philosophy, having thus deposed the then Emperor Abel, would think of all that having led to the great battle engulfing the entire empire. However, even supposing there had been an opportunity, he and Rem would not have understood each other, most likely. Rem, after all, Bastetsan and I stand on entirely different sides. Even if it sounded cold, that was the conclusion Rem had ultimately come up with. Only the strong, or those with the leeway to do so, could sympathize with and take into account the circumstances of those in a different position. Since Rem was neither, she had been forced to make a decision. Who would she turn into an enemy, and who would she regard as an ally? Leaving that aside, Rem bore no hostility towards Bastet or Madeline. That, in particular, made Abel's inability to explain things properly, alongside Priscilla's unreasonable requests, much more difficult to deal with. Therefore, what Rem would be trying to do from now on originated not from hostility or rebellious intent towards them, but from nothing more than the result of having chosen where she would stand. Rem, with the battle for the imperial capital having begun, even though Bastet's mansion had surely been constructed quite deep within the city, the effects of the fierce battle could be felt there nonetheless. Naturally, the mansion had also been placed on high alert, and being more or less a prisoner of war, Rem too had been ordered to wait in the room provisioned for her. Hence, her freedom was even more restricted than usual. However, from the perspective of the mansion's security, Rem was nothing more than a hobbling girl anyway, and the security system in place had not been set up so that a guard would be left as a sentry in front of her room day and night. Taking advantage of this negligence in security, Rem had silently slipped out of the room. Holding her breath, Rem crawled from the skylight of her room to the roof of the mansion. Since she had been careful not to make a sound, the security had not noticed Rem's stealthy maneuvers. It would be harsh to blame this on their negligence, they probably would never have even thought that a girl with a cane would sneak out from a room in this kind of way. That would be the case if Rem truly were a girl unable to walk as she wished without a cane. Rem, I expected to prepare for the worst, but... Of course, it was not a lie that Rem had complained of her handicap and used a cane up until this point in time. However, with her incomplete memories troubling those around her, she could not let her impaired leg stay as is forever, and because of that she had been constantly practicing walking. As her efforts bore fruit, and she began being able to stand on her feet somewhat, it struck her. Were she to lead them to believe she had a limp, it would perhaps come in handy. In fact, she had not yet thought as far as to how exactly it would come in handy. On the contrary, if her secret devoid of use were to be discovered, she might have put everyone on alert inadvertently. However, since her troubles actually proved useful, she could probably say that she'd taken a gamble, and successfully so. However, she absolutely could not let down her guard, since she could only say that winning the gamble had paid off once these actions started leading to some kind of results. Going out of one's way to gamble would become meaningless unless it turned into a win. In the first place, Rem had been trying not to think about just whose influence had made her take a risk as she was doing. In any case, Rem, if only I could stay undetected until I get away. Rem's goal in getting on the roof had not been for escaping the mansion. That had been an option difficult to discard as well, but other than Rem, Flop too was being held captive in the mansion. There was no way he could have gotten out alone, and the mansion was surrounded by a high wall to begin with. Climbing over it would have been difficult, unlike the roof, so there appeared to be no point in even considering it. Therefore, Rem had escaped from her room to make contact with those in a building separate from the mansion, located within this same plot of land, the Crown Princes, which had been captured all over the country and gathered at this place. The black-haired Crown Prince had been hailed as the leader behind the rebellion, according to what she had heard. Despite the doubts about whether this person was truly Abel's legitimate child, he probably had one or two things in his mind about the current state of the empire. If Rem could make contact with them, a sliver of hope to get her out of the situation she had been put in might emerge. Rem, I need to ensure that I, Flop-san, and Katia-san as well, are safe. Rem felt that she was in need of allies that could cooperate with each other. She had been carefully making her way along the roof towards the edge, taking great care not to make a sound. Despite her effort to step softly, there was no guarantee that the guards would not find her or that she would be able to get away successfully. In order to not let this opportunity go to waste, she was fully prepared to risk her life in case she was spotted. This was also the reason she could not stand idly by. That was Rem, HK. Suddenly, strange occurrences popping up in the distant sky caused Rem to jump out of her skin. Witnessing the battle taking place all throughout the walls of the imperial capital at the edge of her vision, as the looming sky changed into a peculiar spectacle, Rem gasped. Being so distant from the event, Rem had no way of knowing the details. But at the very moment the cloud dragon Mesorea had descended upon the top of the star-shaped walls protecting the imperial capital, the spirit eater Arakia turned the clouds into flames, and Meguro Hagin rose up as the very rampart itself. Without knowing the actual reality of the situation, Rem stiffened as she sensed those dangers by instinct. At the very same moment, she lost the strength to remain standing on the roof. Simultaneous with a hoarse ah escaping from Rem's mouth, her body slid down the slope of the roof. She almost tumbled all the way down, but instead she quickly grabbed the edge of the roof with all her might. Rem, that was close. She would have had no good excuse, were she to have screamed or fallen down below. Barely hanging on from the edge of the roof, Rem exhaled a sigh of relief. Slowly, she tried to get herself back on the roof, and then, Rem, this is... With her objective still far away, her dangling from the roof had only been a mishap on her way there. As Rem held onto the edge, however, a door set up at the very end of the large building caught her eyes. Even though Rem had been allowed some relative freedom in going to and fro within the mansion, and thus having looked around everywhere, this was the first time she had spotted a door to a section that was off-limits just like the detached building. By going around the mansion along the roof, she had wandered onto a section that would normally be inaccessible. Rem, a hidden door. What in the world? As questions about her discovery arose within her mind, Rem was briefly arrested by hesitation. Her preliminary goal had been to make contact with the crown princes at the other building in the mansion ground. This would have given her a clearer picture of the situation, as well as a better chance of finding a way out of it. On the other hand, the unexpected hidden door could just ultimately turn out to be a mere liquor cellar. Was it really worth taking the risk to get in? Rem. She did not even need to think to know what the rational option was. And yet, Rem chose the irrational option. Releasing her grip from the edge of the roof, she descended to the passageway with the hidden door. She took care in her attempt to be as quiet as possible, yet her footsteps could still be heard. However, the sky that had startled her earlier remained unusual, so the mansion's guards should be quite distracted. Risking it and relying on that, Rem put a hand on the hidden door and threw it open. Rem. Stairs leading to a basement. The door had not been locked, probably due to it being unnecessary, rather than due to carelessness. It hardly seemed like a place uninvited guests were supposed to go into. Since Rem, who had more or less arrived at the mansion with an invitation, was the one entering it, she had no reason to complain. Greeted by stairs which emanated cold air and a dim space with no light, Rem inhaled lightly as she headed downstairs with her hands tracing the wall. There was the possibility that something of unbelievable dread waited for her. It was also possible that Bastetts had trapped something outrageous and horrifying. However, Rem, is someone there? With some kind of mysterious conviction, Rem asked a question within the darkness of the basement she had reached. It was poorly lit, in darkness, but one could sense that the basement was not that spacious. There was also a large presence in the back of the room which could only be vaguely discerned. Although large, it was by no means monstrous. It was a human bearing quite a large physique. Such a presence had been chained and held captive against the wall on the other side of the basement. And finally, that person, upon hearing Rem's question, spoke. I must, His Excellency, Rem, I must protect His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valatia. A low, passionate voice caused the stale air within the basement to shake, pitifully so. The echoes of sincerity contained within the voice were strong and powerful, filled with selfless loyalty. Rem. With those words, Rem decided to take one step after another and close the gap between her and the other person. In doing so, the figure of a bulky man all chained up vaguely emerged in the darkness. His body was truly huge, white scars etched all across his face, man. Gars Ralphon. A beat later, Rem realized that what he had mumbled was probably a name. In fact, it did sound familiar. If she recalled correctly, that was one of the 9 divine generals, one of the most powerful and renowned beings in the Valatian Empire. Gars, I must protect His Excellency from the great disaster. The man was like a lion, roaring heroically as his scar-ridden face contorted. Abel, you did say this, right? That you're the one who spread the rumor about the crown prince. Serena Drakrai, a woman of character who was overlooking the state of the siege of the imperial capital from the main rebel camp, standing there with her arms crossed, asked this of Abel. Slowly, he raised his face covered by the Oni mask. Serena's flying dragon squadron had appeared from the far west as reinforcements, with the participation of first-class flying dragon riders who possessed the ability to tame flying dragons. Air superiority had suddenly tilted towards their side. Of course, there were some battlefields in which the flying dragon riders were at a disadvantage due to the presence of the cloud dragon and the spirit eater, but having the entire battlefield under their control was unnecessary. All it would take was a single breach, and even the walls of the imperial capital, renowned for their solidity, would begin collapsing starting from there. There were measures in place to achieve this. At least, Abel thought so. Hence, knowing that there were places on the battlefield in which they were at a disadvantage, and others they had arrived at a stalemate, he would issue orders on and off. Abel, does it look like I have time for your idle chit-chat now? If anything, should you not be keeping an eye on the movements of your subordinates? Serena, yes, of course, but it's disheartening that you dismiss this as chit-chat. I took a stance because of your letter and swiftly joined your side. Since me coming was so vital to your strategy, treating me with a little more care wouldn't make you lose your face. Abel, spoken like a good-for-nothing commoner. Serena, even if I spoke like a Philistine, I'd rather not act like one. I'm just too curious about that reaction from before. Shrugging her shoulders, Serena took her gaze away from the sky, directing it towards Abel. The reaction she had referred to was likely his reaction to the reinforcements from the west, to the arrival of the military forces that were not Serena's flying dragon squadron. Although she had an idea about the unforeseen reinforcements and who was leading them, she found the carelessness of his earlier words and actions vexing. Hence, it had led to the words Serena had kicked off her idle chit-chat with. Serena, you're the one who spread the matter of the black-haired crown prince. And isn't this crown prince the one leading the group right in the middle of that glorious rampage? Abel, in short, you believe that this racket spreading across on the battlefield was orchestrated by the illegitimate offspring of the emperor. Serena, no, my apologies. It was just a figure of speech. I don't believe that the black-haired crown prince is truly His Excellency's son. In all likelihood, His Excellency has no children. Shaking her head at Abel's words, Serena replied with a rather confident tone. When Abel raised an eyebrow at her confident answer, she continued, in any case, Serena, His Excellency never took a consort, and there's been talk of him never having gotten intimate with a woman. I've tried to seduce him before, but he completely ignored me. This should serve as strong evidence. Abel, are you sane? Serena, of course, I'm entirely serious. Abel, I did not ask if you were serious. I asked if you were sane. Being presented with a rather unconvincing reason to base her argument on, Abel's gaze grew stern. Serena was one of the more prominent high counts in Wallachia, and because Abel held her abilities and ambition in such a high regard, he counted her as one of the forces necessary for this decisive battle. However, if Abel were to judge matters using criteria that could not be understood, that in itself meant there was room for consideration. Serena, who was trying to see matters through Abel's eyes, let out a wait as she uncrossed her arms and raised one hand, then continued, Serena, I'm not kidding, that's just the most significant reason. That I couldn't seduce His Excellency is frustrating, but that also hints at something at the same time. Abel, Serena, His Excellency has no interest in women. To put it more bluntly, he has no intention to bring forth an offspring. Abel looked on at Serena without speaking a word, and the latter continued with, That's got to be it right, Serena. I'm not saying he is a philanderer, but His Excellency hasn't sired a child. At the very least, not at this point in time. But even supposing His Excellency swings the other way, he could still have children provided he so wishes. There are two possibilities then. Either he's sterile or, Abel, he is intentionally not procreating. Serena, exactly. In any case, I don't think there's anything like a crown prince. That's why this talk about an illegitimate child feels questionable in the first place. But if mere doubtful tales can spark a civil war such as this, our country splendidly lives up to its name. With a small twist of her cheeks, Serena's smile was genuine and joyful. Abel went without mentioning her attitude, nor the speculation she had offered. Notably, Serena did not need Abel's opinion either. People like her were capable of confirming their own ideas without affirmation from others. In other words, what she sought from Abel was not affirmation. Serena, for what purpose have you made up the existence of the crown prince? After our side is victorious in this battle, who will sit on the vacant throne, and what will you do with your empire? She asked if they were going to leave the future of the Valatian Empire in the hands of the crown prince. Abel. At Serena's quiet question, Abel softly closed one eye. Some would perhaps wonder if this was the right time to be exchanging questions and answers of the sort, as the battle was just about to reach its climax. But it would be too foolish not to think about what would happen after they won, during the melee. Naturally, since they were fighting with the intention of winning, they needed to plan for the aftermath of the war as well. Abel, why do you inquire this of me? Serena, I don't mean that the crown prince is the illegitimate son of His Excellency, but I believe that he's your truest representative to lead this great civil war. If you and the crown prince are going to join forces after the war, isn't it obvious who we should ask regarding the future of the empire? Abel, ha. As Serena continued her thoughts, a breath escaped Abel's mouth upon hearing them. Simultaneously, he himself was impressed by the effectiveness of the cognitive disruption effect of the mask covering his face. It was impressive how well it could conceal his identity and true feelings. Serena, What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Abel, I am not laughing at you. Rather, I admire your discernment. It is just that, when the conclusion is mistaken, the process to reach it is even more off. Not unreasonable, is it? Serena. HMPH. Serena's lips curled in frustration at Abel's comment. But exactly as he had stated, her abilities to discern things were impressive. It was only natural to think that Abel's goal was to win this rebellion and seize the throne of the Valatian Empire. He put a person calling themselves the Crown Prince in place, who would seize control over the throne. And if possible, the Shadow Emperor could perhaps even murder his puppet at some point, thus taking the throne for himself. But Abel, have no doubt, I hold no intention of handing over the throne. Your assessment is misguided. Serena, so you're saying all my conjectures are completely off? Abel, not all. You are correct. I spread the word about the existence of the black-haired crown prince with the intention to find that one over there wreaking havoc on the battlefield. But you are mistaking the overall importance. Serena, overall importance. Abel, how important is it to have him front and center relative to how important it is to keep him at hand's reach? The latter is not that essential. In any case, that naivete of his cannot condone the sacrifices of others. Serena twisted her head, perplexed beyond comprehension. However, Abel was not obligated to explain everything to her either. For the time being, he had probably provided her with the answers she sought, and resolved the concerns she held for the post-war. One possibility was, Serena could even end this rebellion by beheading Abel here and now, then take his head with her to the Crystal Palace. Everything would be nipped in the bud, but to a certain extent, at the expense of Abel's gratifying sacrifice. Abel, cast aside hesitation and mercy, and make the most of your naivete. That is what makes you truly special. Natsuki Subaru. The person Serena had called the Crown Prince was probably still ravaging the battlefields of the West. Even Abel did not have a completely consistent image of the person whose name he just uttered in his mind. From what he recalled, he had been a hectic handful to deal with as an unvarnished crossdresser, and even while donning the appearance of a child. With that image of Subaru floundering about, hectically moving about in confusion upon being tossed into some situation, laying his naivete and inexperience bare, Abel's lips twisted, with firm disgust. No, with hatred, or perhaps, a more appropriate way to describe it would be rage. Soldier, who are you? As Serena was about to continue questioning Abel, as he concealed his negative emotions behind the Oni mask, there was movement in the camp. Several soldiers guarding the main camp had drawn their weapons, showing utmost caution. Upon taking a look, the soldiers pointing their weapons at a slender figure who had made its appearance from outside the encampment could be seen. The figure raised its empty hands and chuckled, looking around at the faces of the soldiers pointing their weapons at them. My Tilda, I wasn't expecting such a warm welcome. I'm quite the popular one, aren't I? Soldier, don't mess around. Where did you even come from? Guided by the stars. Doesn't that sound a little too poetic, though? The anger of the soldiers, believing that they were being made fun of by that ambiguous answer, flared up. However, the man's attitude did not change in response to their threatening demeanor. Abel knew very well that his attitude would not be swayed by this. And that was why, Abel, lower your weapons. That thing does not pose a threat. Soldier, be but. Abel, even if you were to give him a knife, he would still be unable to do a thing. He is a clown whose only skill is to play with words. What, Tilda? That's a nasty thing to say. I'm hurt, you know. He called out to the soldiers that were on guard to lower their weapons. However, expressing his protest towards that command, the gentle-looking man Abel had spared with a pout of his lips. Then Serena, who was standing next to Abel, also directed a quizzical look at the man. Serena, why are you here? Aren't you the stargazer? Ubulk, if you be so kind, please to make your acquaintance, High Countess Drakrai. But then again, as the gentle-looking man Ubulk introduced himself, he smiled bewitchingly with the oddly refined face he possessed. Ubulk was supposed to be in the imperial capital, and more specifically at the Crystal Palace. With pompousness, with the utmost maximum of pompousness, he cut off the words he had been stating before, and then delivered a declaration. Ubulk, that's a conversation for after the great disaster, if you happen to survive it, right? Arc 7, Chapter 104, Bastions in Chaos, Part 1. Machine translated by Archbishop cast Kiln Datchesem proofread by Archbishop hash 750 Archbishop I3 Laid Dragon MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Senkel Archbishop Art Sources Hoshi 1000 Rakaroka. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. With that sound, the expression, great disaster, Abel's black eyes narrowed behind his Oni mask. The person responsible for this utterance, Ubulk, had a smile on his face, going without revealing the depths of his heart. He was a gentle and affable man who treated everyone equally. His attitude and entire being had not changed ever since the first time he had appeared before Abel. Ever since the time he had appeared in the audience chamber out of the blue, without any collaborators or a shred of concern, nothing had changed. Presenting himself as a stargazer, Ubulk had correctly predicted disasters that had befallen the Valatian Empire over and over again. No matter what events he foresaw, his own feelings had never once wavered. Almost like Abel, is confronting me here just another event you have anticipated since long ago? Ubulk, nah, not at all. You're giving me way too much credit. I'm far tilde from being such a big deal. Abel, if all you have to say is nonsense, I shall sever your tongue with glee. Ubulk, oh Tilda dear, I'm so scared. What a stomach-turning thought, as usual. While shrugging his slender shoulders, Ubulk boasted this completely unfazed. When Abel sniffed at this attitude, Serena, who was standing next to him, let out a "I don't get it." While comparing Ubulk's profile with Abel, she raised her hands, then spoke. Serena, I've seen you before. The stargazer who strolls in and out of the Crystal Palace. You must be one of the jesters that His Excellency the Emperor keeps at his side. Are you acquainted with him, Abel? Abel, irredeemably so. Serena, I didn't mean to ruffle your feathers until all of this was over, but may I ask one thing? Just who is hiding their face behind that Oni mask? As Serena harbored doubts on Abel's identity, a ray of understanding dwelled within her slit-like eyes. Certainly, she had held some serious suspicions on that front from the very beginning. About the person who had successfully assumed the commanding position of the rebel forces amidst this great civil war, shaking the empire, including the fact that he kept his true face hidden. He was more than a match for Ubulk in regard to being inscrutable. However, Abel, answering that question is not a priority at this moment. Serena, there are means to remove that mask by force. I am also quite confident in my abilities in that regard. Abel, do not. Consider this a warning. Serena, ho, you're warning me. At Abel's words, Serena slowly narrowed her eyes belligerently, assuming a stern approach and making full use of the moniker she had been given, the Scorching Lady. Serena Drakroy had made it this far because she had reduced to ashes all the scorn, all the provocations hurled at her till now. Due to her creed, Abel's answer was more than enough to inflame tensions. Ubulk, wait, Tilda. Let's calm down a bit. How can me just showing my face like this create such a tense atmosphere? Abel, if you keep quiet and observe, you may contribute your fair share to this battle without lifting a finger. Ubulk, oh, I don't wish for such a thing. I'd hate to have one, or even both of you bite the dust here, all the more Tilda if I be the one to set it all into motion. Serena, I don't get it. As the two were at each other's throats, Ubulk raised a relatively flustered voice, reaching out to both of them. Due to Ubulk's reaction, Serena responded the same way again. Immediately after, she closed one eye as she played with the hilt of the sword at her waist. Serena, if you truly are to stand by the side of His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valatia, your duty should be to attack me and this man commanding the rebel forces. If you stay put, this man is as good as dead. Shouldn't this be welcome for you? Abel, who gave you permission to kill me? You can go ahead and die yourself. Serena, I'm sorry, but I'm talking to this stargazer right now. Please don't interrupt our conversation. Abel. As Serena pushed her own subject, she stopped Abel from cutting in for the time being. Once she looked at Ubulk again, with a blank expression, the latter declared, Ubulk, an interesting and intriguing spectacle. But please don't make such a scary face. I'm unarmed, after all. Serena. Being unarmed is no reason for me to let my guard down. Go ahead and give me a reason to remove my hand from the hilt of my sword. Just to let you know, I don't hesitate to cut someone unarmed. You, Bilk, I can't be cut down. By you, at least. Serena's tone became gradually harsher, and at the end her words became a threat. Yubulk, whose face had been looking utterly exhausted just prior, rejected that threat with no more than a few words. The moment his mouth spoke those words, color faded from Yubulk's countenance. Even if the whole picture of those emotions could not be seen, the intent behind these emotions he wanted to display faded away, leaving behind a merely blank, empty, and colorless face. Serena. Serena was not incensed by this provocative declaration, and neither did she draw her sword. What filled her mind, even more than anger, was Yubulk's very existence. No, rather, it was this suspicious sense of eeriness and a touch of uneasiness towards this being dubbed a stargazer. It was as if this person before her very eyes was confronting her without even confronting her properly. Serena, we should probably kill you right here and now. Yubulk, ah, how awful. I'm gravely hurt by this. What do you think? Abel, every so often I share the same thoughts Serena Drak possesses right now. However, this man has survived to this day. That's a fact. Remaining indifferent to everyone meant never knowing when he had trodden on somebody's toes. Yubulk, with his complete inability to adapt on the fly, trod on the toes of many in the Valatian Empire, thus incurring the wrath of countless people. At times, he'd even had a blade pointed at him. Despite all of this, Yubulk had survived to this day. Yubulk, it's the will of the stars. Oh, Yubulk, it's too early for you to die just yet. Why, tilde too early. Clasping his hands together before his chest, Yubulk stated thus in a light-hearted manner, to which Serena's cheeks stiffened. There was no point in debating whether that was true or not. The fact that Yubulk had appeared here now, the fact that he had first appeared at the Crystal Palace, meant one thing. Yubulk would not die. The stars he spoke of it was as if he was saying that his life was secured, that he had been placed under the protection of the observers, omnipresent as they ridiculed this world. Abel. In the middle of this thought, Abel exhaled, feeling the silencing zeal in that assertion. Abel's personal feelings towards Yubulk and the other stargazers mattered not. What was important was that Yubulk had appeared before Abel's eyes. This clown, who was aligned with the stars in every possible scenario, had shown himself before Abel. Yubulk. You stepped off the stage once before. Rather, it's more appropriate to say that you were forced to, but do you plan to rise up once again? Completely ignoring Serena, Yubulk's gaze turned to Abel. Unsure what to make of those words, Serena frowned her well-shaped eyebrows, but Abel had no intention of responding to her in either a kind or thorough manner. Above all, that question was truly infuriating for Abel. Abel, I shall tell you something. Yubulk, yes. Abel, I never had any intention to step off the stage even once, as you put it. Folding his arms, he started by correcting Yubulk's misconceived original suggestion. Having been ousted from his throne and driven to lands far to the east, Abel had been put in dire circumstances on many occasions. However, his will to fight had never wavered. He had never forgotten the role he was supposed to play, nor had he ever thought of abdicating it. Abel, you cannot comprehend it, Stargazer, as you have never once stepped upon the stage. Yubulk, a painful thing to hear, St. Tilderit. Abel, you cannot comprehend even that as well. With a series of fitting words and facial expressions, Yubulk attempted to communicate with Abel. However, Yubulk's emotionless words did not convey an understanding of Abel's true intentions, and that already seemed to be the limit for Yubulk, as Abel had already dismissed it. For that reason, Abel, the time is nigh. That is probably why you have traveled here. Yubulk, indeed, but you already knew I was coming, didn't you? Abel, nonsense. I am nothing like you. I may speculate a second ahead of time, but I am not certain. Blind acceptance might be a more fitting way to describe it. Yubulk. With Abel's comment, Yubulk's expression changed slightly. The slight quiver of his eyebrows was derived from his seldom displayed negative emotions. Be it either anger or discomfort, it was nothing short of a rare response. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as cheap satisfaction to be found in Abel's mind. Serena, and now what will you do? You should be at His Excellency's side no matter what. Should I send your decapitated head? Abel, the Emperor would not even bat an eye. If anything, he would be a bit aggravated that he did not issue the order himself, but that would be the end of it. More importantly, Serena, more importantly. Even though Serena did not understand the details of the dialogue between Abel and Ubulk, she nodded her head as she saw it heading towards a conclusion. Abel briefly paused as he saw her wavy brown hair sway over her shoulders in the corner of his eye. And then he declared, Abel, I shall leave you with a great role to play, a role that no one but you can fulfill on this battlefield. Kicking off the white snow that had piled up, a shadow raced unhindered across the battlefield. The ground, covered with a thin layer of ice, was slippery all over the place. The lingering temperature was so exceedingly cold that it seemingly cut through one's skin, and an enemy so formidable that it paralyzed one's instincts was looming from above. Outright rejecting these various circumstances at lightning speed, the shadow ran past from behind. Mesorea, you, Cecilus. Ah, ha, ha. Instead of you should call me Cecilus Segmund. You are more than welcome to address me so loudly that it echoes all over the battlefield. Mesorea, Cecilus Segmund. Cecilus, yes, exactly. Leaving behind a grinning afterimage, the very next moment the soles of his Zori pierced the side of Cloud Dragon's face. With an explosive sound, its head flamboyant lie bounced back, and Mesorea's giant body swayed wildly in the air. Emilia was surprised by how a boy much smaller than her had accomplished this. Emilia, that boy, he's amazing. Not only had he stopped the dragon's breath as it was about to sweep the battlefield, but he had also proudly stated what was likely his name as he began to fight the dragon without backing down a single step. Emilia was captivated by the blue-haired child, who had proclaimed himself to be Cecilus. It was exactly like she was witnessing the boy upon the grand stage he so boldly spoke of. Emilia. Cecilus's body moved in and out of Emilia's vision as if he were a phantom or an illusion. Repeatedly, he entered and exited Emilia's field of view from side to side, from top to bottom, at a tremendous speed. He was much too fast for Emilia's eyes to keep up with, so they started spinning round and round. And it was the same for Mesorea, whom Cecilus called around. Mesorea, HK, you are this dragon's adversary. Flapping its wings in the air, the claws and tail of the cloud dragon swung about uncharacteristically recklessly. This was directed at Cecilus, who cheerfully jumped around using a wall of ice that Emilia had built to keep Mesorea from leaving the battlefield. However, the dragon's attacks merely hit spots Cecilus had long since passed by, leaving her important, real target unscathed. On the contrary, as soon as Mesorea's tail hit the wall, Cecilus jumped on it and ran up onto its back in one fluid motion, and Cecilus, go, 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 go. With kicks so swift it was as if he possessed several more legs than he actually did, he knocked Mesorea towards the ground. Emilia, it's falling. While it flapped its wings violently, Mesorea flipped over in midair and crashed into the ground. After a tremendous roar and tremor, the snow that covered the soil was projected upwards and scattered. Emilia, while being showered with cold wind, was almost unable to withstand the breathtaking spectacle. But admittedly, this was a ridiculously lucky situation that she could not afford to miss out on. Emilia, at this rate, we can defeat Mesorea, Cecilus. Oops, that won't do. You're going to have to hold off on that. Emilia, ha! Though she thought it was a bit unfair, Emilia honed the mana around her and tried to drop a large block of ice on top of the fallen Mesorea. But when Emilia was about to do so, Cecilus slipped in front of her and stuck his finger on the tip of her nose. Startled by his action, she stopped moving. Cecilus, having quickly poked Emilia's nose, made her blink in surprise and spoke. Cecilus, listen up. Just now I saved you from a dangerous situation in the nick of time, didn't I? And now my one-on-one battle with the dragon has begun. You know what you should do from here, don't you? Yes, you should have faith in my victory and nobly pray for me. That's the role of a princess. Emilia, but I'm not really a princess. But I'm not entirely unrelated to a throne, though. Cecilus, princess is just a figure of speech. More precisely, it's the flower of the story falling madly in love with me, the hero who came to her rescue. The perfect role for someone as beautiful as you, don't you think? Emilia, I'm sorry. I've already decided on the person I'll fall in love with. Cecilus, oh, is that so? Then there's no way around it. Please continue. Despite being incessantly spoken to at a staggering pace, Emilia had not missed anything essential. Accordingly, Cecilus understood it immediately as well, and thus backed away. Since he had pulled back, Emilia once again raised her hand out towards Mesorea. Emilia, here. And with that, a giant block of ice fell at full speed from the sky, aimed at Mesorea, who had fallen to the ground. A boom echoed after it stabbed Mesorea's belly, who had been lying face up on the ground. While hearing the dragon's low-toned cries of pain, Emilia readied the next one, saying, "One more time, Cecilus. Pardon my impoliteness." Right after that, Emilia had her legs swept out from under her as she readied herself, and as she screamed out an arc, her body was gently lifted, withdrawing with momentum such that it was like she was being forcibly pulled away from her location. The next moment, a strong wind raged where Emilia and Cecilus had been, and the shockwave that the dragon had used the ground as a conduit for gouged that place, making all the soil in a certain range of that spot shoot out. Had they moved to the side any slower, they would have died. Cecilus, as expected, with a dragon as an opponent, nothing is straightforward, but at least I got a chance to show off every second. But this came just in the nick of time because of all my pent-up frustration from being paired up with all those extras. Emilia, thank you for saving me. Cecilus, no, don't worry about it. Beauties who already have a loved one just need to be charmed in a different way. Just remember to invite me to the wedding. Cecilus, who had picked her up and saved her just in time, smiled heartily at Emilia's gratitude. Strictly speaking, Emilia did not have a loved one, but rather someone whom she might fall for, but right now was neither the time nor the place for quibbles. What was important was, Emilia, use these, Cecilus. Cecilus, use what? Even you tell me that, I don't know what I'm supposed to use. Oh. Emilia lowered herself to the ground as to place her hands on it, and the eyes of Cecilus, his head tilted, started sparkling. In his vision were swords, spears, axes, as well as various other weapons of ice, all growing out of the ground. Ice-brand arts, which forged weapons out of ice, manifested a row of weapons in front of Cecilus all the way to Mesorea. Cecilus, this is quite spectacular. I like it, it's cool. To tell you the truth, I only wanted to hold a suitable, excellent sword of some kind, one that's legendary or magical, but, Emilia, then are these no good? Cecilus, no, it's not like I told anyone about this rule, so I'll just change it in secret. In this scene, it'd be flashier to swing a weapon against a dragon. While saying that, Cecilus stretched his small body's arms as far as he could and pulled out the two swords of frost on either side. As soon as he did so, Emilia realized her mistake with an R. The ice sword had been created by Emilia. Therefore, Emilia would not feel the cold, but it might be too cold for Cecilus, who had not created them. Emilia, come to think of it, Priscilla never said it was cold either, but, Cecilus, rest assured. I can make up for this inconvenience with the flow method, so both myself and the people in the battalion are fine. Well, I tend to get out of my flow when the boss and the others are involved, but it's a fact that I'm especially special for handling it naturally. Emilia, special. As unfamiliar words were let out one after another, Emilia could not help but ponder. This abnormal sensation reminded Emilia of talking to Subaru after thinking it over. She came to realize with a maybe. Emilia, hey, Cecilus, did you learn those words from Subaru? Cecilus, Subaru-san, is it? Nope, sorry, but you're mistaken. It was the boss who taught me these words, but his name isn't Subaru-san. Emilia, I see, my bad, looks like I jumped to conclusions. Due to her hastiness, Emilia was left disheartened by Cecilus's answer. However, not wanting to be discouraged, Emilia quickly slapped herself on the cheeks to cheer herself up. Then, like Cecilus, she picked up an ice armament, a spear herself, and spoke, Emilia, I pulled myself together. Let's fight Mesorea together. Cecilus, that's a really nice change of heart. Come to think of it, I haven't even heard your name yet. Emilia, me. I am Emilia, no, I mean Emily. Emily. Cecilus, I see you have your reasons, but I think it's best if I refrain from saying anything thoughtless here, so I'll do you a favor and leave it at that, Emily-san. This might be sudden, but I'd like to request something from you in return. Emilia, a favor from me. Cecilus, yes. While you're dealing with that dragon, could I ask you to move that thing out of the way? After she gave him her name, Cecilus asked Emilia for a favor in a hushed voice. Having said that, he pointed to the ground a short distance away from the spot upon which Mesorea had fallen onto the ground. Seeing what Cecilus's finger was pointing to, Atop the snowy soil, Emilia's eyes widened with an ah. And then, Cecilis, then please do that, Emily-san. I'll do my job, and how about I do it so flamboyantly that only the star actor of this world could manage it? After saying this, Cecilis kicked off the ground without waiting for Emilia's reply. The snow scattered, and Cecilis's body, gripping two swords of frost, ran straight for the dragon. Mesorea instantly sensed the danger of the small threat rushing towards itself on its scales. Mesorea, don't friggin' push your luck. A shudderingly enraged roar was raised, and Mesorea clawed at the block of ice that was about to crush its torso. In an instant, the gigantic mass of ice, as large as a small mountain, unable to withstand the claw strike for even a second, fissured, the cracks running through its entirety with tremendous velocity. Then it shattered all at once. Once the weight of the ice block was gone, Mesorea immediately rolled over to face the ground, ready to unleash an attack on the leaping Cecilis. Emilia, here! Emilia threw the spear she brandished at Mesorea, which struck it squarely on the nose. The sharp tip of the ice spear did not bury a sliver of its tip into Mesorea's scales, but the force of its impact had been enough to snap the dragon's head away as to delay its attack on Cecilis. Then Cecilis dove in, his velocity nearly matching that of the thrown spear. Cecilis, no blinking aloud, or you'll go without offering well-deserved applause. While weaving eloquent prose, Cecilis's twin blades of frost shot out with white light. With a light sound, its scales were penetrated, and the cloud dragon was flicked to the left and to the right. Due to the sword dance, it was deprived of its vision, it was deprived of its freedom, it was deprived of any opportunity to counterattack. Despite being a wee one still, Cecilis's skills were absurd. Both in terms of handling her body and weapons, Emilia had believed herself to have become quite respectable, but this was a dimension to which she could not compare herself to. Perhaps he even had the potential to become as absurdly strong as Reed, whom she had happened to meet at Pleiades' watchtower. Emilia, but please, don't become a meanie like Reed. Setting aside his ability with the sword, Reed possessed a terribly nasty personality, so she hoped that Cecilis would not turn out that way. With that wish in mind, taking a sidelong glance at Cecilis, who was attracting Mesorea's attention, Emilia rushed to a point a short distance away from the battle. The favor Cecilis had asked of Emilia earlier was quickly drawing near. Emilia rushed to the destination, and there she found Emilia. Madeline, this is no time to sleep. Wake up, convince Mesorea. Emilia held up Madeline Eschart's motionless body, which was buried in the snow, and desperately called out to her. Arc 7, Chapter 105, Bastions in Chaos, Part 2. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Datchazam, proofread by Archbishop #750i3 Laid Dragon Japanese to English checking by Senkel Ice Art Sources, Rakaroka. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Pressing his fists to the ground, he stood up by overexerting his shaking knees. The force of the heavy blows had reverberated to his very core, his internal organs, which seemed like they had been scrambled, bellowed. Lacerations and bruises could be reliably healed by simply sucking up the power of the earth via the soles of his feet. However, the techniques used by his opponent, their nature unknown, would overcome any crude protection of the sort. His attitude abhorrent, his character loathsome, his enemy was one of the strongest in the empire. His techniques, perfected through training that transcended human understanding, toyed with the foolhardy Garfield around without relent. However, lack of experience or age was no reason for him to cower. Garfield, who was incapable of anything dexterous, required victory, simple as that. Any other answer could not be chosen, and above all, Garfield, as if my amazing self could just keep on cowering right next to you. Gritting his teeth, Garfield looked up and let out a guttural groan from his throat. His gaze remained fixed directly towards his front, though his attention was set not on the one that was, without doubt, his enemy, but on the man standing beside him, his personal enemy. Oh dear. Your unrelenting spirit is a virtue, But isn't it more reasonable in this situation to direct it at the old man over there rather than at me? Garfield, that's just Cagracan putting things aside. You're the one blabbing nonsense. You did it long before he did. That was about a year and a half ago now. Excluding the things you're already aware of, I do think that it's not that unforgivable. Shrugging his thin shoulders, the man Roswell responded curtly. Without his makeup and clown costume in order to conceal his true identity, he retained the aura of a proper nobleman. It was a masterful disguise that did not let show just how twisted he was at his core. Without the advice of the detestable Roswell, Garfield's life would have been in peril. That much was true. And because Garfield was aware of this, a feverish anger rose from the pit of his stomach. On the other hand, I'm a tad confused about you saying you've been in a fight with Shinobi before. The one to mutter so was an old man of diminutive stature, a man who could easily have been mistaken for a dwarf. Waving the sleeve of his right arm that was missing below the wrist, he donned an expression that made him look like a good-natured old man, yet it was completely unfathomable how terrifying this old man actually was. Garfield was painfully aware that it was also part of the shinobi's techniques. Everything about him, his gestures, words, actions, even his feeble appearance, were all tools to bring nothing but death to his opponents. Shinobi utilized their entire being as a deadly weapon to finish off their targets. The shinobi head honcho, the monstrous old man, was staring at Garfield, and the other man, or rather, he was staring just at Roswell. He was not accusing him for rudely intruding into a one-on-one fight, but he was concerned about something else. Concerned that he had fought a shinobi before, and the boastfulness of that statement of his. The basic rule of fighting, a shinobi's ta lose your life. In the case the shinobis killed during their attempt, the village is notified, and the next one's dispatched, and this happens till the other person croaks. So how are you still alive? Roswell, it's a little complicated in that regard. Apparently, the shinobi I encountered also had their own circumstances. I don't know if that's the right word, but they were runaways. Runaway shinobi, stroking his long white eyebrows with his fingers, Albert whispered. Even Garfield had not comprehended the words Roswell had uttered. The existence of shinobi was merely a slightly credible rumor to begin with, but even then, their actual existence was dubious. Naturally, no one knew the true situation. He had never even heard of the term runaway shinobi before. Albert, shinobi who have escaped from the village, that couldn't have happened in quite a while now. However, instead of denying those words unfamiliar to Garfield's ears, Albert was nothing but frank about their content. It sounded as if he was aware of the situation concerning the village, those shinobi, as well as everything else. The statement probably was true. He grasped what was in his hands, not out of obligation, but as a way of life. That was the secret for success in life, of the shinobi named Albert Dunkelken. Roswell, I don't know how long a while is for you, so it may be more or less than a while. At any rate, I met those shinobi almost 40 years ago. Albert, ha! Roswell answered with a shrug of his shoulders, to which the vicious old man Albert raised a voice of doubt. A similar doubt emerged within Garfield. Rather, it was more likely that everything Roswell had stated thus far had just a casual utterance, hence he admired the nerve of the man. Although he had never bothered to ask Roswell's age, he was at most around 30 years old. He was unlike Emilia or Beatrice. He had not even been born 40 years ago, and with this ridiculous, spurious trickery targeted at Albert, Shasuk and Reizo, right? Those are the runaway shinobi you're talking about. Roswell, ho. Albert, they left the village 40 or 50 years ago, and the only ones who are still alive are their brothers. The others have been killed off, so there ain't any other candidates. Garfield dismissed that affair as a joke, yet Albert played along even more tenaciously. Next to Garfield staring in bewilderment, Roswell batted one eye shut. Looking back at Albert with his eerie yellow eye, he spoke. Roswell, well, do I really have the obligation to answer whether you're right or not? Albert, nah. It's also valid to hold your opponent in suspense when a fight kills on a knife's edge. You might have talent as a shinobi. Roswell, I appreciate the compliment, but I decline. The talent I desire and the path I want to walk have been decided long before 40 years ago. Albert, kaka, I see. Well then, it can't be helped. Roswell, shaking his head, ignored Albert's praise. Albert laughed without paying heed to that, and immediately afterwards his figure became hazy. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two vanished. With a leap, the eerie old man's foot was slammed on his target's neck. And that Garfield, HK, feeling a gentle breeze on his neck, Garfield held his breath. A deadly shockwave scattered where the nape of his neck had been, barely scraping his skin. Albert's kick had been unleashed, only to be stopped just in time. Roswell, after that conversation just now, you aim not for me, but him. Albert, diminish your enemies. Easiest ones first. Pretty textbook, ain't it? With strength and proficiency, one would not expect from such a small stature, even Garfield's well-trained neck would not be able to take a direct hit from Albert's kick and remain unscathed. What had stopped that reckless clash from becoming a reality was a distinctively shaped dagger cutting between Garfield's neck and Albert's kicking foot. Rather than having blades, however, the weapon possessed parts to strike with. Called a sai, it was an obscure weapon often employed in the western country of Kararagi, and even Garfield was now seeing it for the first time. One that had just saved Garfield's life. The owner of the sai was Roswell, adding the humiliating fact that he had saved Garfield for the second consecutive time. Garfield. Oh, the moment he was set ablaze by this humiliation, Garfield's right arm launched up, killing the wind. Naturally, the target was the old man, who remained suspended in midair with his kicking leg as his pivot. Since he had no way to escape in midair, he would smash through his torso, thus rendering him unable to fight. Albert, whoa there. However, just before that powerful arm struck him, Albert ducked with an unusually adroit movement of his body, leaping down and to the side, with only his toe hooked in Roswell's side. Evading the unleashed fist by diving under it, Albert pulled out of range in a crawling position. Immediately, Garfield stepped in for a follow-up Roswell. How about we calm down for a bit? Garfield. Gah. As he planned to rush in, his body was pulled backward at the waist, knocking the wind off his sails. Looking at it, Garfield came to notice that Roswell had hooked the tip of his sai onto the clothes at his waist. The former wondered what in the world Roswell was trying to pull, but he figured out the man's intent the moment he attempted to snap at him, because a rotating black blade grazed Garfield's nose as it came flying by. Garfield, HK. Roswell, the moment you two came apart, he threw a flying blade at your blind spot with his hand behind his back. Putting the spin on it is just a petty trick, but shinobi have a whole treasure trove of that. Not to mention our opponents at the top of their class. Albert, if you think something so pompous as being on top of a small hill people'll point and laugh at you. Being at the top of the shinobi ain't something to brag about. Unconcerned with his attack having missed, Albert closed one eye and looked at them vigilantly. Garfield once again bit his teeth in humiliation at this exchange between the two, of which he had been left out of. Roswell had saved his life not once, nor twice, but thrice already. In the fight against Kafma, he had felt on his body that he had overcome one singular wall, and in spite of that, he was incapable of doing a single thing against these people who were making a mockery of his fight with Kafma. This was a disgrace to Garfield himself, and to Kafma who had lost to him, but Roswell, Garfield, do not misjudge his type of strength. Garfield, on, Roswell, you're strong, so your opponent tries to avoid meeting you in your domain. Once you see through his wiles, most of the weakness you harbor should disappear. Roswell pulled out another sigh as he said this to Garfield, who was clenching his fists. With short-strike weapons in both hands, Roswell was no longer the head magician of the court that Garfield knew, but rather he was attempting to maintain the appearance of a mere warrior. There was a moment of confusion, but after a pause, Garfield understood his intention. Roswell had to abide by the restriction of not being able to use magic in this situation. If Roswell were to use magic, his true identity could be exposed. If that were to happen, this civil war within the Empire could unfold into a war between the kingdom and the Empire. Thus, Roswell, all I can do is provide cover. You're the key to this battle against this general first class of the Empire, Garfield. Garfield. Roswell, it's true that we have bad chemistry. You're straightforward and honest after all. That being the case, I'll find a workaround for the deficiency that creates. So I have, Garfield, a nasty personality. Roswell smiled wryly at Garfield, who had taken from the former's words and continued them. Roswell, yes, I have a nasty personality. Quite reliable, isn't it? Garfield, Pa, quit talking. With this response to the winking Raswal, Garfield wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He wiped the blood off that was still flowing from the beatings he had been on the receiving end of previously, and exhaled deeply. From the rumbling sky came the feeling of scorching heat and extreme cold, each no less threatening than the other. Just the thought of those tingling sensations being directed at his comrades was enough to numb his entire body. However, Garfield, that's only for now. If he did not focus on the enemy in front of himself, there would not be a next time, nor would there be a time after next time. Albert, now that it's 2-on-1, it's getting annoying. Garfield took a deep breath, and Albert sighed at the situation. And at the old man's words, Garfield frowned with an O. What's so strange about it? It may be annoying to him, but it's been 2-on-1 since Raswal showed up. Garfield, you got just two opponents, so there's no point in complaining about it now being 2-on-1. In response to the doubt Garfield harbored, Albert bent his neck. The monstrous old man grabbed his long white eyebrows with his index and thumb, and then declared, Albert, it's only 2-on-1 if the two are cooperating. What was just a couple of cheeky young'uns till now started baying, a pain in the rump. Garfield, then how about you surrender since you're at a disadvantage? Albert, caca. Both fleeing from the enemy and abandoning the battle are the worst kind of disgrace, worse than dying a dog's death. In addition, well, Garfield, in addition, flicking one of the eyebrows he was pinching, Albert flashed his teeth. Contrary to his smile, the small old man overflowed with a tremendous amount of fighting spirit, and then Albert, even this bane, a 2-on-1 ain't a reason to give up for me. Instantly, the old man's smile faded, his figure evaporating from view once more. When it came to the vicious old man, left and right were not the only options. The sky and the underground were as well. Garfield's nerves were on edge, due to the prospect of those possibilities, Raswal, the inseam. Prompted by the voice he heard, Garfield pulled back half a step. A moment later, his eyes met those of the old man, rising up from under the earth, Garfield. Ora! A blow with his awl was swung downwards, as Albert jumped up to his knees. Garfield's fists slammed into the old man's knees, which were like withered branches. Shockwaves rippled through the ground, causing it to crack, terrific destruction spreading. With that first direct hit, a battle to the death with the shinobi had begun, in the truest sense. The hero arriving late. Although a cliché of that sort did exist, Subaru was not too fond of it. Strictly speaking, it was correct to say that he had come to think, don't screw with me. In the process of all the many events he had experienced in this other world, he had been transported to. Subaru. If this were a game, a manga, or within a story, that would be perhaps been fine. Events in a fictional world needed developments of the sort to liven things up. However, for Subaru, who actually did live within this turbulent world, the sooner a hero, a heroic figure, a person with abilities beyond human understanding appeared on the scene to resolve a conflict, the better. It was best to have the hero show up as quickly as possible so that he would swiftly solve the root of the problem. If people were to say something along the lines of the story not being interesting, that was fine, as it was not a story. Discussing whether it was fun or not could only be done when having presence of mind to do so. Subaru. And yet, it's pathetic that we're the last to arrive. Swaying on the back of a gale-wind horse of bright red coloration, Subaru looked to the front in regret. This battle all around the imperial capital would decide the fate of the empire. It was hard to say who he ought to complain to, but for now, Subaru seethed with rage at himself for being a slowpoke. Even though he thought about how much he hated it, he ended up turning out the same as a hero who arrived late. After all, Subaru, isn't this exactly like those heroes with a tendency for being late, being the ones most eager to achieve the best possible outcome in a fight? The reason why late-arriving heroes put in so much work was surely because the heroes themselves were extremely regretful for being late. The hero was painfully aware that his friends, the people he had to protect, or someone he did not want to lose, had been through hard and painful times in the meanwhile. That was why. For the first time, Subaru learned the justification for the hero's struggles, which stemmed from not being able to make it to the battlefield in time from the beginning. They, too, had blamed themselves. Subaru, let's do this, Beatrice. Beatrice, El Shamak. With this understanding, The shadow magic of the little girl clinging onto Subaru's chest was unleashed. Black clouds appeared out of thin air, one after another, shrouding the heads of the Imperial soldiers just lined up in a row. Depriving people of their vision to diminish their fighting strength was not the case here. The soldiers with these shrouded heads were not being robbed of their sight, but rather of their fighting strength itself. Pleiades Battalion. Ooh, rah. The line of Imperial soldiers with shrouded heads being frozen in place had been crushed by the first attack of the Pleiades Battalion, which had come rushing in with their outlandish fighting style, rendering them powerless in order to take away their weapons and armor, as well as breaking any of their limbs so that they could be left behind, had been the fundamental tactic of the battalion, reflecting the fighting style and intentions of their boss, Subaru. It was not like he was hell-bent on not killing anyone. Still, he had opted for a method that would result in as few human deaths as possible. Doing so was the best for Natsuki Subaru's peace of mind, and at the same time, Subaru, I hate the Valetian Empire. It was his revenge. Revenge against the empire that forced people to fight and kill each other just in order to be a warrior. Schwartz, we are approaching the city walls. We need to decide whether to continue into the imperial capital or to head to the other bastions to provide support. The ground quaking was due to Gustav Morello going on a rampage with his extraordinarily gigantic build. Having been appointed as the governor of the Gladiator Island, he was the indispensable brain of the Pleiades Battalion, displaying tremendous combat power as he brandished his four thick, strong arms, keeping the approaching Imperial soldiers at bay. While Gustav's powerful upper limbs struck soldiers, sending them flying over his head effortlessly, Subaru saw the walls looming before him, the walls of the fourth bastion of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the city. Conquering each bastion was the condition for gaining the upper hand in this siege. Subaru, what do you think, Gustav-san? How are we supposed to attack? Gustav, it is not for I, in my capacity, to decide. I shall just present the possible advantages and disadvantages. If we enter the imperial capital and reach the Crystal Palace, we can accelerate the conclusion of the battle. If we go to the other bastions to provide support, we can reduce the casualties on both sides with the help of our main force. That is all. Subaru. How troubling, how troubling. But while Gustav was dependable in keeping his cool even in the midst of a fight, Subaru did regard his personality as horrible, since Gustav never helped him make decisions in these situations. Yet though he would present Subaru the possibilities, he would never force him to choose. It was precisely because Gustav abided by that tenet that the Pleiades Battalion had remained united until now, rather than collapsing. If there was one more reason for Gustav's attitude, and for the battalion to be this united, Subaru, Gustav-san, take the flag-bearer Hein and half of everyone to support the other battles. Whites, take the other half and hold this position. I'll leave it to you. As Subaru had been entrusted with making the decisions on the spot, he had to exercise it properly. Gustav, I as the official acknowledge those orders. Hein, I'm on it, bro. We're all in this boat together. Whites, of course we're in the same boat, Lizard. Since it's your request, I'm gonna listen. Hearing Subaru's decision, everyone who had been called upon replied, one after the other. He had made the extravagant decision to take both of the options presented by Gustav. Even so, that would have to be done by dividing the forces to each battlefield, but Subaru, if it's us, then we can do it. One could easily see how the enthusiasm of the members of the squadron heightened further at Subaru's declaration. And that was precisely why they were comrades with whom he had fought together ever since that hellish island, making their way over here. Idra, Schwartz, what should we do? Subaru, it's a no-brainer. We're going to make a grand entry through the wall. Idra questioned him as he held the reins of the Galewind horse, galloping along with Subaru. Subaru answered the obvious question cheerfully as he pointed to the ramparts in front of him. Then, with his eyes fixed on the imposing wall, he opened his mouth and declared, Subaru, destroy it, Tanza. I'm counting on you. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, you sure are a smooth talker. Receiving Subaru's shout of encouragement, a small shadow agilely jumped out from right beside him. Lifting the hem of her kimono and kicking off the ground in a dash as she headed to the ramparts was Tanza. She had ended up working with Subaru through a strange quirk of fate and was an indispensable member of the Pleiades Battalion. To be precise, The reason for that was because she was the strongest attacker in the Pleiades battalion. Tanza. Ha! Flying like a bullet, Tanza spun in midair, and following that the guitar she wore on her feet pierced the ramparts. One moment later, the robust rampart had been shattered, Tanza's figure running through it. The shockwave created a crack in the fourth bastion of the city walls, fissures spreading across its entirety. Subaru, gaga, everyone. Oh, then, with Subaru's order, the Pleiades battalion crashed right where Tanza had struck the first blow with its full momentum. It no longer was an attack by an individual member of the battalion, but a blow from the individual living entity that was the Pleiades battalion. An attack that even the walls of the imperial capital of Lupugana, boasted for their robustness, were unable to resist even briefly. Subaru. There was a thunderous roar, a terrific plume of dust enveloped them, and then the ramparts were opened via brute force. Seeing this overwhelming spectacle, Subaru performed a fist pump, while Beatrice in his arms opened her round eyes wide. Beatrice. For that wall to be so easily, that's too absurd, I suppose. Tanza. That is the Pleiades battalion. Descending from amidst the dust as to respond to Beatrice's horrified mutter, came Tanza. Dusting off her kimono, she was the sort of girl whose facial expression would barely ever stir. However, on this occasion, she seemed to be just a little proud of herself. Even though she did not show much camaraderie, she had recognized herself as a member of the Pleiades battalion. Otherwise, she would not have been affected by the power of unity. However, Beatrice did not seem to like Tanza's attitude. Beatrice, you have an impudent expression on your face, in fact. Tanza, even if you call it impudent, this is the face I was born with. Beatrice, facial expressions are different, I suppose. They can be changed, in fact. Louis, ooh, ah, ah. Looking down at the clearly aloof Tanza, Beatrice, who was on horseback, had her face flush. Then, as if taking Beatrice's side, Louis, who had been clinging to Subaru's back, also began to make a fuss. To the frenzied girls, Subaru raised his voice with a wait, calm down. Before continuing, Subaru, don't fight. We're a team, comrades, a unit. Beatrice, Yaunit, Tanza, understood, Schwartz-Sama. Beatrice, Grrrrrrr, I suppose. Beatrice cocked her head in confusion at the unfamiliar echo, whereas Tanza bowed, as it was a familiar one. Knowledge of Gladiator Island was the difference between those reactions, but Subaru's lips curved as the atmosphere seemed to become more and more like a spark for Beatrice's anger. However, rather than Subaru moving to mediate there, damn you, prepare yourselves. Subaru, eh? A lone Imperial soldier, creeping up amidst the dust created by the collapsed walls, raised his sword, training it on Subaru riding atop horseback. Even if it was hard to believe, to this enemy soldier before them, it was clear that Subaru was the leader of this group. It was the way of the Empire to not underestimate children, even if they did not know any better. Therefore, the soldier's sword veered not from its aim, and was driven into Subaru Louis. Yow! In an instant, the force hugging Subaru from behind became stronger, and his vision changed in a flash. What had occurred was plain and simple. In the blink of an eye, the Galewind horse had moved no. It had teleported away from the spot it had been standing just before. Idra, W, what? Oof. The sudden teleportation caused Idra, the holder of the reins, to swoon, involuntarily coming to vomit, his internal organs upset. Subaru also felt like his body remembered this sensation, that of the unusual power Louis at his back possessed. Then Beatrice, Shamak. Imperial soldier, Wah, Ku, Gua. With a brief chant from Beatrice, the Imperial soldier was covered by a cloud, and a fluid kick from Tanza swept the legs of the stunned Imperial soldier in splendid fashion, knocking them down onto the ground, lost of consciousness. After this momentary display of teamwork, the two who achieved it exchanged glances from on and off the horse. Tanza, excellent work. Beatrice, you too, your moves weren't bad, in fact. Thus, the tense atmosphere that had prevailed earlier completely changed as they acknowledged each other. Subaru, well, it's good to see you little girls warming up to each other, by the way, Louis. Don't do that so suddenly, you've turned Idra's stomach inside out, even though it helped a lot. Louis, ah. Subaru, good answer. Idra, take a deep breath. This is the first time that happens, but maybe not the last. Idra, I'll try my best. With the power of Louis' teleport, at least one unforeseen accident had been averted. If push came to shove, Subaru would not hesitate to make use of it, no matter how much Idra would be about to throw up. Subaru, not like I could handle 2 or 3 in a row to begin with, Gustavsen. Hein. Whites. At the call of the reinvigorated Subaru, the faces in front of the collapsed wall looked back at him. One by one, they looked into the eyes of that familiar face with a firm gaze. Subaru, I'm counting on all of you. Gustav, I will, in my capacity, fulfill my duties. You ought to do likewise. Hein, let's get it. Time for the triumphant return of the Pleiades battalion in its full and imposing force. Whites, Schwartz will defend this place to the last. Go take that throne. Gustav's group headed off to another battlefield. White's group stopped to defend the collapsed walls. And as Subaru left his dependable men to their respective posts, he poked Idra in the chest with the back of his head. As he got head-butted, Idra looked like he was holding Subaru in his arms as he rode the Galewind horse. Idra, well, we got in. Looks like we're the first ones. Laughing bravely, Idra rode the Galewind horse over the wreckage of the city walls and into the inner city. While swaying to and fro on the same horse, Subaru also entered the imperial capital of Ljubljana. The cityscape of the imperial capital, hidden within the high walls, could not be seen in its entirety from the outside, but it was a methodical, orderly, and disciplined arrangement of buildings. Subaru, the city's representative, must be a nervous wreck to build it like this. If the person in question had been listening, they might have argued how impossible it was for them to be responsible for adding on to a city that was built hundreds of years ago. So having stated this one-sided impression, the Pleiades battalion surged into the imperial capital. Their goal was Beatrice, Subaru. What should we do, I suppose? Tanza, Schwartz-sama, what shall we do? Louis, Yuao. Oh, Subaru. Of course, it's obvious. Head straight to the crystal palace of the imperial capital. Let's rub this warm welcome straight into the pompous face of His Excellency the Emperor. Subaru, having been asked this question by all the girls at once, responded to them collectively. Beatrice, Tanza, and even Louis all nodded in reply to Subaru's answer. But only Idra, who was forced to be close to all of them, muttered quietly, Idra, on the battlefield with 4 children in tow. I guess I didn't have the talent of a warrior after all. Indeed, that was a fitting thought for a miller. And concurrent with the Pleiades battalion led by Natsuki, Subaru breaching the city walls, being the first to finally enter the imperial capital of Ljubljana. Surely, I had not expected you to be so dogged. Groups of rebels were besieging the imperial capital in their plans to overthrow the very foundations of the empire, and the fixed destination for all of them, expending their lives for the sake of reaching it, was the Crystal Palace. The throne room was located in the most elevated, most prestigious room in the castle. With the national banner of a wolf pierced by swords hoisted on the wall behind it, and a blood-red carpet laid out before it, present there was the throne upon which all the authority of this empire was concentrated, and upon it the emperor sat. Young, intelligent, and as ruthlessly beautiful as a finely sharpened blade, the emperor did not change his complexion even as the masses came flocking in, their swords pointed at his throat. Despite what he himself had stated, the situation nevertheless surpassed his expectations, even though, out of the countless threads you have laid out, up to which layer were you referring by that? As this was the throne room, those words were too irreverent to be uttered to the emperor who was seated on his throne. For there was neither a loyal retainer to condemn that insolent man, nor were there any soldiers to behead him, and the room echoed with the sound of the intruder's presumptuous footsteps on the carpet. There was also another inscrutable thing within the vacant throne room. Supposing others were present in the room, they would have frowned upon this fact, or perhaps they could not even have frowned, because in order to recognize that fact, one would need to have sufficient reason to break through the cognitive block. A gift had once been presented to an ancient emperor by a tribe he had shared a friendship with, a mask that took after the Oni clan, a clan created for the sake of killing the most terrifying existences in the world, making those gazing upon it to avert their eyes in fear of what laid on the other side of the mask. Therefore, it was not easy to recognize that the tone of voice of the person wearing the Oni mask was exactly the same as that of the emperor. And so, a presence had made its appearance before the Emperor Vincent Varlatia, bearing the same tone of voice as the Emperor, striding proudly and fearlessly through the throne room as if it were his own. That presence was Vincent. Unsurprisingly, you are emotionless to the very core. Even when you look up from below at the throne you were ousted from like this. Alas, it was the triumphant return of the rightful emperor, who'd had no recourse but to abandon his throne before. Translation notes. 1. The sai is a traditional weapon from Japan used for both stabbing and striking foes, with the shape of a sharp metal talon with two shorter prongs to the sides. For more information, see here. Arc 7, Chapter 106, Bastions in Chaos, Part 3. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Dache Zamfanta Archbishop 297 Archbishop proofread by Archbishop hash 750 Fanta MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Senkel Ice GPM's paper art sources Apple Fresh Rockaroka. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. When Bastet's Fandalfin made his return to the throne room, noticing something strange, he came to find that the door to the most venerable room in the Crystal Palace was firmly closed. The word closed did not simply refer to the mere opening or closing of the door. In this case, closed literally meant that the door was completely sealed off from the outside world. It was a manifestation of the intention of the master of the palace, the intention to never let anyone else enter. However, in this case, I wonder which tilde of the two emperors' intentions is more appropriate to keep in mind for this, Prime Minister Sama. Bastet's came to a stop, narrowing his already thread-like eyes even further to the utmost, due to the clownish manner of the delicate man that was stretching out his arms and standing in front of the closed door. The man standing there with a faint smile on his face was an exception of some sort, being allowed to enter and leave the Crystal Palace as he pleased because of his stargazer peculiarity, making him an unpredictable entity who had obtained the position of being neither friend nor foe. Bastet's Ubulk Dono regarding the throne room, Ubulk, I'm not gonna leave you high and dry, so I'll tell you the truth. His Excellency the Emperor is present, both the real and the fake, so they should tilde get their face-to-face meeting. Bastet's, incomprehensible. Even though he had an inkling, Bastet's chose to respond like this as he placed his hand on his chin. Exactly as he had mouthed, it was incomprehensible to him, and there was no doubt that the situation was difficult for him to just accept. At Bastet's reaction, Ubulk tilted his head, saying incomprehensible. Ubulk, what's so hard to accept? Are you wondering how the real emperor was brought here? If that's the case, I was guided by the whispers of the stars, Bastet's. Even on the battlefield, you can manage to walk down a path that is free from falling arrows. Even if soldiers are slashing at each other in close quarters, you're able to step through without a splatter of blood reaching you, let alone their sword blows, correct? Ubulk. Yeah, that's who, tilde it is. But that's not all. With a smirk, Ubulk nodded, making no pretense of hiding anything. As ridiculous as it sounded, Bastet's had been witness to Ubulk's abnormal abilities with his own eyes. Ubulk had once leisurely walked through a literal rainstorm of projectiles and a forest of swords without suffering a single scratch. Ubulk claimed to follow the whisperings of the stars, but Bastet's could not determine whether him possessing superhuman fighting skills was true or false. If one thing could be said for certain, then it was that he was enveloped by a power beyond human understanding, be it the whispering of the stars or Ubulk's own abilities. And because he was so useful, neither the real Vincent Varlatia nor the fake Vincent Varlatia had been willing to let go of Ubulk. Everything was Bastet's, so that you serve as a guiding light for the purpose of preventing the great disaster. Ubulk, why it's tilde this, wasn't it due to my own humanity being acknowledged? Bastet's, if anyone was to be called forth to the Crystal Palace because of their humanity, it would be General First-Class Gars. Aside from him, everyone else would be called due to their abilities. I myself am no exception. From the perspective of running a nation, Personal attachment was nothing more than the sound of insects flying. It ought be ignored. That was Bostets's view, and it was almost certainly the same view held by both Vincent Valetius. It was not a question of good and bad, or likes and dislikes, but rather a topic that should be discussed from the perspective of necessity. In that regard, Bostets was only a necessary cogwheel at this point. If his position were to become unnecessary or worthless, he would have no qualms about being removed. Ubulk should not deviate from his required role as well, regardless of his resolve. Bostets, if you were aware of this, you would not have overlooked this plot of mine, and His Excellency who sits on the throne now, would you? Ubulk, could it be that you consider my actions as betrayal? That's tilde complicated. After all, in order to betray, you gotta be trusted first. Or do you trust me? Bostets, no, not at all. Ubulk, that's so. It hurts me to have that be said, but putting his hand on his forehead, Ubulk looked amused as he spoke of how much it had hurt him. Whether this was out of placidity or something else, Bostets had never witnessed him failing to keep a straight expression. He had never thought of this as unpleasant before, but at this moment, for the very first time, he considered him an eyesore. The real Vincent Valetia, who had been banished from the Crystal Palace, thus relinquishing of his title as emperor, he had now been brought through the door, pushed into this decisive scene. Ubulk, allow me to answer one question. Prime Minister Sama, I haven't changed my standpoint. Bostets, what standpoint exactly? Bostets inquired whether he purported to be a friend or foe. Upon hearing that, Ubulk put his hands together in front of his chest, making a sound that echoed through the air. Ubulk, of course, my standpoint of wishing to avert the great disaster and maintain the peace and quiet of the Valetian Empire. Bostets, for that reason, the confrontation on the other side of this door is necessary. Ubulk, yes, that's right, that's right. Everything I do is for the sake of that. The beating of my heart, the breathing that inflates and deflates my lungs, the flow of blood through my body, everything. Bostets. Bostets remained silent in response to Ubulk continuing on, tapping on his own chest. Ubulk's unchanging smile, unwavering demeanor, and somewhat devilish gaze seemed to be sane and serious to Bostets's eyes. He could not say for certain whether that sanity and seriousness was a peek into the other side of madness. Bostets, Your Excellency, what will you do? As Ubulk stood guarding the great door, and the two emperors faced each other on the other side of it, Bostets muttered to himself, thinking of the person he had banished. Bostets did not care if he were to be beheaded, if his soul were to be lit ablaze, if he were subjected to any other kind of brutal execution. If Vincent Valetia, one of the wisest emperors in the history of the empire, truly wished to be emperor, so be it. Therefore, a man always quick to act, always light in words. I would not count on something of the ilk of the stargazer who placed his faith in the skies above. Firstly, I expect no sort of loyalty from that thing. If hierarchy were to be established based on loyalty, Valetia would not have been preserved as it is till the present day. But then again, had my ruin come as a result of being unable to question the upsides and downsides of the ambitions you have hidden, then one could easily say it is but natural that the prospect of me stepping through the palace floor like this would be one so far off in the distance. Now would it? Treading upon the blood-red carpet, Abel posed a question to the one before his eyes, the former's gaze fixed on the latter, arms crossed. There was no room for debate as to whose hand had aided Abel in this instance of arriving here. That man, who read through the peculiarities of that which was outside the norm, pouring heart and soul into realizing the wishes of the observers, was without peer in regard to the act of treading the outside of the game board, much akin to a loose cannon. However, a cannon that could not be divested of its station unless the conditions were to be met. Identifying the conditions for forcefully divesting that loose cannon of its post had been a particularly difficult task to the extreme, being that making it stir was a double-edged sword. Yet he had done it. The fact that he was now once more setting foot on the throne room from which he had been ousted was proof of that. The scheming, the concealment up until this moment, it was no exaggeration to state that it had all been done in order to wrestle back this opportunity. Abel, the face of the man sitting on the throne he had his eyes set on, the one to whom he was about to pose a question, was one Abel had seen many times. His own face, it was. It went far beyond logic, like mere intimate familiarity or whatnot. It was a visage that to others would appear like that of Vincent Valescia himself. However, to Abel, who had known the man who had mastered the art of disguising himself with that face for years, it appeared to be a poorly crafted mask. A mask would remain a mask, however, even if poorly crafted. A mask over one's face concealed their true visage, accomplishing the role of covering up their real thoughts, making them invisible. Henceforth, Abel posed his questions not with his eyes, but with his words. And in addition, he posed a straightforward, piercing question, one devoid of any smoke and mirrors. Abel, have your wishes in ousting me, thus joining Bastet's, come true? The query spoken by Abel, had anyone heard it, was one that would surely have caused outrage. The aftermath of the banishment drama that had begun in a room in the Crystal Palace had already spread throughout the entirety of the empire. Even now, imperial soldiers and rebels were clashing by the walls surrounding the imperial capital, their lives continuously being scattered to the wind. The people living in the imperial capital, too, were entrusting their lives to the outcome. Against this backdrop, Abel's question was the sort that could not escape being criticized as leisurely. Still, Abel had voiced so. The rebel, who preferred not wasting a single thing, who had worked out so many wily schemes to get to this point, had voiced so. Because it was necessary. To determine what Abel, nay, what the real Vincent Valescia, ought to seek in the forthcoming dialogue with the fake Vincent Valescia. Finally, after pausing for a time too long to even be hesitation, yet too short to be dubbed contemplation, Vincent, no, not yet. I have not yet obtained the result I seek. In a voice imitative of the one that had cast the inquiry, thus was the answer from the false emperor to the true emperor. Abel. For that reply, Abel likewise needed a moment of time. He paused for a breath, putting neither hesitation nor contemplation betwixt. And then, Abel, have yet to obtain what you seek, is it? As that spilled from him, he closed both his eyes, going against the natural habit he had. Never did Abel close both eyes simultaneously. He was forced to keep one eye open at all times, lest his preparations be too deficient as an emperor who ruled his empire lifeless after the blink of an eye. The point here was not that for Abel, who by product of training and self-awareness was capable of keeping one eye open even when sleeping, his consciousness remaining half awake. This marked the first time in several years in which darkness came as a result of closing both his eyes. It was that by doing so, by possessing the very capability of doing so, Abel had made an assertion of his own intents. In other words, Abel, that is deceit. From the moment he had set foot into the throne room, no anger, no disappointment had been present within Abel's voice and gaze both. The same applied even when it came to being before the man who had performed an act of treachery, stabbing him in the back. His steely self-control had allowed him to do so. Here, Abel's voice, which had assiduously rejected all emotion, was for the first time laced with a tone of disdain which he had stopped concealing, directed towards the person who had disguised himself in his own visage. Vincent. With those words spoken, the false emperor, warming his throne, kept his silence. Silent he kept, though it would have been somewhat helpful had his silence been out of trifling pride. Abel, ousting myself from the throne, you removed that damned Gaz from the equation as he had gained knowledge of the situation, schemed to anticipate and crush my plans after my escape, and took part in the destruction of the demon city. The smoldering embers have spread to the entire nation, permitting that the bounds of the imperial capital, a place where rebels armed with their designs of insurrection have never been allowed to reach, would at last have their tainted, boorish feet enter it. Vincent, do you believe it would have not come to pass had it been yourself on the throne? Abel, to begin with, had I been on the throne, all this now would not have come to fruition. As a result, the conflagration you have brought upon has scorched the empire. However, thereupon cutting off his sentence, Abel extended his hand towards the only mask that covered his face. And then, Abel, a way to immediately snuff out these flames exists. Having spoken so, he ripped off the mask affixed to his face, thus exposing his real face to the outside, within eyesight of the other person. With his countenance looking down upon him, and both of them alike in every way, like two peas in a pod, the two emperors faced one another. Real and fake, a perfect mirror such that none would be able to detect discrepancies. Abel. He was a wise man. Abel's actions and words would have conveyed his intentions clearly. With matters having come this far, he had sufficient understanding of his disadvantageous position, of the difficulty in fulfilling his plan. It was time for the irresistible waves of reason to sweep away the schemes that had been hatched. If the obstacles they had set their eyes on, if the great disaster to be fought against were both the same, that would be only logical. Henceforth, Abel, I shall he was about to announce his intent to return to the place he was supposed to be. He would issue a decree difficult to oppose, thus settling the battle initiated by foolish reasons. And it happened just prior to that. Vincent, Your Excellency. That one expression cut off the rest of Abel's words. It was an expression that ought not be stated with that appearance, with that voice. Deprecating oneself and putting the one it was directed to at a higher standing, it was a stupid statement from someone who had lost awareness of his own position, which ought not happen. The moment it was heard, Abel's words were interrupted for a beat. Perhaps that was the second time Vincent Valacia, had had his expectations betrayed in the Crystal Palace, a possibly fatal moment. On the first occasion, he had been ousted from the throne. And now, on this second instance, Vincent, slipping into that momentary gap, the false emperor rose from the throne. Raising himself from his sitting position, the difference in their heights, which had been only that of one looking down on the other, once more increased for a smidgen. However, that notion vanished in a blink's worth of time. No more did it matter. The reason for that being, Vincent, your one lapse was in having a bird's-eye view of the board. The figure informing him of this had closed the distance in the time of a sole breath, looming before Abel. Inside the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital of Lupugana, two emperors, one true and one false, were within breathing range of each other. At that very moment, various changes occurred simultaneously all over at the places the imperial capital was being laid under siege. Each of them had been caused by different feelings and beliefs, but they all had just one thing in common. That one thing was that none of the changes occurring at these places had been desirable. El Fula. Wielding a wand in their hand, they created a gust of wind in the parched air of the battlefield. Normally, this magic would focus on slitting the opponent's throat with precision and minimal effort. However, Ram had realized that this would not be effective against the enemy present upon this battlefield. Forming a horde, stone golems were standing in her way as if they did not have a life of their own. Had nothing akin to a self-consciousness, they attacked approaching objects mechanically, and although they were humanoid in shape, they lacked what one would call the vital points of the human body. Whether their heads were removed, whether their limbs were severed, they attacked their enemies using the remaining parts of their body as weapons. Therefore, Ram's signature tactics were ineffective, but she could not just throw the towel like a genteel damsel who was completely incapable of doing anything on her own. Let loose. In response to the glaring Ram who stepped towards the horde, a line of brown-skinned war maidens likewise pressed forward on the front line. The people of Shadrach fearlessly pushed onto the battlefield with their bows poised, their arrows drawn, their shots fired at the encroaching obstacles of stone. Applying wind to each of their arrows, Ram attempted to rout the problem away by force. The wind-borne arrows were vested with speed and rotation, and the moment one struck a stone golem, the arrowhead would emit a burst of wind with penetrating force such that it would pulverize the golem. The arrow would continue with unrelenting force and pierce right into the stone golems behind it in a chain reaction, causing the same destruction and increasing the damage. With just a single arrow fired, 2 to 3 stone golems would collapse as a result. In addition to that, Ram, Fula. The whispered, delicate chanting would create a wind of a different wavelength compared to the destructive wind, and blow the earth apart almost as if caressing it to scatter the stones it was composed of. At once, the arrows that had dropped to ground after destroying the stone golems would whirl up, and thus make their return to the hands of the running Shadrachs, just to be knocked and released to then defeat the stone golems again. Again and again. Ram, Fula el Fula, Fula el Fula. The alternate chanting, the rapid use of the magic in succession, was like a delicate motion combining the self-same system of the magic. The people of Shadrach, who had nothing but respect and admiration for the Valetian Empire that had mastered the art of warfare at the expense of developing magic, could not comprehend this extraordinary skill. It was like she was threading a needle with her eyes closed and her hands tied. Or perhaps it was a superhuman feat, akin to putting the selfsame thread through countless lumen simultaneously. Because of the arrival of Ram and her highly effective wind magic on the battlefield, the Shudrak's breakthrough power had swelled severalfold. The female warriors, having been left behind due to Zikr Osman's faith and sentimentality, were using their consequently preserved strength to crush the forces of the nigh-impenetrable third bastion. Ah, how pleasant! To be able to shock both friend and foe. With glossy black daggers gripped in her hands, Maiselda said this as she raced across the battlefield. Although she boasted a prosthetic leg in place of the one she had lost, her unfaltering gait gave no sense of deficiency. Maiselda overtook the front line of the battlefield, the place where the arrows of her allies flew towards mercilessly, and swinging her daggers in both hands, she tore apart the stone golems like a storm, opening a hole in their group. Sister will dodge them on her own. Don't stop. Let Ram's wind carry our spirit. Tarita, herself, armed with a bow on hand, fired 3 shots in the same time the other Shadrakians took to fire one, and with her eyes fixed on the back of her older sister rampaging on the front lines, she made an appeal to her brethren. In accordance with that, as the arrows of the Shadrakians dealt a crushing blow to the group of stone golems, Zikr and the others who had picked their lives back up after they should have been thrown away, charged in to destroy their battle formation. Move, move, move. You small fry stone golems, you ain't gonna take over this battlefield. Letting loose a vulgar voice at the head of the group was a man with an elegant, flowing swordsmanship contrary to his apparent character. Bringing demise to several stone golems with one sweep of his swords, the man with an eye patch leveled the battlefield in a single move. If one went by what had been described so far, it was a war situation that could probably be labeled as overwhelming superiority. However, Zikr, pull back. Mounted on the back of a galewind horse with a beautiful coat, Zikr shouted, and the group running on the front lines immediately split up. Right after, a wall fell from overhead towards the center of that group. A thunderous roar and violent tremor engulfed the land. Without exaggeration, this phenomenon was like fighting a fort itself. Such was the threat posed by Meguro Hagin, who had become one with the city wall, and which would not diminish no matter how many stone golems were chipped away. Literally, with one swing of Meguro's arm, their gains in the battle would be nullified in the blink of an eye. Rather than seesawing evenly, the battle had been unfolding with 1 step forward, followed by 2 steps back. But Ram, what? Ram, who had been concentrating on advancing forward onto the battlefield, as well as delivering arrows to the Shudrak, and having their arrows pierce through the enemy, narrowed her light crimson eyes and pondered the changes that had taken place. It was only Ram at first who noticed the signs, but gradually, the change in the battlefield over the third bastion became one noticed by all. A change, namely, Jamal. Fuck you. Don't turn your back on your enemy. Are you even a general first class? Meguro Hagin, who had become a huge figure of unbelievable proportions, was struck by vulgar swearing hurled towards their back. Yes, towards their back. Meguro Hagin had taken a giant step towards the imperial capital, turning their back on Ram, the Shadrakians, and the throngs of warriors they had encountered on the battlefield. It's no good. She won't wake up at all. Shaking her shoulders, shouting at her, and lightly tapping her cheeks did not awaken the limp dragonkin girl in her arms, Madeline Eshott. Emilia, after retrieving her from the snow, where she lay motionless, was trying her best to make the hectic battlefield a little better, but she was unable to get any results. Emilia, Mesorea is. Emilia, her silver hair fluttering in the cold wind, held Madeline, still locked in a stubborn sleep with her eyes closed. And once she turned around, she came to witness a battle between 2 extraordinary beings taking place. On one corner was a dragon clad in clouds, separated from ordinary creatures by the sheer nature of their very existence. And while the blue-haired boy on the other corner would perhaps look and talk like a small child, he was flying around the battlefield with a fighting style that would put any adult or Emilia to shame. The battle between the cloud dragon Mesorea and Cecilus Segment was now a legendary one. Cecilis, Shewer. With the soles of his Zori on the icy wall without any apparent aid, Cecilis's body ran through the air at an angle parallel to the ground. Without anything to hold on to, the human body would normally fall to the ground. Yet, Cecilis ignored such natural principles and made use of the towering ice wall as a foothold from which to approach the dragon above Emilia's head. Taking one last powerful step, Cecilis's body caught up to Mesorea with lightning speed. Mesorea flapped its wings and tried to keep its distance, but it was at the mercy of his maneuvers, being hit by the slash of an ice sword to its exposed neck without being able to defend itself, once Cecilis had avoided its swinging claws. Mesorea, Jaya. From the dragon came a cry of anguish that was quite unlike a dragon, and then came a shrill noise of the ice sword shattering against the dragon's neck, conveying its demise through sound to those around in the environs. Was it the robustness of the cloud dragon's scales that had shattered the ice blade, which had been hardened like iron, or was it the speed with which Cecilis had swung the sword that had made it shatter? In any case, the disintegrated sword of frost had served its purpose, and Cecilis was defenseless in midair. Cecilis, I'm spoiled for choice with this many options to pick and choose from. There are no limits, no petty tricks. The voice, its high pitch comparable to the sound of the sword of frost shattering, was an indication of Cecilis's natural voice and excitement. Cecilis's words, spun in a pleasant tone, were followed by a second sound of ice shattering. No, not a second, but a third and a fourth in succession. Cecilis, ch. Not unprotected in midair as one might have thought, Cecilis sprung upwards without fail. He pulled out a myriad of weapons of frost, created by Emilia, weapons created via icicle line, one after another, which he had shoved into his clothes. From his back, his waist, and between his thighs, the items Cecilis had picked up while catching up with Mesorea, who was escaping into the sky, were swung one after another by Cecilis's hands while in the air, peeling off Mesorea's scales. Swords, axes, spears, and hammers of ice wreaked havoc, and the cloud dragon was put on the defensive due to the violent assault. Or perhaps, even that expression was a misnomer, seeing as Mesorea was unable to defend itself. Emilia. Wow, her eyes were able to follow him because she was far away in a spot where she would not get caught in the crossfire. But if Cecilis were to move right in front of her, Emilia would probably not be able to follow his afterimage. Considering that level of surprise, then perhaps Cecilis would be able to defeat Mesorea even if Madeline did not wake up, though her heart was not in a state that she would not feel frustration at that. Emilia, you're fighting for someone you care about too, aren't you? Emilia lowered the corners of her amethyst eyes at the sight of Madeline's unconscious sleeping face. Madeline had always been hostile, angry, and unwilling to listen, but Emilia did not know her well enough to dislike her for it. What she did know was that the reason she was angry laid in her feelings for someone she cared about, and Mesorea had come down to help Madeline in this way. If Mesorea were to die while she was asleep, just what would happen to Madeline's mind? Emilia, Madeline, wake up. Wake up already. They were in the middle of a battle. Moreover, Cecilis had saved Emilia's life from peril. It was impossible for her to be so selfish as to ask him to back off or not to kill Mesorea. Therefore, that only left Madeline. Only she could end the battle without Madeline herself or Mesorea, who had come to her aid, losing their lives. Cecilis. Oh, I see. So the wing's joint is weak. Despite Emilia's hopes and considerations, the analysis from Cecilis, who had been cheering for battle, proceeded. Looking back at her memories of fighting Volcanica, at the time Emilia had had no idea of what the weaknesses of the creature known as a dragon would be, but Cecilis seemed to be different. The blow of Cecilis's sword had met the joint of one of the dragon's wings, as he had stated, while he continued to fight in the air using the dragon's body as a foothold, not falling out of the air, and in the meantime he dodged the attacks from its wings and tail, performed in an attempt to fling him away. In an instant, the nature of the scream changed, and blue blood dripped onto the snow-white decoration. It was proof that a slash had skewered the sturdy scales, reaching beyond them. Cecilis, if a dragon were to lose its wings, what would make it different from a ground dragon? Have you had a chance to learn how to fight while on the ground in your long lifetime? He was not mocking it, nor was he belittling it. Cecilis's tone of voice had remained the same. If anything, He was saying it to hype himself up. But even Emilia was convinced that what he had been saying was about to become a reality. Emilia had been convinced Mesorea, who was being directly swung at by the sword, ought to have been convinced of it even further. A dragon having its wings cut off, thus falling to the ground. Emilia, who had no wings and was not a dragon, could not imagine how unbearable that would be, but she could see how it would take away Mesorea's chances of winning. It was hard to believe that Cecilus, who could not be kept up with even in the sky, could be kept up with on the ground. Mesorea, this dragon is. A moment later, Mesorea's low voice boomed, trying to sweep aside the impending humiliation. Kicking Mesorea in the flank, Cecilus leapt up, and his slash drew near the root of its wing. Just before it hit, it did a spinning drill and flipped from down-facing to upward-facing while airborne. Looking up towards Cecilus aiming for the wing, Mesorea's draconic arm reared up in front of the former. A human body could easily be torn apart if it were hooked in either the claws or the scales. Even Cecilus, who could move fast, was no exception to this, making Emilia come near to shrieking. But Emilia's scream was directed not at Cecilus's death, but at something else. Cecilus, hooey, that was a close one. The swinging arm of the dragon had certainly caught Cecilus in midair. However, Cecilus aligned his soul against the dragon arm striking at him, allowing him to run alongside the arm while it unleashed its ferocious blow. Launching himself using the tip of the dragon's claw as footing, he started running near the dragon's elbow. He had been able to convert a strike that would have blown his body apart upon impact into an opportunity to run and jump out of the way. It was his ridiculous foot speed that had allowed him to escape an otherwise certain death. Cecilus, Beauty-san. Emilia, ah, yes. Being called a beauty, Emilia was at loss for any words of modesty in response. Instinctively sensing why she was being called upon, Emilia leapt away from the tip of the dragon's arm, and then cast a new weapon of frost in Cecilus's vicinity, who had landed on the ice wall. Cecilus quickly picked it up, turning to Mesorea, who was about to give chase, and bent his knees in preparation for another leap. The distance that had opened between them could be closed in the blink of an eye, but in there laid Mesorea's chance for victory, as right now no attacks from Cecilus could reach it. Naturally, Mesorea would put all its energy into this. At least, that was what ought to have happened. Cecilus, HM. Getting ready for an immediate attack, Cecilus tilted his head while he crouched down. Despite his tacit understanding, and despite the fact that he was giving up the first move, the expected attack did not arrive. Emilia seemingly harbored the same doubts as Cecilus. Before she even knew it, Emilia understood that this was the final frontier between over victory or defeat as she was pushed to her limits. And yet, Mesorea did not move. On the contrary, immediately before this moment, Mesorea had tried to swing its dragon arm to obliterate Cecilus. Having stopped moving in midair, its white eyeballs with pupils and irises black stared at a single point. At Cecilus, who had tried to put it on the ropes, making it taste humiliation that was not so. Aside from Cecilus, who was posturing on the ice wall, and Emilia, who was cradling Madeline, there was another presence that Mesorea could not ignore on this white-dyed battlefield. Mesorea, still as if it had been struck dead, raised its gaze even higher into the sky. It stopped and gazed towards a point in the sky much, much higher than its own. Emilia, is there something flying? Emilia followed Mesorea's gaze and focused on the ashen, snow-laden clouds. Even higher in the sky than where Mesorea's huge body floated, there was a shadow of something flying just barely visible to Emilia's eyesight. The only options Emilia could consider flying in the sky were the dragon in front of her, the flying dragons that flew in numbers across the battlefield, or Roswell getting sidetracked during his travel time. And Mesorea, it can't be. Mesorea flapped its wings as it muttered this. The body of the idling dragon resumed its movement. However, it was not a move to unleash a decisive attack like it was supposed to do just prior. Cecilus. Wah! Hey, wait, this can't be happening. As soon as Cecilus observed its movement, his expression trembled with the greatest of shock. Until then, his expression had seemed to be happy regardless of what was done to him, but now his eyes darted about quickly in bewilderment. That was only natural. At a time he had expected his opponent to rush in, Mesorea turning its back like that was quite unbelievable. Mesorea. Not heeding Cecilus's voice, Mesorea flapped its wings and tore through the sky. Once the dragon had decided to fly and started moving, its speed was extraordinary, turning back and rising into the sky so swiftly that it was like an arrow being shot with full force. Cecilus, you think I'll let you do that? In order to prevent the airborne dragon from escaping, Cecilus bent his knees not for a counterattack, but to explosively unleash the strength required from his legs to chase after the flying dragon. The small body made an incredible thrust, causing the thick, huge ice wall to fissure and crumble starting from his soul as Cecilus's body leapt away. Flying in a straight line, Cecilus's figure surpassed the dragon's speed, homing in on its wings. He drew closer. Closer, closer, and closer, until Cecilus, ah, damn, looks like I can't reach. No matter how fast Cecilus was on his feet and how far he could leap, he was incapable of erasing the distance to the dragon which was already in the sky. Alas, Cecilus's body could not keep up with Mesorea, the latter pulling away, and once he hit the apex of his leap, he lost his momentum, dropping back down. Had the cloud dragon shifted its aim and gone for Cecilus, even he would perhaps have been in danger. But Mesorea did not retaliate. Instead, it rose steadily and ripped through the sky. And Cecilus, it's heading into the imperial capital. Changes had taken place in multiple places in the siege of the imperial capital. Amongst them, the developments that had occurred in two places were of particular importance. At the same time, these had transpired outside of the Crystal Palace. Within the throne room, two emperors met face to face, their gazes so close together that their eyelashes could have touched those of the other. Abel, the rebel ringleader, Abel, had been a move behind. However, he switched gears on the spot. He leaned forwards as to play his best move, or rather, to play the next best move he had, against the person donning a visage identical to his own, who had approached his immediate front before his eyes. Abel, HK. A sharp strike was delivered to his left clavicle, his thoughts soldering red from the severe blow. Taking a look, he saw that what had struck the base of his neck was being held by the hand of the one right before him, an iron fan, the preferred weapon of the person, wearing the same visage as his own, an object he knew from sight. Handling that weapon took something special, and he had harbored doubts of just how powerful a thing it was many times in the past. Abel, the fact that he had attained the answer to his past questions, the pain penetrating his brain, he consciously excised them both from his thoughts. Picture in your mind the priorities of the present moment and immediately formulate measures to address them. Taking into consideration a combination of feasibility and effectiveness, alongside your injuries, arrange the priorities. But Vincent, this is not a board game. This is why you are not worthy of being a warrior, it feels. One, faster than Abel was able to choose from the myriad of options that had emerged within his head, the warrior displayed the techniques that had permeated his body, his veins, rather than his head. Mercilessly twisting Abel's arm, he snatched away the thing which was held by the now weakened limb, and in the moment following that, Abel's vision was covered in dark for an instant. Abel, has he crushed my eyes, or have my eyes been blinded in some way? A moment's pondering, negated by the fact that his blocked vision returned immediately afterwards. If so, what had been the true meaning behind the other party's actions? And coincident with those thoughts, he realized that again, his own face was covered with something that felt familiar. Abel, you, and thus his lips, moving faster than his hands or feet, let out a sound as he glared into the black eyes before him. With those words from Abel, on whom he had put the only mask that had previously been snatched away, the false emperor before him, no, Keisha Gold, twisted his lips, the lips on a face that was not his own. Recognizing that upon his own face was an awfully decadent smile, Abel's eyes widened. A moment later, a white light came rushing in, piercing a wall of the throne room, and perforated the chest of the one at the apex of the empire, Vincent Valatia, from behind. 2. Translation notes. 1. Vincent's speech style here changes somewhat dramatically, switching the way he refers to Abel via a second-person pronoun, from the usual emperor lie, Chinese letter, to more casual or even disrespectful, considering the context, Japanese letter, among other changes. This perhaps serves to indicate that he's dropping the facade right now and acting as Keisha Gold rather than a fake of Vincent Valatia. 2. A nuance that is a little bit lost in translation is that Chinese letter, is here translated as apex, in apex of the empire. But it is also the same word used to refer to the bastions of the imperial capital's walls, which is present in the title of the chapter. Arc 7, Chapter 107, Keisha Gold. Human translated by Erifuru, Sections 1 to 4 Machine translated by Archbishop Datchesem Archbishop Kiln Archbishop Proofread by Archbishop #750 MPS Devil Archbishop Japanese to English Checking by Isenkel Vinikayan Archbishop Paper Art Sources. Cover Rockaroka Section 2, Rockaroka Section 3, Lapatusier End, V. Kresks. The Oni mask did not obscure just how the man's face stiffened as he was pushed away. An expression of that sort would easily lend itself to misinterpretations. Despite his cleverness, or perhaps because of it, the emperor would often abridge his statements, even when unfavorable, and his countenance was no less taciturn than his mouth. If there was somebody able to seize the truth behind that expression, it was probably himself, who had spent several years at the emperor's side. Keisha, or perhaps, were at the emperor's little sister, whom he held sacred in every sense of the word. At this place, would she figure it out as well? In any case, it was pointless to make comparisons now. After all, in this minuscule, isolated place in time and space, nobody was present other than himself. Cheshire Trim, would you be willing to die for my sake? Upon their first meeting, having disclosed his name, he received a question treating matters of life and death in exchange. Cheshire, 14 years old at the time, had believed himself to be mature for his age, but meeting that boy, 2 years younger than himself, forced him to reconsider. What the youngster before his eyes exhibited was true maturity, whereas his own case was mere conceit. Once the question came out, the boy awaited with his black eyes fixed on him. His hair and irises, both black as if imbued with shadows, were considered uncommon traits, even in a land so rich in racial diversity like the Valatian Empire. Although Cheshire's eye color differed, he likewise had been born with black hair. For that, he would often become the subject of mockery, so he could sympathize with the boy, or maybe not. It felt nothing short of insolent to think that they shared something to sympathize over. Physical characteristics, however rare they may be, amounted to trifles when compared with what actually made the boy especial. Superficial coincidences aside, the child's very origins elevated him far from ordinary folks, and that refined, precocious attitude was also a product of his upbringing. He stood in a unique position where he must grow this way, lest he would not survive. To be precise, Cheshire, Prince Vincent Abelux. His name was accompanied by a title, his role acquired at birth. This black-haired youngster, Vincent, was the son of Dryzen Valatia, sovereign of the Valatian Empire, and therefore one of several children bestowed with the possibility to one day stand at the pinnacle of the empire. He had more than 20 siblings possessed of similar qualifications, but that did not devalue his noble blood in the slightest. Regardless, Cheshire reminisced on his course of action heretofore, seeking to solve one doubt. How had he ended up encountering such an outstanding lad, not to mention riding the same carriage as him? All had begun with a simple act of assistance. He had come across a stranded carriage, its wheels stuck in a ditch on the highway. Pushing and pulling, many attempts were being made in vain to release it. He approached the scene and freed the lurched carriage from the deep ditch by inserting a board and utilizing it as a lever. Much to his surprise, that vehicle belonged to the lord of the Abelux domain, and aboard sat that individual famous for his rise to headship through the miracle of Abelux, Vincent Abelux himself. Miracle of Abelux was the name given to a rebellion that had begun with a vassal of the house of Abelux betraying their long-lasting patronage by conspiring with another family. But albeit their tactics had been brilliant, they had suffered defeat at the hands of an 11-year-old commander. In the end, all conspirators had been massacred. His household's members and soldiers having given in to distress and disarray, Vincent, whose name remained unsung back, then despite his princely status, had devised a plan for them without delay. By exercising his prodigious finesse, he had thus achieved victory. The vassal behind the rebellion had underestimated Vincent as an enemy, judging him to be an easy prey whom they could behead for a trophy. Those presumptuous delusions had become the cause of their demise. Facts came to light, as did apocryphal rumors, giving him quite the outrageous reputation. As a civilian of the Empire, Cheshire heard the stories as well, but he had never pondered the odds of getting involved with him, yet here he was, by a twist of fate, in front of the person dreaded by the public. And then that had been cast towards him, if he was willing to die for him or not. Cheshire, whatever had he aimed to earn with that inquiry, Cheshire could not discern. In the first place, he had been invited aboard for two reasons: to thank him for releasing the wheel and to bring him into the mansion. Of course, Cheshire held not the right to decline. No matter how much he resented this, his opinion carried non-existent weight. Hence, he had resigned a fraction of his time and stepped into the carriage. Once he had set foot onto the vehicle, Vincent had begun the interrogation. It was inappropriate to start that interaction with an acquaintance who only helped him resume his journey. But this boy was a prince by birth, thereby accustomed to having people heed his wishes. Notwithstanding, he bore a relatively recent record of annihilating an entire family and its retainers out of fury towards the vassal who had committed treachery against him. Nobody would blame a 12-year-old for developing an extreme distrust of people after an experience of that ilk. Perhaps his mind would not be at ease unless he managed to confirm everybody's allegiance, even that of a casual passerby. The silence had already extended for 10-odd seconds, more than enough for it to turn disrespectful. The issue at hand concerned a figure not simply superior, but supreme. Still, he understood what answer he ought to give, and what answer the other wanted. Obviously, the other wished to hear a single phrase: "I would." This was a test for Cheshire, as a citizen of the Empire. Either he pledged unwavering loyalty and eternal servitude to the prince, or he would incur the forename's wrath, knowing that within him, potentially, lay the seed of a tyrant. Enduring the improper distance between them, Cheshire bowed his head deeply before the possible sovereign. "Cheshire, my apologies, but I am afraid I would not." And so, he spoke the one reply that he should have avoided. Cheshire, his head still lowered, Cheshire cursed himself for committing such a gaffe on impulse. Moreover, he felt the urge to grab his own head in embarrassment at his lack of self-control. With his impatient nature as the reason, he had gotten in trouble with a powerful individual and ended up banished from his hometown. Time after time he would tell himself that his behavior could ruin his prospects, yet he had never been able to mend it. And at last, he had addressed the worst possible answer to the worst possible addressee. He would soon perish in one of the most stupid ways, falling victim to his own idiocy. However, he could not act brazen enough as to give the desired answer in the desired manner to a question about death, much less with the overbearing tone in which it was delivered. If his heart were to shatter, were his pride to be extinguished, then, as far as he was concerned, even if he still breathed, he was dead too. He did not cherish Valetia's praxis, but he was none the less a man of the Empire. Therefore, he held no regrets towards his response. If anything, he felt sorry for taking his pitiful frustrations out on a boy who had merely sought something that would assuage his own trust issues. At least, that guilt would disappear once the rageful blade unattached his head from his shoulders. "Vincent, perfect. Maintain that outlook, for you shall be serving me hereafter. Cheshire, I will." "Vincent, do not end your affirmations in a rising tone. Otherwise, they shall come across as interrogative. Cheshire, I did not err, the pronunciation was intentional, so does this mean you will not execute me? Vincent, seconds after securing you, that would be senseless." Closing one eye, Vincent scowled with a hint of annoyance. Receiving a meaningless question irritated him, yet he did not protest when denied a vow of loyalty. Cheshire found that strange, but he kept his composure and re-examined the situation. For some reason, Vincent seemed to overlook Cheshire's irreverence. Far from that, he seemed to consider recruiting Cheshire as his retainer. "Cheshire, I apologize, but I cannot wrap my head around this. Is it a hobby of yours to jest with those you intend to kill before taking their lives? Vincent, do tell, why do you insist that I kill you with such obstinacy? That is far more incomprehensible, I dare say." "Cheshire, I do not mean to offend, but it is well known that you do not take kindly to those who oppose you." By the time he realized that his comment was again of the undue sort, it had already escaped his mouth. However, since he had succeeded in committing one transgression, Cheshire shifted into a bolder stance. ready to find out how many more he could commit before reaching the threshold, putting his life on the line. Like whenever he enjoyed a book, cultivated new knowledge, or proved his theories through execution, he was determined to decipher the prince's unrevealed thoughts. If he died in consequence, so be it. While Cheshire surrendered almost his whole future to embark on this reckless undertaking, Vincent, now aware of the context, nodded with an ah before continuing. Vincent, if you are referring to the latest rebellion, I made an example of that family because it was necessary. You ought to collar any white who might be aspiring to attempt the same deed. Fear produces the best effects for that. Cheshire, and is that also why you had the instigating servants' advance troops dismembered and put on display on the road? Vincent, if a life must be ended, then you had better exploit it to the utmost first. People should die in an efficient manner. So replied Vincent, his chin resting on his hand as he sat inside the carriage. His austere, realistic perspective left Cheshire at a loss for words. What Cheshire had mentioned was the first and main counterattack that Vincent had launched in order to suppress the rebellions slaughtering the enemy vanguard, plus the barbarous profanation of their cadavers. After enduring the anguish of being mangled while alive, their corpses had been lined up within the battlefield. Hearsay had spread that getting caught would result in similar punishment, and thus the other traitors had chosen to disregard their agreement with the primary conspirator and relegate themselves to the role of spectators. Alone, bereft of any escape route, said conspirator had gone to confront Vincent, only to end up ensnared in the latter's sanguinary stratagem. They, alongside their relatives and retainers, had perished savoring the same hell that the other soldiers had. Naturally, with the emergence of this information, the public had reshaped its notion of Vincent Aberlux into that of a brutal, bloodthirsty prince. But Cheshire, are those rumors of your own creation, perhaps? Vincent, if my sole presence elicits dread in you, I can at least say that their purpose has not gone unfulfilled. Cheshire, ha ha, good to hear, I guess. More and more did Vincent's thoughts sound too impressive for ones that had sprung from a 12-year-old. On the other hand, although Vincent had pardoned his irreverence, Cheshire did not expect to be capable of performing whatever mission Vincent had in store for him. Vincent, what exact purpose do I expect from you, you wonder? As if he had read Cheshire's mind, Vincent delivered the next question. It was vaguer than the previous one, and moreover, it required Cheshire to unravel the mystery with his own brain. Surely there was an arduous mission meant for him, but he needed to pinpoint what it entailed. A very challenging problem indeed. Born into the imperial family, Vincent was destined to take part in the empire's imminent rites sooner or later. What purpose could he find in a mere plebeian like Cheshire? Cheshire, I doubt I can do much more than help you pull a jammed wheel out. Vincent, and that shall benefit me. Cheshire, ho-ho, I assume you're planning to go get stuck in a ditch quite often from here on out, if you require my strength that much. He felt almost inclined to congratulate himself for reaching a new milestone in disrespect with that aggravating quip. Yet upon hearing it, no part of Vincent's countenance twitched. Vincent, correct. The road I am traversing is fraught with ditches, and I cannot avoid all of them. However, I cannot stay in a ditch waiting for the issue to solve itself. Otherwise, death shall come for me, and that means I shall need a method to pull myself out whenever I get stuck. Cheshire, before we continue, are you sure this discussion is still about wheels? Vincent, I have not belied the subject once ever since we began talking. The bizarre reply made a chill run down Cheshire's body, not because he felt threatened, but because he finally assimilated that his conversational partner was a phenomenon. In addition, the aforementioned phenomenon held him in oddly high regard. Cheshire concluded so from the fact that, despite the irreverent attitude adopted, the rude replies given, the impolite retorts uttered, Vincent appeared uninterested in killing him. Was that proof of Cheshire's merits, or proof of Vincent's principles? Regardless, he would never have imagined that a day this eventful awaited him upon waking up this morning in his shabby lodging. Vincent. While Cheshire remained silent, Vincent looked at him, head poised on his hand, one eye shut. That gesture gave off the odious impression that he was basking in the satisfaction of shutting his opponent's mouth. Losing all strength to resist, Cheshire turned his disgruntled gaze towards Vincent and arrived at a sudden realization. Cheshire, I see you never close both eyes at the same Timmy. Vincent, there you have it. Cheshire, ha. Putting a hand to his pointed chin, Vincent replied to Cheshire's offhand observation with a nod. Unable to grasp the meaning of that sentence, Cheshire tilted his head. Vincent, if you wish to know the reason as to why I did not execute you, therein it lies. Vincent's explanation was short, but his mien indicated that he deemed it complete. The moment Cheshire noticed that, everything fell into place. The precocious boy put many adults to shame with the schemes that he concocted, and with the unbridled way he wielded his talent as a prince of Valatia. Yet nonetheless he was 12 years of age. If he were not, he would have already learned how naive it was to expect those around him to possess wisdom matching his own. Keisha Gold. That was the new name conferred on Cheshire Trim upon entering the Abelux estate as Vincent's recruit. Keisha, since my family is back at my hometown, I would rather keep my name from becoming well known to avoid causing them unwarranted trouble. Though I suppose you would find it easy to murder all my worries away, Vincent. You seem very obstinate in portraying me as a bloodthirsty brute. Are you also responsible for the sobriquet of sanguinary prince that people call me in the streets, perchance? Keisha, why, I believed that was another one of your fear-based strategies. I have heard accounts about parents mentioning you in cautionary tales for children, as in, behave, or else the sanguinary prince will come. Vincent, come, but for what purpose, according to them, as if I would bother. Keisha, oh, but what if you show up and hire them against their will, like you did to me? Pretty frightening, if you ask me. Vincent, I advise you to watch your tongue, or I might end up justifying those fabrications with your blood. Conversations with Vincent blurred the line between seriousness and jest. Should the need arise, Vincent would pay with somebody else's life. No hesitation. He would never do that if unnecessary, though. He handled human lives the same way he handled money or goods. When consorting with him, one could not ignore that he regarded whichever as limited resources with equal value. The reason for the name change to Keisha Gold matched his statement. He was worried that somebody in his hometown would turn indignant at the news of Cheshire Trim's promotion and involve his family in retaliation. Notwithstanding, even if his family were harmed, he would not go out of his way to help. Albeit callous in the eyes of some, a certain distance existed between him and his kin, and just with that he was being compassionate enough towards the relatives who had neglected him in the most critical of moments. Funnily or not, the surname Gold pertained to a family exterminated by Vincent as a punishment for treachery. Perhaps it had been a little jape of revenge from Vincent towards Cheshire's rudeness. But that aside, it misled the public into rumoring that he had spared one descendant of Gold, while condemning them to endure the humiliation of failing to escape his control, which reinforced his standing as the sanguinary prince. As for the first name, Vincent had suggested a single-letter modification, so it sounded similar to his original one, just like Cheshire had hoped. Since he had had no motive to complain, and no malice seemed to be implicated this time, albeit adjudging it frugal, he had approved the idea. Despite everything, after a lifetime of being ostracized for his proclivity to theory over practice, and for his social clumsiness, Cheshire's rebirth as Keisha brought a welcome change. Never could his remote village have provided him with so many books and activities to indulge in. He had gotten the opportunity to resettle, far from those who had unjustly scorned him for being inept at tilling or harvesting the fields, and he would never trade that for anything in the world. However, Vincent, we are in the next ditch, Keisha. Prove your utility. Every time, those words warned him that Vincent was about to harass him over a problem leagues above stuck carriage wheels, initiating a discussion that would persist until a solution sprang. Vincent's drive made him a force to be reckoned with. In what way did Vincent view and perceive the world, tackling various issues at the same time, with consistent focus as well, despite bearing two eyes and one head like ordinary men? Sure enough, a lord held the duty to involve himself in his domain's matters, but it was an unscrupulous thing to anticipate from a 12-year-old, even more so when he lacked adult figures to rely on. But any commiserations that an outsider might direct at Vincent would disperse upon being faced with his performance. Being associated with Vincent demanded a vast array of specialized knowledge from Keisha, which granted him no time to loiter. As soon as they solved an issue, a new one appeared. Sometimes, another issue would surge while the current one was still at hand. And while he racked his brains over those different problems at once, the Abelux domain continued evolving. The quality of life improved, while the residents' initial apprehension transformed into commendation. Vincent had the ability to turn terror into admiration and servitude into adoration, both well-deserved. He did not bother with others' opinions of himself, and therein lay the reason for which he held that aforementioned ability. Vincent, Keisha, you have educated yourself well on the flood control system. Now, I must discharge that incompetent administrator from his post. I shall adduce his charges of embezzlement heretofore and have him decapitated. Keisha, in my humble opinion, such charges do not warrant a decapitation. Vincent, so he earned his profits due to effort. Is that what you are telling me? Keisha, this topic is a little too far from my specialty. Vincent, if what he has pocketed were offset by his work, I would ignore him. Otherwise, retribution is due. By refusing to correct his misconduct, even after repeated warnings, he himself depleted the allowances that I conceded. Beneath Vincent's drastic initiative and resoluteness hid his fastidious side, contrasting with his expectations towards others, and as an underlying factor, inclining him to criticize those unable to meet them as slothful. Vincent was no meritocrat, though. He did not disrelish people solely for being incompetent. Were he to put his own doctrine into words, Vincent, one ought to perform the vocation that corresponds with their caliber. He wished for everybody to live with all their might, no respite. Knowing this, the boy named Vincent Abelux and the circumstances behind his fastidious perfectionism seemed to start shining in a different light. Unbelievable as it might sound, Vincent did not possess unwavering confidence, nor did he take pride in himself. For more, he constantly hungered. More, he constantly lamented. For more, he constantly struggled. At the core of Vincent's being lay a driving force. It was not gratitude towards the princely status bestowed upon him, but a furious determination to fulfill the role that said status demanded. And the motive that made Vincent harbor these fierce sentiments was Vincent. There is one despicable man, Stride Valatia his name. Some time after joining Vincent, Keisha found himself frowning at the words that his master had spoken. Luckily, or rather, proving Vincent's discretion accurate, Keisha indeed had somewhat of a talent to pull wheels out of ditches, thanks to which he had managed to not lose his job. That said, he had been steered down this path little by little. His positions, pros and cons, had revealed themselves one after the other, tipping the scales in a way that made it difficult to tell which side weighed more. And Keisha was still in the process of pondering that, when for the first time Vincent exposed something unrelated to work, something stemming from somewhere in his heart. Keisha, Stride Valatia is it? Pardon my ignorance, my studies must still be insufficient, considering I have never heard that name. Vincent, no, your studies are not to blame. In fact, your life would be at risk if you knew that information. That man's existence has been long erased from the records of the imperial family of Valatia, after all. Keisha. Keisha thought about how Vincent might have just endangered him by disclosing that so incautiously, but given his position, it was difficult to interrupt the latter once he had started talking. Besides, he was interested in that man who had been ousted from the imperial family. Keisha. Well, ousting someone of the imperial family does not sound possible. Even if it were done, their blood still flows through their veins. Plus, that is what the imperial selection ceremony exists for. The imperial selection ceremony, held in order to determine the empire's next sovereign. This ceremony, a competition where the emperor's offspring would kill each other to reach the pinnacle of the empire, was a prime representation of the nation's essence, with origins dating back to its very founding. The last one standing would be crowned emperor. And as the emperor of Valatia, they could seize the Yang sword, emblem of their reign. Keisha, though in theory one can live without fighting if they renounce their right to inherit the throne, or so I have heard. Vincent, a mere prevarication. That is fantasy, not but a tool to cull beforehand those who, despite possessing the right to power, lack the courage to triumph in the ceremony. And that is to say, your concerns are correct. Keisha, so ousting a member of the imperial family is unthinkable. Vincent, yet Stride Valatia suffered that unthinkable penalty, and was therefore disengaged from the ceremony's ensemble. Even so, given that the imperial selection ceremony progressed without delay afterwards, that white most likely did not elude death. Vincent's gaze, colder than usual, was tinged with deep disdain towards the man in question. Stride Valatia, the man who had been removed from his position as part of Valatia's imperial family, erased from the historical records, he was of the exact sort that evoked Vincent's fury. To those who did not perform their assigned role nor exert their natural abilities to the fullest, he offered zero clemency. Keisha, even so, how come you know of his existence when no one is supposed to, Vincent Sama? Did a chatty gentleman of high status tell you, perhaps? Vincent, never afraid to step over the hierarchical ditch with your insolence, are you? The journal. Keisha, journal. Vincent, yes, Stride Valatia's journal. It was concealed in the Crystal Palace's library, where I found it. Shame that such an intriguing tome turned out to be full of unreadable, nonsensical inscriptions. The way Vincent curled his lips in displeasure was a gesture of unmitigated loathing. Vincent generally took a tolerant approach when digesting and evaluating things. He went through said thought process with impressive speed, which, for better or for worse, almost made it seem like he judged without prior deliberation. It would strike anybody as unusual to witness that same Vincent displaying such negative emotions. Keisha, and what was inscribed in it? Would you ever show it to me? The topic piqued his interest. Nevertheless, deep down, he knew well that his attention was digressing from the journal's contents towards discovering what put his troublesome master in so much anguish. Aware of Keisha's inner thoughts or not, Vincent closed one of his black eyes and, piercing him with his gaze, spoke. Vincent, I shall not show it to you. Not that anthology of worthless delusions about the observers and things akin. Well, no offense, but you seem like quite the overthinker, always looking for reasons and whatnot. Cheshire, I don't think normal people make schemes while frowning as intensely as His Excellency or you do. Keisha, first, please mind your words. Second, my name is Keisha. Oh my, I'm so sorry. What could be more discourteous than mistaking a fellow actor's name? I'll reflect very deeply about what I've done. Keisha, 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 Keisha. Keisha. With energy and nothing else worth describing, the blue-haired boy kept talking. The boy, named Cecilus Segment, was of the same class as Keisha years ago, somebody whom Vincent had sensed potential in and thus picked up. If one possessed great skill and the readiness to exercise it, Vincent would engage them. Vincent questioned neither one's origins nor status. While these ideals had earned him some detractors, none of them could deny that the Abelux domain was blooming further every year under his rule. Notwithstanding, albeit prestigious origins were not a requisite, the gap in educational level made it too difficult to find another civil officer of excellence among commoners. Hence, Keisha's workload never abated. However, Cecilus, a good military officer needs nothing but pure brawn. Though in my case, as an actor, I need to have splendor as well, but I'm already one of a kind in both of those aspects anyway. Keisha, you sound rather confident. But you probably do have enough strength to vaunt, which, ironically, makes it more bothersome, but that is no concern of Minnie. The energetic little child, perhaps he was too old to be called that, being 6 or 7 years younger than Keisha, although doing so felt natural for the latter, now 18 years of age. Unfortunately, Cecilus lacked the characteristic cuteness of boys his age, and not due to his appearance or conduct, but due to that skill of which he boasted with pride. Keisha. After joining the House of Abelux, Keisha himself had trained in martial arts for bodyguarding and self-defense purposes, but he was aware that his proficiency was that of an average man, and rather than moving his own body, he was suited to moving crowds. Of course, he ought to forget said pretext and avoid neglecting his training henceforth if he wished to improve. But even in the eyes of someone as inexperienced as himself, Keisha could tell that Cecilus's power surpassed the norm by far. Keisha had already met a phenomenon of ingenuity, yet he had never imagined that he would come across a phenomenon of armed might like this one. Keisha, the more I know, the less I understand what Vincent Sama, what His Excellency wishes. Cecilus, oh, there you go again with the deep thoughts, Keisha. But don't fret, I'm here to give you the answer. That's what people call foreshadowing, yes. So declared Cecilus, thrusting a nimble finger towards Keisha, whose eyes widened. Looking at the other's reaction, Cecilus retracted his finger and continued. Cecilus, wait, you've never heard the term. Let me explain then. Foreshadowing means showing important information in a story, but disguising it in a, Keisha. Yes, I know the definition of foreshadowing. The expression you see now on my face means that I cannot fathom why you brought that up. Cecilus, ah, I see. It's pretty simple, just so you know. I'm telling you, what you and His Excellency have in common is that constant urge to find the meaning of every little thing. Amused, Cecilus brought his hands together in front of his chest as he laughed. Then he broke the clap and revolved on the spot, pointing with open hands at all that surrounded him. Cecilus, all right, let's suppose that there's indeed meaning to everything. Which is to say, all that stuff you can't explain at this moment serves as foreshadowing for what's to unfold sooner or later in this plot. Heart-pounding, isn't it? Keisha, the expenditure of unaccounted funds and the amassing of goods of dubious provenance do not quite strike me as foreshadowing for the future, but as evidence of prevalent corruption and bribery. Cecilus, do you hear yourself? What you just mentioned is stuff you can solve in the present. Meanwhile, I'm talking about that which you cannot. Come on, Keisha. I know you're so much smarter than this. Keisha. Bringing his spinning feet to an abrupt halt, Cecilus objected, brows furrowed in annoyance. While it displeased him to see Cecilus annoyed at him without a clear motive, somehow, Keisha found a tiny scrap of salvation in those words. As he toiled to satisfy the demands that Vincent had imposed on him along with his post, one doubt had lingered at the back of his mind. Why had he been the one seized? Years had elapsed, in which he had even got to know Vincent as a person, yet he still was unable to explain that. Because that problem did not pertain to Vincent, but to Keisha himself. Without an answer to cure his woes, remaining at Vincent's side had taken a heavy toll on his psyche. But now, Keisha. If that is the case, could my presence itself be foreshadowing something too? Cecilus. Oh, you've already absorbed the knowledge. Impressive. Well, with how intelligent you are, no wonder you learn so quickly. Now that deserves my absolute respect. I could never do the same. Keisha, if you wish to show me respect, how about you start addressing me with an honorific? I am your senior, superior to you in both age and rank, am I not? Cecilus, but addressing a friend with an honorific feels a tad too distant, don't you think? We're going to be on the same boat, now and for many days to come. So let's go ahead and throw all those pesky formalities out the window, shall we? Keisha, friend. With those unreserved words, plus a pat to his shoulder, the boy left Keisha speechless. While he was surprised at the familiarity with which the former could close the distance between them, too, the true shock had come when he realized that, in his path thus far, not once had somebody called him a friend. In the few years since forsaking his hometown, being taken by Vincent, studying assiduously under the aforementioned, drudging away at work, he had not become close to anybody. Of course, although there had been people who had appreciated him for business reasons, those did not count here. Keisha, Cecilus, what's the matter? Maybe you're right. Should I start with the honorific then? Like in those stories where the distance keeps shrinking one step at a time until the end, when the two realize their paths have crossed. That kind of development is charming in its own way, so I wouldn't mind turning the rudder towards Keisha. No, you do not need to. His Excellency is one who favors a job done with dispatch. It was not like he had grasped Cecilus's drivel in its entirety, but if in the end they were going to arrive at that destination anyway, then he preferred to take the briefest route. While deriding himself for harboring thoughts so deeply tainted by Vincent's doctrine, Keisha chose not to negate Cecilus's ideals, and instead accept them. Were he to mimic that man's speech style, Keisha, I shall expect you to wield your power when necessary, for the sake of seeing His Excellency's desires fulfilled. That, no doubt, is the reason why you were plucked, Cecilus. That's foreshadowing the role he'll need me to carry out right. You can trust me, Keisha. I might be useless at anything that's not fighting, but in battle, I won't let anyone catch up with me. Keisha, I look forward to that. The slender child puffed out his thin chest as he bragged about his hypothetical feats, but Keisha did not laugh at him. In accordance with Vincent's discretion, as well as his own, he would give Cecilus Segment a place corresponding with his caliber. Moreover, Keisha, I suppose, for now, I must await the day I will perform the function I foreshadow. Assimilating the role that his much younger friend had mentioned, Keisha whispered. And as if fate had listened to him, the imperial selection ceremony involving Vincent Abelux commenced around 6 months after this event. With the death of the former emperor, Draisen Valatia, ensued the commencement of the imperial selection ceremony. Because of his indisputable talents, Vincent Abelux had been regarded as an enemy by his other siblings, being caught in a besiegement made up of concentrated attacks from the latter in one opportunity. However, as it turned out, Vincent lived up to his initial reputation and expectations, winning the imperial selection ceremony with overwhelming strength. Having vanquished all his siblings, having been adorned with the crown of blood of the Valatian Empire, Vincent Abelux No, the 77th Emperor, Vincent Valatia, was born. Part of the bloody path that Vincent had trod, part of the great river of blood that Vincent had pooled had perhaps been due, in part, to the contributions of Keisha and Cecilis, who had served as his subordinates. However, in regards to this imperial selection ceremony, the role that had been expected of Keisha, in the plan carried out for the sake of Vincent's victory, had been something quite different from freeing a wheel from a ditch. During the battle, Keisha's entrusted role had been to make the very last move on the board. Keisha, I see your younger sister has escaped unharmed. She may have quite the fierce and uninhibited personality, but I am certain she understands her predicament. I believe things have been settled, for the time being. It was in an office, namely a room within the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital of Lupugana. In that room used by the emperor, who stood at the top of the nation's politics, Keisha experienced having that familiar face regarding him back, a situation which would likely take him a while to deal with in this calm of a manner. Even though the emperor himself sat atop a chair of considerable authority, he showed no sign of breaking his usual demeanor. Even when assured that his victory in the imperial selection ceremony was unshakable, he did not even show a glimpse of a smile from a sense of accomplishment. Never did Vincent smile. At least, not while passing as a prince or the emperor. When not playing as the prince, his lips would actually come apart and form a mischievous grin. However, the opportunities for that seemed like they would decrease significantly in comparison to then as well. He had become the emperor, and thus he would not permit a moment during which the emperor was not the emperor. No, he could spare a singular moment when that was not the case. Keisha, I could not believe my ears when you inquired about a way to save Priska-sama. Assuming that no one else was listening, Keisha spoke of the greatest secret of this iteration of the Valatian Empire, one in which he was directly complicit. Coinciding with the conclusion of the imperial selection ceremony, the birth of a new emperor was announced. But the fact of the matter was that the imperial selection ceremony, in which only the last of the imperial family would succeed to the throne, had not been carried out fully. Two candidates had remained at the end. These two were Vincent Abelux and Prisca Benedict. Prisca Benedict was described as a tragic princess who had gulped down a poisonous cup herself, losing her life. In actuality, she had indeed drunk the poison, yet she had not lost her life. She had not consumed the poison from a cup, instead having done so to save her squire, who had been so concerned for her master as to cling to the possibility of saving her life. The venom had arrested Prisca's heart just long enough for everything to be concluded before it resumed beating anew. The imperial selection ceremony was over. Prisca Benedict had been interred in a tomb. Vincent Abelux became emperor, and Prisca Benedict assumed a different identity, a life not by that name. Keisha, supposing I were from a family that had served the empire since ancient times, I might have had to admonish His Excellency for his outrageous wish. However, I hail from a family of commoners. There was no basis for which prestige or tradition were to be appreciated in particular. A certain amount of respect was to be given, their value was even to be acknowledged, but they ought not be misunderstood as something above all. In the Valatian Empire, prestige and tradition were merely tolerated, and that was why, Keisha, I had not the slightest bit of hesitation in partaking in this plan. Vincent, as the Emperor Vincent, kept his silence. His innermost thoughts were perhaps unfathomable, but his actions were clear. From the very start, amongst his many siblings, Prisca had always been special to Vincent. Although Priska shone brightly in Keisha's eyes because of her sagacity, it was not only because of her ability that Vincent had an eye on his younger sister, even though he was much older than her. Despite being akin to the very picture of arrogance, Priska respected Vincent and treated him truly as a blood-related elder brother. Since the imperial selection ceremony was the fate of the imperial family of Wallachia, they mutually acknowledged that they were not allowed to coexist, even with compromises until Vincent tore that fate apart by his own hand. This came much to the delight of Keisha, and above everything else, as a relief. Vincent's approach was to demonstrate his full capabilities within the position and role he had been bestowed with. Vincent had not changed his ways from the day of their meeting until the present day. So, what kind of rationale could have possibly manifested from the fact that he, of all people, had chosen to permit Priska's survival? If she were found alive, he himself would be endangered, and violence would break out, whereupon the foundation of trust that the Emperor had built up in the Valatian Empire could be lost. As Emperor of Wallachia, what argument could he have that could justify it? None. Of course he would have none. It had not been a decision made rationally. It had been a desire born of emotion, a wish, a prayer. Vincent Abelux had not wanted to kill his beloved sister. Henceforth, Priska Benedict had been kept alive, and Vincent wore a crown of falsehoods. That had made Keisha happy. Vincent had made the judgment that he wanted to bring Priska back to life, rather than having her be kept alive, and so he had asked Keisha for a way to get rid of the obstacle the wheel stuck in the ditch. Keisha, foreshadowing was it? The nonsense Cecilus had uttered before the imperial selection ceremony began crossed his mind. Even something that in the moment did not make any sense, something which seemed meaningless, could be found out to possess meaning in the distant future. It could even be understood as having been present for that very purpose. Like his own position and actions, as well as Keisha's, were perhaps the foundation for that future. Keisha. Well, it truly is annoying to admit that what Cecilus was talking about was pertinent, and I can see him getting overly enthused, so I will never tell him. Vincent, you have been this way for some time now, however I have been giving it some thought recently. Have you completely lost your color, and along with it, everything you have cultivated whilst in service of myself? Keisha, surprisingly, I have been doing quite well ever since I skirted the oblivion of death. Knowing it was disrespectful, Keisha shrugged in front of Vincent. The Emperor changed his posture, but he would not rebuke the former for that unless it were done in public. Having changed his manner of referring to himself, in Vincent's sable eyes, Keisha's reflection was as he had stated, completely white and bereft of color. 1. During the imperial selection ceremony, after being nearly killed in a standoff with an enemy, and then returning from the brink of death, Keisha's black hair had been drained of all its color, turning completely white. Since then, he had been wearing white, exactly the opposite of the black attire he had been donning, for some reason or another. Having even repainted the iron fan he used out of preference, he was thus completely white, his clothing uniform. Of course, that had not been just for his amusement. After being on the verge of death, and after losing his color, Keisha had awakened to a strange no. In order to handle this no of painting himself in the color of others, he had to keep constant awareness. 2. A measure necessary, as to imply to himself that he was able to dye himself in any color. In any case, the particulars of this no had been kept from Vincent as well. He would not disclose it to anyone, naturally, let alone to the loose-lipped Cecilus, or to others with whom he had little connection. It was always a good idea to have an ace up one's sleeve, a trump card, or a secret move or two ready to go. However, Keisha, if your excellency would finally release me for the great work I have done, then I believe no longer would there be any need for such machinations. Vincent, suppose you were me, do you believe I would have you dismissed and alive, being aware of a fact of utmost importance, one that must be kept under wraps in the Empire, and let you sleep peacefully at night? Keisha, developing a hypothetical within another hypothetical is somewhat bad manners, but I guess losing my head before I leave the castle is all I have in store right now. Vincent, if you comprehend that, and if you value your life, then continue to serve me obediently. So long as you can prove that you are of use to me, I shall keep your head attached to your torso. As he declared so in an arrogant tone, Vincent rested his chin atop his hands, his elbows on the desk. It was difficult to tell if either of them was serious in this frivolous exchange, but it was necessary for the emperor, who did not spare any words for others, to let him speak out like this and make sure. As per that exchange, Keisha Gold's status and the role expected of him would go unaltered, though Vincent had become the emperor, but Keisha, the state of the sacred Valetian Empire may or may not change. Already, the radiance of the Yang sword, the absolute symbol of the Valetian Empire, had been betrayed. The imperial selection ceremony, which had taken place ever since the empire's establishment, had been finalized in a way different to how it had been until now. Thus, what would normally follow the ceremony would also change dramatically in the future in quintessence. Going down that path, prioritizing his own desires and opting to save his younger sister, Vincent did all that. A new path would be opened, a path different from the one that had existed thus far. Keisha found himself slightly excited by that fact and the anticipation that came with it. However, he would never display it in his expression, in his words, or in his attitude. That was because he was conscious of his friends, of Cecilus's bad influence. The days passed by at a dizzying pace. The former system of the 9 divine generals was restored, and the rankings of the imperial nobility were reset. By purging those who had become a mere shell of their former selves and enjoyed high status because of history alone, the way of the Valetian Empire, which flew the national flag of a wolf pierced by swords, was enforced inside and outside its borders without exception. The way of doing things that had lasted till the previous emperor, who had unthinkingly believed the unwritten rule that the strong were absolutely right, and had let the empire fall to ruin internally, was completely disavowed, and the initial principle that the strong were to be respected was scrubbed out. Those who sat on their bloodlines and families' social standing were robbed of what had represented them, while those who had been waiting vigilantly for the opportunity to come around were given a chance to take on the challenge. From the outside, Vincent Valetia's reign would have perhaps seemed no different from the history of the empire thus far. However, its reality was quite different. Those who knew what was going on behind the scenes experienced it firsthand. Before long, it became something that many in the empire, and even those outside in other countries, would likely come to know about the grandeur of Vincent Valetia's remaking and reforming of the empire. Useless conflicts would cease, and absurd fights to the death would no longer be applauded. Proof of strength was no longer based on an individual's military prowess, and those who held ambitions not suitable for their stature would prove with their lives the difficulty of truly fulfilling those ambitions. It was as if they were watching the process of completely painting over the criteria for what was strong. However, I'll be the first, and you'll be the second, and after Albert joins, Keisha'll be the fourth. His Excellency's choices aren't so bad, but Keisha, your complexion doesn't look so great, does it? Keisha, I am the fourth because otherwise it does not quite sit right for me. As Cecilus knows as well, Cecilus, on physical strength, absolutely. Well, I'm not claiming to understand your feelings at all, but I guess this is the way the pecking order's determined in the world ruled by His Excellency. It's hard to know which is which when there are mixed standards, but I'm feeling rather positive about it. Vincent, what is the reason for that, aside from the fact that you are immovable as first? Cecilus, you took the words right out of my mouth. That you did is the biggest reason, but that's not the only one. I think having Keisha there will change your point of view. Keisha, point of view, in other words, can I take that to mean that of one's way of fighting? Cecilus, that's the gist. If me and you go at it, Keisha, you'll die in the blink of an eye for sure. However, what if you start with 1,000 men? It might take 1,000 seconds. Keisha, I doubt it would. But I understand where you're coming from. While I gain 1,000 seconds, Cecilus, His Excellency or someone else can fulfill their purpose. My one greatest flaw, as the leading actor of this world, is that there's only one of me in this world. There were those whose natures would not change at all, even if they gained a higher standing or if the way of the empire changed. However, Cecilus embodied that first principle. The reason for why was that, in the most ancient eras of the Valetian Empire, the strong had garnered respect from everyone. Everyone throughout the empire knew that the one in question was unpopular, did not have a personality that would be liked by everyone, and did not have the character to be an example for anyone. Still, Should anyone be asked who the strongest in the empire was, their chests would swell with pride, as if they were tied to him personally. And they would say that it was Cecilus Segment who was the most powerful being in the empire. The fact that Keisha was considered to be able to gain 1,000 seconds if he were to gather people against Cecilus had also been the reason why he had felt at ease with the position of fourth of the 9 divine generals, going without firmly refusing it. Hence, albeit he was of the opinion that he was being overvalued, Keisha had resigned himself to that position and role. For the most part, it worked well. If there was any problem, it was. My, isn't this Luoki Tilda, General First Class Keisha? Today's fortunes are good, aren't they? That person, who had started a conversation like that in a friendly manner, gave him a small smile. When it seemed that everything was going favorably in the Empire, the ominous feeling he held towards the being that had introduced themselves as a stargazer, and whose comings and goings to the Crystal Palace were permitted, had felt like a black spot on his white body. The fact that the ominous feeling had been no mistake was proven years later. Stargazer, the coming of the great disaster has been passed down in a commandment. It is regrettable, Your Excellency. In the center of the Emperor's office, a man who by all rights should not have been there had announced that with an expression that felt like they were trying to say, "I am solemn from the bottom of my heart." Keisha, who was present at the meeting, frowned at the words of Yubulk the Stargazer. Keisha, the great disaster. It was something he did not recall having heard of, yet at the same time it sounded like something that could not possibly be a good sign. It could also be called a mass-scale disaster. A prediction that it would be no ordinary calamity could be conjectured. However, what disturbed Keisha was the one addition that Yubulk had appended. Just why was this man still saying things like it being a pity and so forth in regards to Vincent? Keisha, Yubulk Donor, I have no doubts about your authenticity as a stargazer. On numerous occasions, you have been able to anticipate insurrections, cataclysms, and matters that were liable to occur within our country. In many cases, your prophecies have helped to limit the damage, Yubulk Dono. Yubulk, pardon me, General First Class Keisha, whoever Tilda, I have one correction. I didn't make any prophecies. I'm only conveying the whispers of stars. I can't take credit for that. Keisha, I respect your opinion, Yubulk Dono. Of course, we need to be prepared to deal with the great disaster, but may I ask what you expect to happen? Yubulk's expression in response to Keisha, which had been cryptic until then, took the shape of a smile. Keisha posed a question that needed to be asked while being suspicious of Yubulk, whose face was rich in expression, yet none of it heartfelt. Yubulk's role, who called himself a stargazer, was similar to that of a faith healer or fortune teller. However, the accuracy of Yubulk's predictions was extraordinary, setting him apart from charlatans, which felt like they used an element of theatrics to boost morale. However, the drawback was that there were many details that were vague and somewhat circular in terms of how much they related to Yubulk's personality. But as Keisha had also mentioned, there were actually a smattering of situations that had been triggered by Yubulk's advocacy and resolved without major incident, regardless of whether they had been natural disasters or man-made. It was because of Vincent's appreciation of his abilities that he had been allowed free access to the Crystal Palace. Keisha was not very keen on making heavy utilization of the unfathomable Yubulk, but Vincent's stance was that those that could be used ought to be used. For instance, that applied all the same in regards to giving positions to those who had served his brothers and sisters who had died in the imperial selection ceremony. To have Bastet's Fondalfin at his side as the prime minister, even though he was the cream of the crop, was madness. However, the prime minister was a man who held surprisingly strong faith in the empire, and so long as Vincent continued to act like Vincent, there was no fear that Bastet's would bare his fangs against him. In any case, Keisha, if you are going as far as to call it a great disaster, it must be incredibly difficult to avoid. Fortunately, both General First Class Cecilus and Arakia are available. Well, I can say that those two are typically available at all times because it's dangerous to leave them apart. Yubulk, it's ruin, General First Class Keisha. Keisha, Recalling the faces of Cecilus and Arakia, the first and the second who had a special reason to be there, Keisha was half steeped in despondence when an unexpected sound brought him back to reality. Further furrowing his brow, Keisha gave Ubulk another opportunity to speak. In response, Ubulk prefaced his remarks with the words, "As I said, Ubulk, what's coming, General First Class Keisha, is ruin. The great disaster is a means of devastation. It's gonna destroy the Valatian Empire. It's something that brings about ruin beyond even the reach of the sun's light. Although Keisha, Ubulk, from the outset, the Yang sword cannot be used to its fullest potential. Re-I tilde. The moment Keisha, who had been standing behind Vincent, heard this, he jumped into the middle of the room, placing the iron fan he had pulled out to Ubulk's neck, knocking him off balance. And just like that, he would drive his iron fan into Ubulk's head, who had fallen to the ground, sparing no quarter. "Vincent, halt, Keisha, there is no point in killing him." "Keisha, but your excellency, this thing knows of matters it has no right knowing. Surely your excellency did not tell him." "Vincent, nonsense. I would never let my mouth slip to a clown. Most likely, as you would put it, he learned it from the stars." "Ubulk, ahaha, that's correct. Say, I guess I was about to die just now." With a finger of his poking the iron fan that had been stopped just before striking him, Ubulk produced a half-smile. Looking down at that, Keisha fretted for a moment as to whether he really should dispose of Ubulk, then let out a heavy sigh and took a big step back. "Keisha, I apologize for my discourtesy. However, I would ask that you refrain from such careless remarks, as I cannot guarantee that my hand will be stayed again next time." "Ubulk, ahem, how careless of me." As expected of one of the 9 divine generals, even though you're referred to as the civil servant type, your skill is that of a warrior. "Keisha, no need for flattery." Rather cutting off there, Keisha averted his gaze from Ubulk and turned to look behind himself. There, Vincent, in the same posture as when he had received the stargazer, sat at the large desk where he did his work and looked their way. Faced with those black eyes, Keisha suddenly recalled how they had met. When he had come face to face with Vincent for the first time, the two of them had been at a roughly similar distance from one another inside the carriage. Why was he suddenly recollecting that moment? Most likely, the feeling now was similar to the one he'd had at the time. His state of mind equal to the one he'd had then. Keisha could not help but probe Vincent. "Keisha, your excellency, you seem unsurprised by Ubulk Dono's prophecy from just now. May I inquire as to the true reason for that?" "Ubulk, tilde, I don't do prophecies, Keisha, my apologies. However, I would advise you that there will not be a next time." As Ubulk attempted to cut into the conversation uninvited, the iron fang grazed his cheek and pierced the wall. From his cheeks, which had suffered a slight cut, a drop of blood welled. Ubulk thus raised both his hands in a vow to remain silent. Without even looking in his direction, Keisha stared at Vincent. Nay, Keisha glared at him. To Keisha's discernment, Vincent closed a single eye and stated, "Vincent, the signs of the disaster have already been reported. The observers have whispered that the forthcoming great disaster shall bring about the downfall of the empire." "Keisha, why did you not share it with me at the time, no?" Astonished by the contents of Vincent's speech, Keisha's tongue stopped just as he was about to argue. Shortly before, in the words that Vincent had uttered, he had sensed an indescribable dread. Ruminating on what had caused that, Keisha widened his eyes slightly. "Keisha, your excellency, if I have not misheard, who has given you that guidance? The observers, was it?" A long time ago, many long years prior, he had heard of them from Vincent on one occasion. Stride Valatia was a banished member of the imperial family, a man whom Vincent had designated as an abomination and a despicable existence, on whose journal that expression, "observers," had been noted down. And now Vincent had mouthed that expression. That, too, was an expression connected to the stargazer, Ubulk, an expression whose nature he had grasped since that time long ago. "Keisha, your excellency, by observers, do you mean the stars Ubulk Dono speaks of?" "Vincent, I share the same perception. What Ubulk has recited is a type of announcement of what the observers had peered at." "Keisha, so do you believe that Stride Valatia was a stargazer as well?" "Vincent, the likelihood of that is high, in my view. But he differed from the others who proclaimed themselves to be stargazers. Were you to analyze the contents of his journal, you would notice the hostility of Stride Valatia towards the observers." Keisha's dissatisfaction with Vincent grew as the revelations unfolded. Both before and after he had become emperor, he had willingly burdened himself with an immense workload, Yet he still had saddled himself with such troubles, which he had not shared with Keisha. For the sake of keeping it hidden from Keisha, he had certainly gone to great lengths. If he had that much effort to spare, he ought to have shared it from the beginning. Yubulk, please calm down, General First Class Keisha. His Excellency had his reasons for not discussing this with you. I respect that decision. Keisha, I believe I advised you there would not be a next time. Yubulk, I know. But what Tilda, if His Excellency has trouble speaking about the matter, I thought it'd be better if I did. That's why I'm present together with General First Class Keisha, isn't that so? Still holding his hands up, Yubulk looked toward Vincent over Keisha's shoulder. It was irritating that he acted as if he understood Vincent's thoughts, but Vincent did not refute Yubulk's suggestion. In that case, Keisha had no right to dismiss it either. Besides, there was a limit to how many concealments he could be saddled with. Keisha, I would recommend that you drop the pompous act and choose your next words carefully. Yubulk, I appreciate your concern. Well then, I'll inform you in a concise way about the great disaster that will bring ruin to the empire. Despite having been warned about the pompous act, Yubulk interrupted himself for an instant. However, the anger towards Yubulk was outweighed by the interest in the words that were to follow. Consequently, Yubulk remained unpunished for ignoring the warning and continued spinning his tale. That continuation was, Yubulk, the death of His Excellency Vincent Valesha, that will be the signal for the beginning of the commandment. The tactless stargazer left the room, leaving only the apex of the empire and his trusted confidant in the office. No, Keisha was no longer sure if assessing himself as such was correct, for he would be unable to claim being one's confidant if the latter were unable to unravel their heart of hearts to him. Unexpectedly, perhaps the malign declarations that the stargazer was being bombarded with, the declarations that he was a clown, were also appropriate for himself. Keisha, when I disguised myself and replaced your excellency, the stargazer never approached me. Were those instructions given by your excellency as well, perhaps? Vincent, if that which is being kept secret were to be recklessly talked about, then all plans would be rendered null. Thus, it is only natural to tie up loose ends before something goes wrong. Keisha, I suppose, I would do the same thing. It was not so much a collusion, but Yubulk, who appeared as if he had free rein, was also kept on a tight leash by Vincent. There was a secret agreement exchanged between the two parties concerning the great disaster. However, Keisha, I do not understand. Why conceal it even from me? Vincent, to get rid of unnecessary and cumbersome thoughts. Keisha, unnecessary and cumbersome. Vincent, were you aware of this matter, you would perhaps think of saving me. However, that is a futile thought. Shaking his head horizontally, Vincent stated this devoid of any hesitation. Albeit it was his life at stake, Vincent would not falter from the truth before him. However, his own acceptance of that truth and Keisha's were matters entirely different from one another. Keisha, it is only natural that I should put your excellency's life first. Why do you call it futile? Vincent, recall all the stories which the stargazer brought about thus far, claiming them to be his commandment. Keisha, the stories brought by Yubulk Dono. Being told this, Keisha pondered. If the great disaster was the only thing Vincent had kept from Keisha, then Keisha was well aware of all the other prophecies Yubulk had brought. They were all useful portents for natural disasters and rebellions, both posing as omens of situations that could lead to a conflagration. Thanks to this, it had been possible to keep the damage to a minimum, Keisha, though with varying degrees of damage, all of those situations did happen. Vincent, indeed. Never has there been a case in which it was possible to prevent one from happening, having been informed as to its signs. Whether man-made or natural disaster, the first move always happens, even if we are able to deal with the damage that follows. Thus, Yubulk had said, Vincent, the great disaster that things spoke of shall commence with my death. Keisha, HK, then what I ought to do is safeguard your excellency's life and defy the stargazer's commandment. Vincent, do you think I have not attempted to ascertain whether that is feasible? Keisha's knee-jerk objection was negated by Vincent's unhurried words. Naturally, the ideas that had come to Keisha in the heat of emotion had all been tested by Vincent. In the past, other prophecies brought about by Yubulk, unrelated to the great disaster, had been challenged time and again as to check if they could be prevented. while fulfilling the role of an emperor to the fullest extent. Behind the scenes, Keisha, Your Excellency. Vincent, what? Keisha, I have a question which has come up to me just now. Suddenly, as a cold, somber voice permeated his brain, his own, Keisha spoke thus. He had stated that he had a question, but his brain was numb, completely numb. Be it a mental block as a reaction due to his brain being overworked, or a consequence of it refusing to work, it was completely numb. However, regardless of the reason for its numbness, the question had already been raised, the Emperor had received it. And then, Vincent, I shall allow it. Speak. Keisha could not deny that which the Emperor had chosen. Hence, Keisha could not refuse what the Emperor had granted permission for. And so, as Keisha experienced his own brain being numbed, he posed his query. Keisha, since when have you been aware of the signs of the great disaster? Vincent, the journal. Quietly, Vincent opened a drawer in the desk he utilized to perform his duties, took out an old bound book, and placed it upon the desk. A journal that had become a topic of conversation once in the past, but which he had never seen. The journal left by Stride Valatia, if it conveyed the signs Keisha. Your Excellency, what you have done so far, meeting Keisha, originally Cheshire Trim, walking alongside him, cultivating him over time, picking up Cecilus, taking part in the imperial selection ceremony, saving Prisca Benedict's life by going against his own principles in a first, and paving a new path as the Emperor of the Valatian Empire. The whole of Vincent Valatia's journey had been, Vincent, after my death, the ruin caused by the great disaster must be minimized. This is the purpose of the reform, that of the 9 divine generals. Keisha, Vincent, your purpose, Keisha Gold. Keisha, I demand to know who these observers are, and I demand you to disclose whatever information you may have on them. Pushing the open iron fan against another's neck, Keisha issued a threat, his tone low. However, as Keisha directed that ghastly hostility at him, the facial expression of Ubulk, who had had his back pinned against the wall, was a carefree one, as if bemused, unable to read the situation. His expression unchanging, Ubulk called out to him with General First Class Keisha, then continued, Ubulk, thought that you and His Excellency the Emperor had discussed that a few days ago, and that you had come to terms with it down inside, General First Class Keisha. Keisha. It took me a few days to review the preconditions to make sure there was no mistake. Unfortunately, there is currently no way to directly reject His Excellency's thoughts. Ubulk, I'm sure it'd be the same even if you discussed it with me. But, as expected from the General First Class who also serves as His Excellency's body double, you do take after him plenty. While being held in place, Ubulk spoke, to which Keisha produced a faint look of puzzlement. Taking in that reaction from Keisha, Ubulk shook his head, then stated, Ubulk. His Excellency also asked if there was a way to bend the commandment. Buat Tilda, I can return you the same answer as I did then. There is not. Keisha, what is your purpose? Ubulk Dono, you have introduced yourself as a stargazer, thus gaining the position to stay at the Crystal Palace and deliver prophecies from the observers. Myself at the helm, people aside from His Excellency do not think highly of your existence, Ubulk Dono. If His Excellency does pass away as per the prophecy, you shall not escape destruction. Ubulk, you put that so clearly it hurts me. Buat Tilda, General First Class Keisha, that assumption of yours is off. Keisha, Ubulk, more important than my own destruction is the fulfillment and realization of the commandment. My purpose is to ward off the destruction due to follow the great disaster. As he spoke, the grin disappeared from Ubulk's face. Ubulk's face, vanished of the artificial emotion it had possessed, had lost its warmth. Capturing it from up close made Keisha get an impression as if he were facing Ubulk's real face for the first time. For an instant, he suspected that that was due to some technique of Ubulk's. Ubulk, I don't have any power of that sort. Didn't I destroy my own evil eye in front of your very eyes, General First Class Keisha, as to display I held no malice towards His Excellency at the very start? Do you wish to confirm that? Keisha, no, that is fine. Unless I have misheard, you, Ubulk Dono, have stated this, that your purpose is to ward off the destruction due to follow the great disaster. Ubulk, yes, that's correct. In that respect, that purpose is in accord with His Excellency's. The replying Ubulk was devoid of faltering, and Keisha could perceive no falsehoods in his opinion. If he were to lie here in the first place, it made no sense that he would not lie to make himself, rather than Vincent, look good to Keisha. Even Ubulk would not be too thrilled were he to be killed after carelessly provoking Keisha's ire. Most likely, despite that expression of his suggesting he did not mind being killed at any time. In addition, even though he had some thoughts on Ubulk's behavior and perceived him as a nuisance, Vincent's reasons for not sending Ubulk away were understandable. Vincent and Ubulk were both working toward the same goal. Keisha, it does not seem to me that Ubulk Dono is thinking of preventing the great disaster itself. Why is that? Ubulk, oh, it's simple. The great disaster cannot be postponed. It'll happen without fail, sort of like a foregone conclusion. My purpose, once the great disaster has happened, is to ward off the destruction it brings. In other words, Keisha, in other words, Ubulk, if the great disaster doesn't actually happen, my commandment won't be fulfilled. For that reason, even if all the factors that caused the great disaster are destroyed, I become said factor. That was a fanatical way of thinking. The means and the ends were both mixed up. Gulping due to that incomprehensible absurdity, the iron fan that was already on Ubulk's neck was made to dig into it with further force by Keisha. Pointed against a vital point, putting enough force into it would have Ubulk's throat severed there. Allowing Ubulk himself to understand this, Keisha's voice became sharper. Keisha, then it would be best if we remove that factor with our own hands, Hiri. Ubulk, I wish you wouldn't, but I'm not gonna stop you. Tilda, let me tell you one thing. Supposing you kill me, the next stargazer will appear. That's how it works. Keisha, Ubulk, 4 major disasters will destroy the world. The opportunity to stop one of them has come. We are terminals of self-purification and self-defense brought about by the stars, and there are infinite substitutes. Staring into those eyes from which nothing could be sensed, Keisha ground his teeth, that there were no threats, no falsehoods, and that Ubulk himself was at least speaking seriously, was something that Keisha could sense. In order to ward off the destruction wrought by the great disaster, he would make it so the great disaster would happen without fail. A declaration far too absurd, far too illogical, yet it was an invitation to a war of attrition, employing countless lives as shields, that even Vincent was unable to do anything about. A possibility popped up, however, that perhaps, of some of the stargazers who had brought commandments thus far themselves had served as sparks, playing a role in the materialization of their prophecies. But if they were to ascertain this and massacre the stargazers, eradicating them, being that the conditions for their emergence were not known, it was likely that they would need to murder all those capable of becoming one. That would be tantamount to destroying the country. Ubulk, His Excellency, is admirable. Having attachment to individuals is something that makes up very little part of my nature, but I gotta take my hat off to His Excellency for the way he is. Someone who's not a stargazer isn't capable of being like that. Keisha, Ubulk Dono admiring someone that greatly, what an unfunny jokey. Ubulk, I truly mean it. There's no one able to accept their death forewarned by the commandment with peace of mind, and yet His Excellency's making all preparations for after his own death. Even if he has no hopes left for living, he hasn't given up fighting. Truly, the king of sword wolves. Ubulk's words, muttered solemnly, were a solid expression of his admiration for Vincent. The sword wolf he had spoken of, the wolf pierced by swords, that was the national emblem of Valatia, was a celebration of the way of life of a warrior that did not falter even when saddled with life-threatening wounds. In that sense, as Ubulk had declared, Vincent's way of life was that of the sword wolf itself. Ubulk, General First Class Keisha, I've spent all my life with the intent to fulfill my commandment with my entire heart. But Tilda, it's not like I believe that my commandment is more wonderful than all. In case you're saying it's difficult to accept, General First Class Keisha, it's okay if you were to try it out. Keisha, try it out. Exterminating you, Ubulk Donor, and those with the same station you have, you mean. Ubulk, I did state that there are infinite substitutes, but there's a limit. There are only so many lives. Trying it out with the support of General First Class Cecilus would be worth the shot. Once more, Ubulk's mind was hard to grasp in regards to just how much of that proposal came from what he truly felt. For a moment, Keisha did consider it to be a decent idea, proof of just how shaken up he was. Supposing he did as Eubulk had stated, disclosed that fact to Cecilus, and guided him as the latter probably did nothing but babble about it, they may be able to wipe out the citizens of the Empire. No, that too was impossible. Were Vincent to discover that plot, he would halt any nonsense of the sort immediately. Cecilus was a friend, but his priorities were very much fixed within his mind. For Cecilus, Vincent took precedence over Keisha. And that was the reasoning as to why Cecilus Segmont was the first, even though his head was not to be trusted one bit when it came to thinking. Keisha, nevertheless, the likes of disclosing this to Cecilus was an option that had not occurred to me, and that is quite laughable, even if I say so myself. An out-of-place, deep emotion carved a faint smile onto Keisha's lips. Emerging in his head vividly was Cecilus pouting his lips, protesting vehemently Keisha. He suddenly recalled an exchange they'd had one day quite clearly. Cecilus, if me and you go at it, Keisha, you'll die in the blink of an eye for sure. However, what if you start with 1,000 men? It might take 1,000 seconds. Keisha, I doubt it would. But I understand where you're coming from. While I gain 1,000 seconds, Cecilus, His Excellency or someone else can fulfill their purpose. My one greatest flaw as the leading actor of this world is that there's only one of me in this world. The smiling face of his friend as he spoke of random things came to mind. Suddenly he had a thought. Keisha, Eubulk Dono, I would like to inquire something of you. These commandments you receive, in what way are they brought to you? Having been questioned, Eubulk widened his eyes in amazement slightly. He then cocked his head, regaining his usual atmosphere of meekness that had vanished, and Eubulk, it varies. More often than not, I receive them in something like a dream. Keisha, then, would that also apply to the commandment regarding the great disaster that you have conveyed to His Excellency? With the questions piling up, Eubulk nodded with a face of perplexity. Exhaling at that answer, slowly, Keisha gave form to the thoughts that he'd had. Keisha, if in the commandment you have received, the moment His Excellency loses his life is present, pure white vanished, and thus he painted over his uncertain self that could be dyed in any color, not just with anyone. Appearing there was Keisha, the Vincent Valatia that dies there. Which one is it, I wonder? Keisha Gold, formerly Cheshire Trim, did not consider himself to be someone with a very high sense of loyalty, nor had he pledged unwavering obedience to His Excellency the Emperor. As none other than Vincent Valatia himself had stated. At a time Keisha had been asked if he would be willing to die for Vincent, returning the direct reply that he would not do so. To keep that in mind as he served him, so had Keisha been told. In accordance with that declaration, and with those sentiments, Keisha had come to serve Vincent. Therefore, he would not do anything akin to dying for Vincent's sake. Even if he did not pledge unwavering loyalty to Vincent, he pledged a loyalty born of common sense. As one of the people of the Empire, as one of the generals of the first class of the Empire, he also happened to possess some sense of respect towards His Excellency the Emperor. Conduct that felt as if it ran counter to Vincent's command was preposterous. Hence, Keisha's choice was something made not for Vincent's sake, but for all intents and purposes, it had been made for the sake of those very same feelings at the very origin of it all, when he had happened to run into the prince on that road. Back then, the many people around him had avoided getting involved upon laying eyes on that carriage, which they could tell at a glance had high-class folk riding in it. They would have been fine with helping out, but if they turned out not to be able to, instead incurring displeasure, their lives would be in jeopardy. While able to perfectly grasp the thoughts of those people, Keisha had stepped up to the carriage. It was not as though he had wanted to help people. However, he had thought it a shame were he to miss out on the opportunity to test his arithmetic and studies, which were said to be useless in the village that was his hometown. Indeed, the same went this time around. A chance to get behind the thoughts of Vincent Valatia, a man whose ingenuity could make anything go according to his hypotheses, would probably never come around again. Moreover, ever since Vincent Valatia had been a young child, he had steeled himself to accept that moment with solemnity. In other words, this was a challenge to partake in a crucial bout on which the life of Vincent Valatia was staked. A man whose blood would boil once the gauntlet was thrown down, a man whose spirits would rise more and more upon the realization that his enemy was a mighty one indeed, a man whose soul would ignite as a means to fell his opponent. That was a man of the Empire, and Keisha Gold was a man of the Empire. What sort of feelings, what sort of thoughts had been in Vincent Valetia's mind at the time he had decided to place Keisha under his care, as to learn under him, to become capable of using the same intelligence as himself after his own demise, were unclear. He did not understand, nor did he want to understand. Once he understood that he did not understand, he had had many of those hot-headed thoughts. Vincent had once given a few words on it, that he had experienced those very same thoughts. And thus, Keisha, the ruin brought about by the great disaster, just what is the great disaster? Don't make me low. Labeled as the likes of a mass-scale disaster, it seemed the great disaster would somehow try to trample, to plunge the Valetian Empire into ruination. From Keisha's point of view, however, it was humorous. The great disaster would commence with the death of Vincent Valetia. The great disaster would not start without Vincent's death. In other words, the empire could not be destroyed if he were allowed to live, so had he not already lost before the destruction had started. Setting Vincent Valetia aside, what was the destruction to come? What was the great disaster? Vincent Valetia, the 77th emperor of the sacred Valetian Empire. Keisha, His Excellency himself, is the Valetian Empire. The utter devastation and ruin of the land after the death of His Excellency is an incredibly absurd, side-splitting comedy of comedies. He ridiculed the yet unseen great disaster with a manner of speech akin to Cecilus. Ridiculing the great disaster that he most likely would never lay eyes upon, he stuck out his tongue. Keisha, a dog that seeks to snatch a lowly victory, how can that be the one to kill our sword wolf? Don't you dare underestimate Vincent Valetia, who I supported, who I built up. If you are someone who can kill him, then what are you waiting for? If you say you will snatch him away, go for it. Forewarned ruin and all the like, don't you dare think that you can destroy our emperor, our empire. That day, when I got the wheel out of the ditch, it was for the sake of this moment. For the sake of ridiculing this destruction, all of it was, Keisha, foreshadowing. Though I shall absolutely not say such a thing, for if I did, Cecilus would get overly enthused. A white light shone dazzlingly within the throne room, and immediately afterward, scarlet blood splattered grandly. Upon the red carpet, a slender man stood, drenched by the fresh blood that had just been scattered. Man, donning a ridiculous Oni mask on his face, widened his black eyes hidden behind the mask, frozen in shock at the events that had developed in front of him. And before that man who was standing stark still, the body that had gushed copious amounts of its blood crumbled, toppling to its front. His chest, lacking any defenses, had been run through from behind, destroying his heart without a shred of mercy, eradicating, ripping away anything and everything necessary for the maintenance of life. Unable to support the falling body with his arms, it helplessly collapsed onto the carpet. With that, the fallen body did not stir, with nary a twitch, nor with even a gulp of air, much less any final words. None may live, having had their hearts pierced. Consequently, that was an event inevitable, the terminus of fate as was bound to arrive. The man had died. He was Cheshire Trim, became Keisha Gold, and finally, as Vincent Valetia, the man had died. And that was the entirety of what had transpired in that moment. Translation notes. 1. Throughout Arc 7, and in scenes that take place before the end of the Imperial Selection Ceremony, Vincent refers to himself with Chinese letter. However, once he knows victory in the selection is assured, and sits on the throne, he refers to himself with Chinese letter, which is somewhat of a royal pronoun, which has also been utilized by other people of royalty in side content. 2. No, Chinese letter is a classical Japanese dance drama with centuries of tradition, in which masks are used to convey the characteristics of the characters in the play, albeit they are usually only worn by the main actor. For more information, see here.